Black is Beautiful by Tyler Walker.
Being a single mother doesn't leave much time for adventures.
Or the funds for them.
But Andrea is determined to give her daughter everything she wants.
If that's skiing, the mountains are calling and they must go.
But what Andrea didn't factor in was the possibility of bad weather.
When a car accident leaves her and Melissa's stranded.
Jonathan, who works for the local rescue squad, finds them
And offers them a warm place to wait out the storm.
But what happens when the snow starts to melt?
Will they have what it takes to weather the storm?
Want to know where to find the hot stuff that would melt even the worst of snowstorms?
You know, the unedited, unabridged stuff that YouTube freezes us out on.
You'll only find it on TylerWalker.com. Be sure to use code SAVE40 to score a sweet discount.
It would be real cool if you took the time to like and share the channel.
Miss Tyler sure appreciates all the love.
You're listening to Tyler Walker's Black is Beautiful.
Chapter 1. Andrea. Okay, kid, load up. Time to get a move on. I lean back against our SUV, thoroughly worn out from the day. Melissa balks where she stands, desperate to get in one more good run. She bounces a few times in protest, but I shake my head in the firmest capital M. Mom, way I can muster. Beaten, she trudges up to me and pitches her ski pole into the snow. Can't you do it? Melissa says. Is that a whine I hear? No, she grumbles, grabbing the pole and shaking it dry. There's an obvious attitude in her voice, and I laser in on her. By all means, keep grabbing it one piece at a time. She groans and starts loading her stuff into the back. I try not to smile at her display. Frustrating as it might be, Melissa's attitude was something to be nourished. I know that it's annoying right now, but it will be an asset when she gets older. At least, that's what I keep telling myself. Really, kid, I'm hungry. Hurry it up. Melissa puts her last ski boot into the back of the SUV, making a point to look me in the eye as she slams the door. I know better than to react to her, especially when she's tired and hungry. Dark clouds above the mountain catch my eye. We need to hurry it up. Thanks. Now, hop in. We need to get moving. Melissa takes her damn sweet time walking to the passenger seat, getting her power any way she can. For my part, I hurry around to the driver's side and buckle in. It's been a great day on the mountain, and I want to get back down before the storm shows up and spoils it. So, I say to her, firing up the car and pulling out onto the road. Did you have a good time? It's not lost on me that we're the last car in the lot. Melissa had begged for one more run, and I'd caved. Of course I did. Melissa loves to ski. She lives and breathes the sport off the mountain, watching videos of women on twin tips doing tricks all the time. So when she asked, I had to say yes, right? Even though most of the other skiers were already packing up. That just meant the slopes would be clear and she could cut loose. Yeah, Mom, Melissa says, looking lazily out the window. It was really fun. Now that she's sitting down, the day is catching up with her. I'm so glad, sweetie. I catch a look of myself in the rearview mirror. My curly brown hair is disheveled and matted down after a full day in a helmet and goggles. The bags under my eyes aren't helping my look either. Shrug off the vanity. Keep your eyes on the road. Pulling out onto the main road, I start to meander the way down the mountain. Not like I'm going to meet anyone up here anyway. Not at this time of day. In the rear view, I can see the dark clouds overtaking us, the black of night looming in just a little too early. This storm is going to be something serious. Melissa's head bobs against the window as she tries to fight sleep. That is something about skiing that I will never get tired of. The fact that it can make an 8-year-old enjoy nap time again. I'm about ready for a nap myself. I push the throttle down, eager to pick up the pace a little. It isn't safe to go too fast, but with a blizzard on our heels, I don't have a whole lot of choice. I've barely got the SUV up to speed when the ground in front of me goes dark. Damn, I swear under my breath. Yeah, there's no traffic, but that's not going to make much difference if it starts to... The white flecks interrupt my thought. I just knew I was going to jinx myself. It's okay, Amanda. You've got this, I say to myself. Music always helps me concentrate, so I turn up the radio a bit. Static is my answer. Lovely. The snow picks up quickly. It always catches me by surprise how fast a storm can move in up here. Light flakes give way to a heavy snowfall, and I'm suddenly in a race against the darker clouds. I need to get off this mountain. It's not a far drive home, but if we're going to get there tonight, I need to get back down to the surface roads. Come on, Amanda, I mutter to myself. The car slews just a bit and I slow right down. Not too slow, because I don't want to get stuck. There's plenty of blind turns on this road. A stopped car is a dead car. I manage a quick glance towards my sleeping daughter. Thank goodness she's out. I can't stop on this road, not with her in the car. The stress is mounting, but I keep my eyes riveted to the lane ahead. Usually I'm adept at staying calm under pressure, but the exhaustion of a whole day on the mountain is taking its toll. I turn on the windshield wipers and switch my headlights over to the fog setting. It helps the visibility, but not by much. Snow is really starting to accumulate on the road, and my trusty SUV loses a bit of traction in the back end. Damn, I say under my breath, hoping that Melissa didn't wake up and repeat what she heard in this car. That's just what I need. Thankfully, she's fast asleep. She hates whiteouts while driving. Me too. I kick the wipers up to full tilt, but it does precious little good as the storm gains in intensity. The fear creeps up around every blind corner. No traffic, thank God. But if a semi-truck or something is making its way up the hill, I'm not sure if I can pull over enough. I'd either end up stuck, or worse, going over the side. Just down the mountain, you can do this, Amanda. Positive self-talk. Sometimes it's the only way not to freak out entirely. I look over to my Melissa, conked out beside me. I have to make it down for her. Looking back at the road, I'm greeted by a pair of bright eyes. Dear. I slam on the brakes, but the back of the SUV skids over the snow. As if in slow motion, the whole mess unfolds in front of me. Letting off the brakes slightly, I swerve my car hard to the left. There's a horrible screech of metal grinding against rock as I hit the side of the mountain. It was a better option than going over the side. The airbags deploy, and I lurch into a white pillow. Hard. It hurts more than I thought it would. The world goes still, and I do a mental inventory, making sure nothing is broken. Everything seems to be intact. We crashed. I crashed. We're on the mountain. It's snowing. This is bad. Mommy? She sounds so mature so much of the time, but suddenly, Melissa is a child again. Honey, I say, looking over towards the scared little girl next to me. Honey, are you okay? Her airbag didn't blow, but fortunately the shattered glass seems to be concentrated on my side. That's all I wanted. What's happening? She asks, wide-eyed and confused. Mommy, what's going on? It's okay, I say, reaching out to touch her face. It's okay, baby. I skidded in the snow and hit the wall on the way down from the ski hill. Are you hurt? No, she says in her small, scared voice. No, I think I'm okay. Mommy, is that blood? Melissa points to my left hand. I look, and some glass has cut the top of my hand. My adrenaline must be cooking because I didn't even feel it. Yeah, baby. But it's just a little cut. I'll be good. My airbag is out, so I know the car isn't going to start. That cold feeling blossoms up in my chest. There's no way we are driving out of here. Baby, I'm going to crawl over top of you to see the damage on the car, okay? Don't leave me. I'm not going to leave you, baby. I promise. I stroke her hair. keeping my cut hand out of her view. I just need to see how bad it is, okay? Okay. Good. I'm reassuring her, but really I'm trying to reassure both of us. The snow is still coming down hard, and I need to make sure that Melissa is safe. I'm going to go and check the car, then get some stuff out of the back. I'm not leaving you, I promise. She looks at me with steady eyes. Okay. Suddenly, she seems remarkably calm. Lord, I wish I could have just a bit of that. I undo my seatbelt and lift myself over to the center console. I crawl into the back seat and leave out the back passenger side door. Snow swirls and the cold air whips around my face. Pulling my scarf up over my nose, I inspect the door to make sure I can get back into the car if I close it. It isn't damaged and closes smoothly. I give Melissa 2 thumbs up and make my way to the front of the car, using my cell phone as a light to see the damage. Totaled. My car is totaled. I won't be able to drive away. Hell, I'd be surprised if I can start it. Just as I can feel true panic starting to eat at my stomach, a pair of lights cut through the snow. Headlights. Someone is coming up behind us. My heart leaps into my chest. It is either help or a serial killer, and there is nothing I can do about it.
Chapter 2. Jonathan. I've got to take this slow. Not like I have anywhere to be. Not for a couple of days, anyway. With the size of the storm pushing in, there shouldn't be anybody up here for the better part of a week. That means that the daily patrols will be put on hold, and I can just keep an eye on the radio. This one snuck up quick, and I made sure to shift down into 4-wheel drive before I started heading back down. I probably should have put the tire chains on, but that would just have been for show. This baby is old, but she's gotten me through tougher stuff in her time than a little snow. That said, I'm hanging onto the wheel so hard my knuckles are turning white. Okay, maybe this was more than a little snow. This may not be my first rodeo, but there's no sense in getting cocky about things. Given that this has been in the forecast for almost a week, I really should have kept a better eye on the weather. But live and learn. So long as I keep pushing through, this should all work out fine. Turns out I spoke too soon. As I come around a curve, I can see a pair of red taillights flashing up ahead. Stopping to check on an abandoned vehicle is part of my job, but it's really going to put a hitch in my plans. Please let it be empty. Tell me they got down the mountain, I say to myself as I guide my truck slowly to the back of the vehicle. Climbing out, the amount of damage surprises me. It wouldn't take much to swerve when the roads get like this, and a nasty crunch into the rock face would be enough to spook anybody. Damn it. They aren't just stuck, they're totaled. Rolling up on the passenger side, I shine my flashlight across to see if anyone is still inside. If I've got any luck, they will have cleared out by now. I just hope I don't run into them further up the road. It's too nasty to be out, and there's been too much of that kind of thing lately. Before I can dwell on that too much, a small, curly-haired head pops up in the passenger window. That'll do it. I put my hazard lights on and throw the old girl into park. Looks like I really should have taken a second to throw on those chains. It's only going to get nastier. Hopefully there aren't a bunch of folks in there. My truck can only seat so many. I grab my hat and my gloves from the bench seat and kick open the door. I have to push against the gusting wind to even get out. This is a nasty one, all right. The snow whips around my head, and I zip my coat up over my face to try and cut the wind. The other car is only a few paces away, so I take 3 big steps and wave at the little girl in the passenger seat. She looks to be about 7 or 8, with curly hair and bright brown eyes. She waves back at me excitedly and says something to someone else in the car. God, I hope they're not injured. Stay there, I yell through the storm, certain that not a sound made its way into the car. Regardless, I pull open the back passenger door of the wrecked SUV, and 2 green eyes stop me. If the cold wasn't making me shake, this woman would have done it. We need help! The woman looks up at me. I can't answer, not for a few more seconds. Her light brown skin and thicket of curly hair pull me up short. Finally, the wind and snow snap me back to my senses. Come with me." I gesture to the truck running steadily behind me, and she regards me warily, clearly sizing me up. Can't say I blame her, really. I'm over 6 feet tall and pretty solidly built. Most guys find me intimidating, so I can only imagine how a woman alone with her daughter must feel. Pulling my face out of my coat, I look her in the eye. "I just want to help you guys." She hesitates a second, but buys in, which is good for everyone involved. Climbing out of the SUV, she opens the door for the little girl and starts saying things to her I can't hear above the wind. Hustling over to my truck, I open the door, fighting the storm with every step. A blast of air from my heater makes the whole scenario a bit more welcoming. The woman picks the little girl up and plops her into the driver's seat. The girl scooches over and the woman hops up behind her. Once they're situated, I climb in and shut out the storm. "Okay," I say, a little too loudly for the sudden disappearance of the wind. The woman flinches slightly, so I just turn the heat up and do my best to smile. "Do you guys just have suitcases and ski gear?" I ask the woman. "Yes," she says. "Everything is in the back of the SUV." She clearly looks uncomfortable, cramped up on the middle seat. But I get it. I'm unknown to her, and she's keeping herself between me and her daughter. I respect her more for how she's acting towards me, actually. It's the right way to handle the situation. At least that's what I tell myself. "Okay, stay here. Get warm. I'm going to go and get your stuff." I force the driver's door open again and brave my way through the growing snowdrifts. I have to move fast. Even if nobody is coming, it's not the best to leave a vehicle sitting in the middle of a winding mountain road. The chances of someone pushing through are slim, but you never know. The snow is coming down so hard that our footprints are already covered. It doesn't take me long to unload their suitcases into my covered bed. There's some ski gear, too, but I imagine that's good to stay where it is for now. Once I'm sure I've got everything they'll need, I fight my way back to the driver's seat. "Okay," I say, rubbing my hands in front of the center vent. "Where to?" "We're staying at a hotel down the mountain," the woman says. "Just past the gas station." "Got it," I say. "I know the place. I'll drop you two off, and then tomorrow you can get a tow truck to come and rescue your SUV. I know a guy." I look at the pair of them, huddled together like I'm some kind of mountain maniac. Okay, time to humanize myself a bit. "I'm Jonathan," I say to her, putting the truck into gear and pulling away gently. Things have piled up a good bit since I stopped, so slow and steady is the way to play this. There's no sense in rushing things now. "I'm Melissa." The girl pipes up from beside her mother. The woman gives her shoulder a squeeze. Given all the hoofing I just did out there, the suspicion is starting to feel a bit unfounded. But they've just had a traumatic experience, so I try to cut her some slack. "I'm Andrea," she says at last, "and this is my daughter, Melissa." "It's nice to meet you both," I say, trying to sound friendly, despite the circumstances. We finally get to the base of the ski mountain, but the road just keeps getting worse. Even my truck wouldn't be able to make it through the drifts for long. "There's a bed and breakfast up ahead," I say. "You'll see the lights on the left-hand side. It's small, but I saw it driving up here. We may want to stop there for a little bit, give this blizzard some time to pass through." "All right," Andrea says, pulling her daughter in tighter. "That sounds like a good idea." I'm still looking for a way to cut the tension in here. "So, you guys ski?" "Yeah," Melissa says excitedly. "I just got new twin tips. It's awesome. Have you ever been up here before?" "My mom took me here for the first time today." The girl rambles on, and Andrea looks at me with a half smile. I appreciate the kid talking. It would be a silent ride without her. Thankfully, it doesn't take us long to reach the bed and breakfast. The parking lot is almost full, but I managed to find us a spot. That's a good sign, I hope. Small chance of getting home tonight. The bed and breakfast is small, but it doesn't look like we're the only ones caught on the highway. "Okay, here we are," I say to them, trying my best reassuring smile. "Thank you," Andrea says. "I really appreciate you stopping to help us. I don't know what we would have done." "It's my pleasure. I'm sure you would have done the same." She stays quiet, which pretty much gives me my answer. I push open the door and offer my hand to Andrea. She takes it, almost blushing a bit as I help her down. Melissa scurries over and hops down to join her mom. Together, we head into the main office. "Road's closed ahead," a woman says as we ease up to the front desk. "I assume you guys want our last room?" She looks at me expectantly, clearly assuming I'm in charge. She probably thinks we're married, otherwise this could get awkward. I look over at Andrea and made a split-second decision. "Looks like the road is closed, dear," I say, leading her into the facade. "We might as well stay here until it opens." Andrea gives me a weird look as I flash her a smile. She needs to play along. The people who own this place have a reputation for being conservative, and they probably wouldn't like us sharing a room. Since Andrea is standing there with her mouth open, I've got to take the lead on this one. "My wife and I would love to take that room of your hands," I say, to keep things rolling. "I'm sorry. We've had car trouble and we're a little tired." "Of course, one room, coming up."
Chapter 3. Andrea. "Wife," I whisper to Jonathan as soon as we're out of earshot of the receptionist. Melissa's giggling like a crazy person, but I don't find the least bit of humor in the situation. For his part, he seems remarkably calm about the whole thing. "I wasn't sure they would give us a room otherwise." He looks down at the key in his hand. "Besides, it's just for a night. I'm sure they'll have the roads cleared by morning." "They had better be." He shoots me a glance as he unlocks the door. I know I must sound ungrateful, but I'm too tired to care. The notion of sharing a single room with a strange man isn't high on my list, even if he got us safely down the mountain. That's not ingratitude. It's just common sense for a woman traveling on her own. Well, with her preteen daughter. As soon as the door is open, Melissa darts in and starts exploring every corner she can find. I'm less enthusiastic. If I was nervous about the whole thing before, the queen bed in the middle of the room only makes me more uneasy. I open my mouth, but Jonathan jumps in before I can get a word out. "Don't worry." He steps back into the hallway. "I'll go down and ask for a cot." As he heads off down the stairs, I breathe just a little bit easier. When all is said and done, I'm sure he's right. We probably wouldn't have gotten the room without his ruse. Still, looking around the tiny space I'm about to share with a stranger, it's oddly cold comfort. "Isn't this great, Mom?" I look over at Melissa, who has sprawled out on the bed doing her best to hide a yawn. She thinks this whole thing is a grand adventure, and part of me is glad for that. I almost wonder what she'll think looking back on this when she gets older. Will she think I was crazy for dragging her into this? Hell, it's just one night. Will she remember it at all? They'll bring a cot around any time now. Jonathan is leaning against the doorframe, watching Melissa fighting to stay awake. He grins a little bit at it, then looks over to me. "Why don't I grab your bags out of the car? You two get settled in, and I'll be right back." "Thank you." I give him a nod. "That would be great." He shoots another smile at Melissa, then walks back out. A gust of wind rattles the window, and I don't envy him going back out into this, especially if it's just to get our stuff. "Are you ready to tuck in?" Melissa is already wriggling under the covers, and I take that as a yes. "Is the nice man going to stay with us tonight?" The question stops me. "Yes," I say, combing through her hair. "Jonathan is going to sleep here with us tonight. Once the snowstorm clears up tomorrow, we'll get a tow truck and go back to our hotel." As I get her settled, I get a better look at the cut on the back of my hand. It's bigger than I realized. After a quick knock, Jonathan trudges in with the bags. Ours, plus a small duffel bag I assume is his. He's pretty loaded down, so I jump up to lend a hand. "Thank you," I say, grabbing Melissa's bag. It's the smallest, but it's also the one he's got the most tenuous grip on. As I watch him get everything in order, I can't help but notice his muscles straining under his shirt. He's clearly used to heavy lifting. "It's still pretty bad out there," he says. "Looks like we lucked out landing here. Who knows where you two would have ended up?" The memory of being hunkered down in my SUV sends a shudder through me. "I know," I say. "Thank you." I rummage through one of the bags to find the change of clothes for Melissa, but she's already tuckered out. Better to let her sleep in her clothes and wake her up and risk having her up all night. An odd sort of quiet settles between us. The simple thank you doesn't quite feel like enough, but the unease of the entire situation has me on my guard. I just can't bring myself to relax with him hovering there. I jump when there's a knock at the door. "That'll be the cot," Jonathan says. He's right, and I watch him in an awkward silence as he drags it in and sets it up against the wall. Those things always creak like crazy, and I keep an eye on Melissa to make sure she doesn't spring back into action. "Is this okay?" He turns around and catches me watching him. "Yeah." I make a lousy attempt to look busy with the bags. It's a small room. I don't know why I add the last part. I can see him bristle slightly at my tone. I'm honestly too tired to care much. He makes a sudden move over to me, and I take an involuntary step back. He stops and puts his hands up. I'm a little embarrassed by ducking away from him, but I think he realizes how intimidating he must look. "Your hand," he says. "Can I take a look at it?" Now that the adrenaline is wearing off and I'm warming up a bit, the pain is starting to creep in a bit. Looking down, I realize it's even started to bleed a little. "Okay," cagey as I feel. I sit down and offer it up to him. He kneels and cradles my hand, examining it carefully. Next to mine, his own hands are calloused enough that I wonder what he does for a living. After looking me over, he pulls his duffel bag over and starts to dig through it. "I think I have..." He trails off. "Yeah, here it is." He pulls some gauze and something else out of the bag. "I'm just going to clean the cut up a little and put a bandage on it. It doesn't look too bad." There's a practiced efficiency in his manner that surprises me after seeing how rough his hands are. While I sit quietly, he uses a bit of saline from his bag to wash everything out, then dabs an antibiotic over it. "Let me know if this stings." "You're fine." As he works, I make note of the level of focused attention he demonstrates. This isn't his first time dressing a wound. Once everything is salved up, he tapes a square of clean gauze over the cut. He works quickly, but he's surprisingly gentle as he goes. In no time, everything is bandaged and feels a lot better. "There," he smiles at his handiwork. "That should do it. No need for stitches even. It's not as bad as it looked." That's a relief, but can't help feeling just a little nervous. While he puts everything away, I take a second to look my hand over. "Is everything okay?" I look up to find him watching me examine his work. "It's fine," I say. Again, it comes out colder than I would like, and I stifle my embarrassment by trying to find something to sleep in. I've become more and more aware that everything I have on is damp, and there are even some spots of blood here and there. I'm sure I look like a mess. Not that it matters much how I look, I suppose. Jonathan has been a bit of a savior, but can't help feeling on edge when I think about all the news stories I hear. Tired as I am, I doubt I'm going to end up getting much sleep tonight. After I change, I come back out of the bathroom to find Jonathan arranging one of the extra blankets on his cot. For a second, I feel bad for making him sleep on that thing, but there isn't another option. Besides, the whole marriage ruse was his idea, so let him deal with it. "How are you feeling?" he asks me, catching me looking at him again. "Fine," is the best I can offer. Honestly, I don't know how I'm feeling. I know I shouldn't be rude to him. He's been nothing but kind, but today has just been too much. My body aches from the crash, and I have been on edge ever since he picked us up. Good, he nods and trails off. I guess it was a good thing I came along when I did. Yeah, that was good. Thank you again. Even as I say it, I can hear how half-hearted that sounds. He sags a bit, but I'm not in any place to offer more of myself just at the moment. All I really want to do is pass out. Look, I say, it's late. We should probably call it a day. Good idea, he says, patting himself down. As he shuts off the light and gets situated, I slide into bed. Part of me is worried about waking Melissa, but she's thoroughly done for. As I wrap myself up, the events of the day race through my mind. The ski trip, the snow, but mostly the mysterious man sleeping just across the room. I slip into an uneasy sleep, keeping one eye open and my arm wrapped around Melissa.
Chapter 4. Jonathan. I wake up still tired from yesterday and sore from the uncomfortable cot. Looking over, I see the girls are still asleep. That's good, they need it. Besides, maybe Andrea will be a little more pleasant after a good night's sleep. I rub my eyes and sit up. The sun is just peeking over the mountains, and I can see the snow still coming down through the window. It's lightened up a bit, but there's no way anyone is driving out of here today. After a stretch, I get up and walk toward the door. Trying to be as quiet as possible, I slip out into the hallway in search of some breakfast. Good morning. I'm taken aback at the overly friendly receptionist. Morning, I wave at her as I look around for the dining room. Just through that door, she gestures to my right. We have a large continental breakfast spread served from 7:30 to 10 o'clock in the mornings. I look at my watch. 6:30. The numbers blink back at me. Thanks, I sigh. I'll be back in an hour then. We've got a 24-hour coffee cart as well, she says. It's just through those doors. She points out the same doors as before, giving me my first glimmer of hope this morning. Thank you, I say, a bit more enthusiastically this time. Pushing through the doors, I see the coffee cart by the wall. Heading straight over, I click the start button, and it sputters to life. This is exactly what I need. I look around as the pot works beside me. There's some activity in the kitchen, presumably people getting breakfast ready, but the large room is mostly deserted except for me. When the pot is ready, I pour myself a cup. I almost head back, but on second thought, I pour another cup for Andrea. I'm annoyed at her lack of gratitude, but she's just crashed her car in a snowstorm on the side of a mountain with her daughter in the passenger seat. Maybe she gets a pass. If she thought I were going to attack her, the mountainside would have been the place to do it, not some small B&B. But I can't blame her for being cautious. All you have to do is watch the news these days to lose all your faith in people. Grabbing up some sugar and cream from the tray, I head back to the room, carefully balancing the 2 coffee cups. It's a trick to open the door with my hands full. I try to grab the knob, but can't quite manage it with the coffee cup in my hand as well. I transfer one of the cups so I am holding them both in one hand and reach for the knob. Suddenly the door springs open. The cups both crash to the floor, shattering on impact and splashing hot coffee on the wall. I turn sharply, ready to say a few choice words to whoever opened the door, but see Melissa standing there, wide-eyed staring at me. I feel my anger melt away and I sigh. I'm sorry, Melissa gasps. She starts to bend down, but I stop her. Don't worry about it. I pick her up, earning a wild giggle. But you have bare feet, and there are ceramic shards on the floor. That just won't do. I carry her across the room and throw her down on the soft bed where she disappears into the pillows, still laughing. Andrea comes out of the bathroom and freezes upon seeing me. I can see her mind racing and the worry on her face until she sees Melissa laughing. She moves protectively over to the bed and I try to explain what's going on. I dropped some coffee cups in the hallway and... My feet were bare. Melissa cuts in, reappearing from her mound of pillows. Andrea smiles at that and seems to relax some. I picked her up so she didn't cut her feet. Thank you. She looks at me, almost as if for the first time. No problem, I say. I was trying to bring you some coffee, but I gesture behind me at the mess on the floor. That obviously didn't work out. Andrea laughs, and I realize it's probably the first time I've heard her do that. I'm struck by how beautiful she is, with her disheveled hair and those green eyes. I'll go find something to clean this up with, she volunteers, and I watch her walk out of the room. Andrea finds a maid who insists on cleaning it up herself, while Andrea and I both try to help. By the time everything is sorted, we are all hungry. Melissa is bored, and it occurs to me that I still have not had my morning coffee. I'm going back down to get another cup, I say when we're finished. Can I get you guys anything? I'll have a coffee if you think you can manage, Andrea says. I can't tell if she's joking or serious, so I just nod. Can I come too? Melissa jumps up, looking at her mom. Sure. Andrea hesitates for a moment. Don't be long, though. She gives me another wary look, but it doesn't last long enough for me to comment. Let's go. Melissa is already standing at the door, ready to go. Don't forget your shoes, kid, Andrea reminds her. Right? Melissa runs back over to where her shoes are and shoves them on her feet. Ready now. Okay. I chuckle at her antics, and see Andrea is smiling at her as well. Time to go. We walk down the hall with Melissa chatting relentlessly. I'm glad at least one of the two of them is feeling sociable. Breakfast is out when we get to the dining room, and Melissa excitedly fills a plate with everything in reach. I stifle a laugh at the tower of pancakes she's drowning in syrup. Our receptionist offers me a tray big enough to fit a couple of plates and drinks, which I gratefully accept. I get some breakfast for myself, and with Melissa's strict guidance, fill up a plate for Andrea as well. Armed with the food and coffee, we make our way back upstairs. I am convinced at any moment the tower of pancakes Melissa's gesturing with will topple to the ground, but we make it back to the room in one piece. Andrea opens the door for us and laughs as Melissa proudly presents her plate. That should hold you for a while. Andrea shakes her head and clears off the table so I can set down the rest of the food. We weren't sure exactly what you wanted. I point out her plate, but Melissa assures me that this is your favorite. I have to admit the plate full of eggs, bacon, sausage, and fresh strawberries does look appetizing. This is perfect, Andrea smiles at her daughter. Thank you for bringing it up, she says, looking back at me. Sure thing, I mumble with a mouthful of bacon. It's already past my usual breakfast time, and I can't resist some good bacon, which this definitely is. Once we have all finished eating, an especially impressive feat in Melissa's case, I take the plates back downstairs. I'm not sure we're supposed to take them in the first place, but it isn't hurting anyone. When I get back, Melissa has found a checkerboard that was in the room and is begging her mom to play. Please, Mom. She holds up a checker. Just one game? Not right now, kid, Andrea says. I need to try and find a tow truck to get the car off the mountain. I doubt you'll have much luck with that, I tell her. It's still snowing. No one's coming out in this. She insists on trying, though, so I give her the number of a local company I know. Melissa looks disappointed, so I sit down and open the board on the table. I'll play you, I say. I have to warn you, though, I'm pretty good. She perks back up and runs over to the table. I'm the best, she informs me as she sets up the pieces. I always beat my mom. I cut my eyes over to Andrea, who is suppressing a grin. We'll just see about that. I start out intending to let her win, but she quickly proves that she doesn't need any such pity from me. It's all I can do to stay in the game, much less beat her. Ha! Melissa shouts as she captures 3 of my pieces in a single turn. I told you I'm the best! I guess you are, I say, shaking my head as she jumps my last piece. Where'd you learn to play like that? My mom taught me, she tells me as she resets the board. Rematch? Sure. I smile and glance over to where Andrea was still on the phone. I'm going to be playing to win this time, though. You better watch out. She giggles as she makes the first move. It won't matter, I'm still the best. She's probably right, actually. It's a little embarrassing losing to an 8-year-old, but she's having too much fun for me to quit. I get the feeling we will be here for a while.
Chapter 5. Andrea. Maybe he isn't so bad, I think to myself as I watch Jonathan chase Melissa around our small room. Okay, now it's your turn to hide, Melissa squeaks as John tickles her to near tears. I think we've used all of the hiding spots in here. There is nowhere else to go, Jonathan says amid the giggling. Come on, little Mel, I say. It's time for dinner anyway. Let's get ready to go down to the restaurant and eat. Grouchy that I had to go and break up the fun, Melissa lowers her head and walks over to the dresser. She riffles through her neatly sorted clothes and picks out a red Hello Kitty dress that she was gifted for her 8th birthday. Pairing that with bright blue snowshoes, she proclaims herself ready to go. Are you sure that's the outfit you want to wear to dinner? I ask her. She certainly likes to make up her own fashion rules. Yes, I'm sure. I want to look pretty for Jonathan. Her statement settles on me uncomfortably. I still harbor a lot of reservations about Jonathan, and yet here we are, sharing a room with him in a remote B&B. And Melissa is getting more and more attached all the time. I slip on a plaid, long-sleeve sweater dress that fits tightly around my hips. Stepping over to the mirror by the door, I check myself out. Not too bad for a mom. I smile and turn around to look at myself over the shoulder. That gym membership is definitely paying off. Ready to go down? I ask. Just about. I am buttoning up my shirt now, Jonathan says through the bathroom door. When he finally comes out, he's wearing a dark blue shirt and a pair of khaki pants he's managed to procure from the Lost and Found. I guess he wasn't packed for an overnight stay. His blue eyes seem even brighter against his shirt. I catch myself staring at him and look away. He looks surprisingly handsome dressed up like that. I keep reminding myself that we didn't know this man or his intentions, generous as he seems to be. As we step out into the hallway, Melissa grabs John's hand. Let's go, Dad, she says. My heart sinks a little bit. She's really enjoying this all just a little too much. A wave of guilt washes over me. She clearly feels the absence of a father more than I've realized. That's clear as I watch her diving in with both feet. We walk down a small twisted wooden staircase, past the welcome desk, and into the family restaurant. It's a cozy room filled with handmade wooden furniture. Each chair was accompanied by a wool blanket draped across its back. The place is almost self-consciously cute, but I can't help but like it. We commandeer a table next to the window that, I imagine, usually boasts a great view of the mountains. At the moment, all you can see is snow. All right, darling, John says to Melissa. You have your choice of Marge's famous potato soup, or pasta and meat sauce. Ew, I hate potatoes, Melissa shrieks. The handful of people in here look, and I want to bury my face in my hands. She's clearly acting up because there's company. Okay, pasta it is. He hands her the paper menu and crayons, and she offers up a little dance of joy in her seat. You are so good with her, I say. Most people wouldn't be so kind. Oh, it's nothing, he says with a grin. She's great, and I'm happy to help. A feeling of distrust and unease settles heavily in my stomach. I've been meaning to ask you, why were you out on that desolate road so late at night? I try to sound casual and fail in the attempt. It's quite a tragedy, actually. I work for the search and rescue department up here. We get a lot of people who either get lost on the slopes or take a wrong turn during a snowstorm and get stranded. He looks down and I watch him fiddling his hands. It looks almost like he's trying to push a memory out of the way. A couple went out on a snowmobile trip a few days ago. Their 2 kids were still waiting for them at the ski lodge when everything was closing down. They said they were supposed to wait there until their parents had returned. The waiter that found them went down to the snowmobile rental, and it turns out their folks had left around 7 hours earlier. He takes a deep breath and a sip of coffee. They called us immediately, but it was hard to pinpoint which direction they had taken off in. He shakes his head, then looks up at me. We've been searching for those kids' parents for 3 days now. Oh, that is tragic, I whisper. I picture Melissa waiting all alone, not knowing where I am or if I'm okay. The image of it makes my heart shrink in my chest. Do you think they are still alive? I don't want to ask, but my curiosity gets the best of me. I know the answer even before Jonathan shakes his head. With the storms we've seen lately, I'd say they either found shelter and are waiting out the weather, or they are buried out there somewhere. We both sit in the silence of that thought. Just then, a young lady walks over and placed our dishes down in front of us. "Mommy, look! They put meatballs on mine," Melissa says with excitement. I grin back at her and try to shake the sad thoughts from my head. Search and rescue, huh? Well, at least I finally know why Jonathan was out there on that road when he rescued us. Maybe I've been judging him too harshly. If it weren't for him saving us, we might have ended up like that couple, lost with little to no hope. I focus on my food and am delighted to find that the soup is delicious, clearly homemade. I look over and laugh as Jonathan and Melissa are locked in a fierce noodle slurping contest. Again, people are looking, and I'm mortified. "Melissa, use your manners, please." Watching her have so much fun is almost worth the strains from the sauce splashing on her dress. Both of them look at me in disappointment and then turn to face their plates in silence. God, I feel like a monster. "Would you like a hot toddy to cap things off?" our waitress asks as she clears our empty dishes. It's cold enough. Jonathan looks over at me and raises his eyebrows. I could sure use one. He shrugs. "How about you, Andrea?" "Well, I guess one wouldn't hurt," I said cautiously. We leave our table and curl up in front of the oversized fireplace. I look out the window and admire the light dancing off the falling snowflakes. I feel so peaceful that I almost forget that we're stranded. Melissa wanders around the room, touching almost everything within her height level. She finally settles on a basket of old straw dolls with long dresses. We watch as she acts out a scene from her favorite cartoon, Princess Lucy and her Frog Prince. When the performance is over, we clap and then in front of the roaring fire in silence for a few minutes. Usually Melissa would be running around us to keep us both occupied, but she's taken off to explore. Now that we were alone, I realize I haven't attempted to get to know him that much. "How long have you been in search and rescue?" I ask, almost desperate to break the awkward silence. A few years now. It is gratifying when you have a happy ending, but you don't always get those. Again, I see him look down at his hands. I study his face for a minute and watch the haunting memory make its way through his thoughts. "Well," I say, trying to change the subject, "how do you like the snow?" Seemingly glad for the invitation, he perks up. One of my favorite places to be is in the mountains during a proper snowfall. There is a romantic feel to it that never gets old for me. I nod in agreement. Just as we're about to push further, Melissa lets out a scream from across the room. Oh dear, that is her way of telling me it is time to go to bed. I set my drink down and make to scoop her up. "You relax. I'll get her," Jonathan says as he makes his way over to her. He kneels down next to Melissa and whispers something in her ear. She smiles and lifts her hands up to his shoulders so he can pick her up. I amble over to them, and he nods towards the exit. I let him lead the way as I trail behind, watching. Melissa rests her head on his shoulder and SS asleep before we reach the stairs. Once we're in the room, Jonathan tucks Melissa into bed, pulling the covers over her. I smile as Jonathan leans over her and kisses her forehead. It's a surprisingly domestic move, and I'm weirdly okay with this stranger kissing my daughter. Thank you for taking such good care of her, I say. She is a wonderful girl, he says before looking over at me. She must get it from her mother. My cheeks heat up. I snap my face away. I am tired too, is all I can think to say. I think it's time to go to bed. You're right. It's late. He grabs a white t-shirt and a pair of basketball shorts and heads to the bathroom. As soon as he's gone, I slip out of my dress and into some PJs, then climb into bed with Melissa. I pretend to fall asleep as I wait for Jonathan to emerge from the bathroom. He walks out, does a quick stretch, pulls the blanket back from his cot and climbs in. With a shiver, I imagine how cold he must be lying underneath the window. I silently thank him for taking care of us and drift off to sleep.
Chapter 6, Jonathan. We sit at a table next to the window. It has started to snow again, and this time it's coming down even harder than before. Afraid that I might frighten the girls, I don't mention how thick it's looking out there. Even so, I'm sure we'll be stuck here for a few more days than anticipated. The thought of not being able to go home turns my stomach. It wouldn't be so bad staying here if Andrea was a little warmer towards me. What does she expect exactly? I was her knight in shining armor after all. You'd think she would be a little grateful that I saved her and her daughter from being stranded out there in the snow. At least we have Melissa to keep us busy. Andrea nervously moves her fork from one spot to another. She's shifting around in her seat like there's a tack in her cushion. And I know she's still uneasy with the whole acting as a family thing. For a moment, I wonder if it's just her personality, or if there's something about me that rubs her the wrong way. I have my doll, Lucy, Melissa explains. It's like she's determined to acquaint me with every toy she's ever owned. She's my favorite. Her dress ISS shiny and blue, and guess what? I have a dress just like hers, she rattles on. I didn't mind her droning, though. It's nice that she seems to like me so much. You are so good with her, Andrea says. I'm caught a bit off guard by the compliment, and relax with the thought that she might be warming up to me after all. Melissa moves on from her toys and starts reciting her favorite lines from Frozen. Oddly, I know the song she starts off with, and join in for a little bit of it. Do you want to build a snowman? We belt in unison, heedless of who might be around. Melissa's falsetto is actually pretty impressive for such a young girl. Andrea smiles despite herself and applauds after our big finish. In the afterglow, I think back on Andrea's little interrogation over my rescuing them. I answered honestly, but held back some of the details to keep from darkening the mood. At this point, I'll do anything to keep Andrea from feeling even more uncomfortable. The upshot is, I can tell she's beginning to trust me more. After our plates are cleared, we head back over to the fireplace. Wrapping my hands around my warm cup, I look around the room and take in the craftsmanship of everything around us. I'm particularly impressed by the height of the fireplace and the hand-carved oak mantel that frames it out. Fetching one of the wool blankets from a nearby chair, I drape it around Andrea. She looks up at me for a moment, almost startled by the gesture. It makes me just a touch uncomfortable, so I puzzle out a graceful exit. I'm gonna go outside and poke around a bit. Okay, maybe not the most graceful, but it'll have to do. She just nods at me, and I cast a glance over to where Melissa is engrossed in the dolls. Curious what the damage was from the storm the night before, I decide to go outside for a short walk. Opening the double doors to the porch, I'm slapped in the face by the frigid mountain air. I step out and looked around. A thick blanket of white, glistening snow covers everything, except for a few tall trees poking out. Stepping out into the pristine snow, my foot sinks deeper than I expect, and my sock floods with melting ice. I hardly make it past the driveway before I decide to turn back. I carefully reuse the footprints I'd made on my way out to avoid sinking even deeper. Even so, it takes a little bit of doing. Once I'm back inside, I set up shop on a bench in the mudroom and strip off my extra layers. I pull out my cell phone and wait for it to power on. No service flashes across the screen. I knew it. At the front desk, I find a boy, no older than 18, stamping away at some sort of handheld Nintendo. After a couple of seconds of standing around, I clear my throat to get his attention. "How can I help you?" He finally looks up at me. "Do you have a Wi-Fi password I can use? I haven't had a signal since we arrived here." "Sure. It's posted on the bulletin board right behind you." I'm a little annoyed that he couldn't tell me without being snarky about it. I walk over to the board, but within seconds I'm live again. Bing, 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 bing. My phone practically shouts at me as my inbox flooded with new junk mail. With a few swipes and a click, I open my weather app. "Ah, great," I say under my breath. All I see is one large red and blue swarm making its way across the screen to our exact location. We're gonna be here for at least another 4 days. That's if this is the last storm we would get hit with. I make my way back towards the fireplace to bring Andrea and Melissa up to speed. I'm not exactly looking forward to it. As I pass the dining room, a young woman steps out on her way to refill a carafe of orange juice. "You were our waitress last night, weren't you?" I ask. "Yes, sir. My parents own this place. I work in the restaurant and my brother tends to the front desk." I'm tempted to tell her what a pain her brother's is, but I decide to keep it to myself. "Caroline," she said as she noticed me squinting at her name badge. "And my brother is Thomas." "Nice to meet you," I say as I dip past her. Andrea has cuddled up under the blanket I tucked her into, looking like she might just be settling in, which might just be for the best. When she sees me, she offers up the first unguarded smile that I've seen. "How's everything looking outside?" "Not great," I say. "It's pretty deep out there, and there's more on the way." Her face clouds over again, and I can feel the tension threading back in between us. Fortunately, before things can get too uncomfortable, Melissa springs up from her spot on the floor. "Look at me!" she shouts. "I'm a tiger today!" She does a quick little twirl while curling her hands, mimicking a wild animal, and then turns and darts off down the hallway. "We better keep up with her or she'll drive everyone in the place crazy," Andrea says with a laugh. "If you can handle it, I can handle it." She gets a strange look on her face when I say that, but keeps quiet. The words sound strange in my own ears, but as we set off to chase our tiger, I realize how relieved I was to have her with me.
Chapter 7. Andrea. "Can I go, please?" Melissa looks up at me with big, pleading eyes, the same ones she always uses to get to her way. I should have known she would get an invite sooner or later. Melissa has always made friends much faster than her mother. "Why don't we just put a movie on in here?" I say, searching for an excuse to keep my buffer and avoid a night alone with the Jonathan. "We can make a nest with the blankets and pillows." I feebly pick up a big square cushion from the bed, knowing I have stiff competition. Melissa huffs, slumping her shoulders in response. "But all the kids are going. Emily and Chloe have the new Frozen." How fitting, I mutter to myself, watching the snow fall hard outside our window. We are going to be stuck here forever. I look back to Melissa, who is still watching me, waiting for my approval. "Okay, you can go," I say in defeat, and her eyes light up. "But be a good girl. Remember their mom and dad own the B&B. We don't want to be kicked out into the cold." I ruffle her hair as she giggles and kiss her on the top of her head. "I promise," she replies, grinning from ear to ear. "I'm going to get changed. They said it's a pajama party." Melissa scurries off to change her outfit, just as Jonathan appears at the door, holding a plastic bag. I know we're all probably stuffed from dinner, but I bought sustenance for another night in. My stomach flips at the words, knowing our trio is down to 2. "Mom said I can watch a movie with my new friends. They have a popcorn maker," Melissa says, bounding toward Jonathan in her flannelette PJs and unicorn slippers. A look passes Jonathan's face as he realizes the situation, and I wonder if he is feeling as anxious as I am. "Well, how can you say no to that?" Jonathan says with an uneasy laugh. He places the bag down and looks at me, shrugging. Guess it's just us then? Guess so, I reply, forcing a smile. Melissa rummages through the bag containing supplies from the small B&B convenience store. Sour worms. Your mom and I probably don't need those. Why don't you take them to your friends? Thanks, Melissa says, grabbing the candy from the bag and heading toward the door. I know where the big couch room is. I don't need you to take me, she adds, turning to face me. The insinuation that my escorting her might cramp her style is not lost on me. Okay, come back as soon as the movie is over. I will. Melissa disappears out the door, taking my last excuse to leave the room with her. The space is cast into silence as Jonathan and I stand there, unmoving. I fidget with my hands, waiting for my brain to spark a conversation instead of performing its best deer in the headlights impersonation. Well, this is certainly for adults. Jonathan breaks the stillness, pulling a bottle of Merlot from the bag. Care for a glass? Sure, I reply, thankful for some social lubrication. I am going to need it. Jonathan pours the wine while I flick through the channels on the television, wondering what kind of shows he watches. I come to a reality dating show and stall. Oh, Jesus, he says, handing me a glass. Please tell me you don't watch this garbage. I accept the wine, feeling my cheeks warm, only to make fun of the contestants. I can drink to that. Cheers. Our glasses clink against each other, and we both take a sip. My alcoholic beverages are few and far between these days, and I enjoy the smooth liquid travel down my throat. Jonathan swishes his around, audibly sniffing over the rim. Please don't tell me you're one of those winos, I say, watching as he inspects the coating of red on the inside of his glass. He laughs in his throat. Are you impressed? As he smiles, I notice how much his teeth stand out against his tanned skin. Just let me know if you're going to start gargling it. We sit down on the couch with the tension diffused and watch the couple on screen who are deep in conversation. Annabelle, has anyone ever told you your eyes sparkle like the stars? Jonathan breathes into his glass mid-sip, coughing and spluttering. You okay over there? I raise an eyebrow. Jonathan gives a thumbs up as he clears his throat, taking another mouthful. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were special. You're different to everyone else here. I've never met someone so beautiful. The man on screen moves a stray hair behind the woman's ear, who is now tearing up. He seems very genuine, Jonathan says, still husky as he rests his feet on the footstool. He definitely doesn't say that to the other 20 girls there. Different show, I say, passing him the remote. Want to make a selection? Thank God. He accepts the offer and starts flicking. With his sleeves rolled up, I stare at his muscular forearm and wonder if it's his job that keeps him in good shape. He finally stops on the Criminal Minds. Jackpot! On screen, a peeping Tom is lurking on the other side of a woman's bedroom window. So this is what you're into, Lana, I say, more as a statement than a question. I bring my glass to my lips again. This is going down way too easily. It's where I learn all my great tips, he says with a straight face as the detectives look at an upturned paint tin the peeping Tom used as a stepladder. A giggle escapes my chest, and I see him smile out the corner of my eye. At least you're honest, except confiding in me is a rookie mistake, I say, noticing my glass is nearly empty. What if I tattle on you? I work in search and rescue. I know where all the obscure body hiding places are. I laugh loudly now, despite myself. As I drain my glass, I try to remember the last time I shared a wine with a man. The last time I dated was with Melissa's dad, and the car accident had taken him when she was only a baby. Know that this is a date. I straighten up on the couch, shooing away the weird feeling in my stomach. Would you like a refill? Jonathan notices my empty glass and walks to the bench, bringing the bottle back with him. I nod and hold it out, watching as the velvety stream flows from the bottleneck. One more is fine, right? 2 glasses later, we are on to the next episode, in which the perpetrator likes to dress up his kidnapped victims as fairies. He really should have gone with the blue wings for that girl. Yellow does not go with her complexion. Jonathan has been giving a running commentary the whole time, and we are having, dare I say, fun. I love a man who knows his blue from his yellow fairy wings. You love me now, do you? Jonathan cocks his head sideways as I scramble for a cool response. I feel my face start to burn when the room phone rings. Saved by the bell, he winks as he leaves the couch to answer. Hello? Jonathan smiles at me as he listens down the line. I have to break eye contact, worrying that the wine is making me smile too much. This is the owner. They said Melissa wants to stay for a sleepover downstairs. Is that okay? Jonathan asks, cupping his hand over the speaker. I guess. I fumble in response, realizing that the evening alone will be extended into an entire night. Suddenly, my palms feel sweaty. That's fine. Tell her to brush her teeth before bed, Jonathan says into the phone before wrapping up the conversation. Guess your daughter's having too much fun without us. He returns to the couch, draining the last of his wine. I'll try not to take it personally, I reply, realizing we are alone all over again. I think it's time for me to brush my teeth too. I make my way to the bathroom and change into my pajamas before brushing my teeth. It's not long before Jonathan joins me. Can't have those red wine stains? He picks up his brush and we clean our teeth in silence, sharing the occasional smile and taking turns to spit in the sink. I pat across the carpet and slide into the bed, the cool sheets tingling my skin. Jonathan climbs onto the cot, sighing as he snuggles down. There's nothing like a good wine to put you to sleep. Yeah, I manage, distracted by the fact we're both wearing much less clothing than before. Well, good night, Jonathan says as I turn out the bedside light. Night. I roll over, listening to the sounds of his breath a few meters away. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 8. Jonathan. I smile as the snow drifts down, coating my hair and shoulders with the delicate flakes. I was irritated earlier over the weather, until I realized it would give me a chance to spend more time with Andrea. I hear a door slam and look up. Melissa is tugging at Andrea's arm, trying to persuade her out into the snow. Jonathan, tell Mom that we need to go for a walk in the snow. It is gorgeous. Her cheeks are flushed from the cold and excitement. Andrea meets my eyes, a small smile dancing at the corners of her lips. I can feel my heart begin to race. Come on! I yell to her, gesturing to the white blanketed ground. It's a winter wonderland! Andrea snorts and trots lightly down the steps of the porch, her curves prominent in her snug leggings. Yes, Melissa pumps her fist in the air and catches a few snowflakes on her tongue. With an excited whoop, she sets off ahead of us, forging a path in the snow. I offer my elbow to Andrea, and she tucks her small hand into the folds of my jacket. My skin burns where she touches me, even through the thick layers. We walk in silence for a few moments. The only sounds are the wind cutting through the trees and Melissa crunching through the snow. I steal a glance at Andrea. A small smile is still playing around her lips. She closes her eyes and lifts her face to the sky. Snowflakes dot her golden cheeks, melting as they brush her warm skin. The urge to kiss her is overwhelming, but I stop myself. We aren't there yet. Last night's wine is still lingering on my tongue. I can't get over how much fun I had just sitting with her, watching crappy television. I hope she feels the same. We should speed up, or we will lose Melissa, she murmurs, removing her hand from my arm and hurrying towards her daughter who was well ahead of us. I walk a bit slower and take in the image of Melissa and Andrea playing. Their laughter lifts up through the trees, echoing through the quiet snow. A snowball thwacks me in the chest. I stare open-mouthed at Melissa, who is dissolving into giggles. "Oh, it is on!" I yell, and begin making my own snowball. Melissa yelps and hides behind a tree as I launch the snowball at her, missing her by a few inches. "Missed me!" she calls and sticks out her tongue. I shake my fist at her and begin making another missile when I am hit with another one. I spin around and see Andrea laughing and running away. Her face is open and unguarded. For the first time, I feel like she is finally letting her wall down around me. The thought warms me. I launch the snowball at her. After a few minutes of letting the girls pummel me, I suggest that we head back for some hot chocolate. "I'm freezing!" I declare, pulling my sodden coat away from my body. "Yeah, we got you pretty good," Melissa states matter-of-factly. I turn my bemused expression to Andrea, and she shrugs. "I thought you would have had better reflexes in your line of work." She tries to keep a straight face. I see how it is," I reply, fighting my own smile. "Come on, I want hot chocolate," Melissa calls from a few feet in front of us, impatience strewn across her face. We're coming, Andrea calls and picks up her pace. Melissa thinks she's being chased and takes off running. "Oof! I'm not chasing you!" Andrea yells, but then runs after her daughter. I laugh to myself. I can feel the happiness swelling deep within me. I haven't felt this way in so long, it's foreign to me. Watching them play and throw snow at each other cements a decision that I've been toying with for some time now. "You lose," Melissa says to me as I tread up the porch steps. She is already in the house, a cup of steaming hot chocolate in her hand. Yeah. I ruffle her hair and stomp my feet on the rug. Andrea is standing at the stove, stirring a pot. "Do you want some?" she asks, gesturing to the bubbling hot chocolate. "Please. I don't think I'll ever be warm again," I declare dramatically, and pull off my wet boots. She rolls her eyes and motions me to sit down at the table. With a groan, I fit my large frame into one of her small wooden chairs. She places a mug in front of me, and I wrap my hands around the cup, relishing in the warmth seeping into my cold hands. She sits across from me and runs her hands through her curly brown hair. She lets out a small groan of pleasure as she rubs her scalp. I avert my eyes. Every cell in my body is vibrating at her nearness. I want to sweep everything off of the table and pull her into my arms. However, that's probably not a great idea with Melissa in the living room watching TV. The phone rings, startling me from my thoughts. Andrea sighs and gets up to answer it. "Hello?" Her voice is melodic, even answering the phone. The frustration from wanting her has been plaguing me for days, and now it just seems as if it is at its breaking point. Something has got to give. "Yes, that would be fine. If you would like to..." "Perfect. I'll have her get ready. See you soon." She puts the phone back in the cradle. "Melissa!" she calls into the living room. "Yeah, Mom." "Come here so I don't have to yell through the house." She smirks at me. We can hear Melissa grumble from the living room and the TV turns off. "What, Mom?" Her eyes look tired from the afternoon spent in the snow. Her hair is sticking to the side of her face where she has been laying on the couch. "Do you want to go to Charlie's house? Her mom just called. She wants to know if you want to go over for the afternoon. They are going to have snacks and play video games." Melissa's eyes brighten. "Yes, of course I do. I need to change," she yells and runs up the stairs to her room. I can hear her feet pounding up the wooden stairs and down the hallway to her room. Andrea's eyes follow her daughter, a smile on her face. The love she has for her daughter is one of the most attractive qualities about her. She sees me looking at her. A slight flush darkens her cheeks. "So, just the two of us again, huh?" "Melissa has bailed 2 nights in a row," I say after a moment. She pauses. "Yes, I suppose so." She begins to wash the dishes in the sink. "I'm thinking good wine and crappy television again?" I call to her. She laughs. "That sounds good to me." Melissa comes running into the room. Her hair has been haphazardly pulled into a bun atop her head, and she is now donning a pair of jeans and a purple thermal. "I'm ready!" Her sing-song voice carries through the house. Andrea checks her watch. "They should be here any—" She is cut off by the doorbell. Melissa lets out a yell of excitement and races towards the door. "I'll be right back," she says to me and follows Melissa to the door. I can hear the murmuring of voices as the parents chat. A minute later, Andrea pauses in the doorframe. "I'm going to grab a shower and then I will be back down." She holds my gaze for a moment before disappearing upstairs. "She didn't mean anything by that, did she?" I say out loud to myself. She definitely paused after she said that, no, she didn't mean anything by it. I put my feet up on the adjacent chair and finish my drink. I hear the pipes rattle as the water is turned on. My eyes drift to the ceiling. I picture Andrea pulling off her leggings and turtleneck, her bra dropping to the floor. I shake my head. I can't get the thought of her upstairs waiting for me out of my head. I wait one more moment and then head upstairs. I tread quietly down the hall towards her bathroom. I pause at the door. I can hear her singing quietly inside. I raise my hand to knock and freeze. What if she turns me away? She definitely paused, I whisper again, and open the door. I can see the outline of her body through the shower door, and my mind is made up. I peel off my clothing and let it fall to the floor next to hers. I drum my fingers lightly on the glass door. She opens it and smiles. "I was wondering what was taking you so long."
Chapter 9. Andrea. Jonathan's eyes scan my figure. I lay my hands upon his chest and start kissing the sides of his neck, feeling the powerful muscles tense and relax against my hands. He moves his hands up and down my back, eventually resting them on my butt. He squeezes with full hands. "Aren't you actually going to wash me?" I whisper into his ear. His mouth twitches into a small smirk. "Of course I am." He reaches over, grabs the body wash, and lathers his hands. His hot breath pounds against my neck, sending shivers down my spine. He places his hands on my shoulders and indulges me in a slow rub. I can feel the heavenly sensation all the way down my back. "Don't tell me you're just going to do my shoulders," I say while grabbing his firm hips. In response to my teasing, he works his way down. I feel his palms and fingertips brush against my back while he continues his path along my spine. I lick his lips and then press mine against his, our tongues now dueling between our mouths. He lifts my arm and gets back to work, rubbing me down. I can feel the light tingle of the bubbles against my goosebumps. He moves his hand to my armpit and tickles me. I jerk away while playfully giggling. He kisses me again, fighting off laughter of his own. "Don't do that. I'm ticklish," I chuckle. "I couldn't help myself. You left yourself wide open." He gets back to lathering my body, and I surrender to the sensation of it. At last, he puts his hands on the sides of my neck and drifts down towards my chest. I can feel his trembling hands rub the soap into my bare pores, shaking with passion while avoiding my chest, even though I desperately want it. I soap up my hands and begin to massage his back while studying the lines in his face. His strong muscles flex at my touch. He pushes me away and looks me in the eyes. I can clearly see the nervousness hidden there. He doesn't want to press boundaries that he's afraid I'm not willing to cross. Taking his hand, I place it gently on my chest, reassuring him with my gaze. "Don't be afraid." He lets out a small grunt of surprise, seeing that I am now taking the lead. I load more gel onto my hands and begin scrubbing his front torso. I can feel the ripple of his cut abs against my fingers and palms. Every crease and bump sends shivers down my spine. The sensation is pure ecstasy for not only my body, but also my soul. No words can describe just how much I need this. This intimacy has been long overdue, and I've been practically dying of thirst. Now, wetter than the water dripping onto our naked bodies, I'm ready for this. Even if this is a mistake or just a fling, I need this. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. After cleaning up and drying myself off, I step into the bedroom where Jonathan still lays. I chuckle at his wet, still panting body. Great. Now the sheets are wet. I teasingly point out. He smirks and walks over to me and plants a kiss onto my lips. I keep telling myself that we are still just strangers, but now our relationship is being strained with sexual tension. Honestly, I do not know how I feel about this. The kiss is going great until a tiny knock from the door broke the near silence of the room. It freezes us in place. "Mommy, I'm back." We look to each other, panicking at the abrupt return of my daughter. Jonathan and I are still standing naked in the middle of the room, and the only thing keeping Melissa from seeing anything is a single door. Jonathan reacts immediately. "Quick, I'll get dressed if you get the door. I can go into the bathroom and act like I was showering." I nod and pick up a set of clothes to put on, while Jonathan bundles his stuff into the bathroom and turns on the shower. Fully clothed, and with a nude Jonathan hidden out of the way, I open the door and let a confused Melissa in. She looks around with an odd look on her face. "What was all that noise, Mom?" I panic and stammer for a second. "Oh, nothing, baby. Mommy was just putting some clothes away from the wash." Her face shows disbelief, but she shrugs it off and settles right in. I continue the facade by folding up some clothes that are out and need to be put away. As I turn my back away, absolutely sure the truth was hidden, Melissa blurts out, "Mommy, someone peed the bed."
Chapter 10, Jonathan. Man, the blizzard just isn't stopping. It doesn't take a meteorologist to notice the constant beating of the weather. It's not as if I dislike my time here, but I do have a life outside of the B&B. I've noticed it's almost like it isn't going to let up at all. Andrea responds, sounding oddly indifferent to the fact we are trapped here. Ever since our shower time incident, Andrea has been far more communicative with me. I enjoy her newfound confidence in me, though I'd imagine she would be embarrassed. The day has been carrying on slowly, with very little to do. Melissa has gone out to play with the other kids in the B&B, while Andrea and I stay to hold down the fort. After so much time cooped up, Andrea is showing her boredom. "How about we try and watch something until Melissa comes home?" I suggest, hoping to bring some shred of enjoyment to the day. I doubt anything will be on. The storm is blocking out the local news, so I doubt we'll get anything remotely interesting. She replies, almost disheartened at the state of our reality. I shrug and try anyway, knowing that the time wouldn't be spent any better by sitting and waiting. I grab the remote and start flipping through channels. The B&B boasts about having over 1,000 channels available through satellite television, though that doesn't mean much during a heavy storm. Station after station flicks by, and no dice. Static replaces the near silence of the room, competing with the sound of the vent pushing warm air into space. Andrea and I lay on the bed, hoping some morsel of entertainment finds its way to us through the airwaves. Though barely more bearable than sitting in silence and drinking coffee, I hold out a vain hope that even the Hallmark channel might come through. Nothing but static. I'm going to put on another pot of coffee. Andrea gets up and makes her way toward the kitchen. The scene feels unchanging and hopeless, and I doubt more caffeine is going to alleviate the boredom. After a few more minutes of channel surfing, I find a change to the constant blare of dead air. With fuzzy color populating the screen, it appears that AMC survived. I almost changed the station, figuring that nobody wants to watch the Lone Ranger or the Rifleman take on the mundane dangers of an unsettled Western front. Just as I raise my hand and move my finger towards the channel button, Andrea stops me. "Leave it. There probably isn't going to much else on." Even if that's true, and it most likely is, I would honestly rather watch the jumping of black and white static than the husk of my father's dead childhood. Andrea sits next to me on the bed, placing her mug on the nightstand between sips. I look at her just wondering what I did in my life to be so lucky as to be stuck with such an attractive woman. If anything was making this day bearable, it's her. Time passes as we delve into the mysteries of the Lone Ranger. Andrea and I chuckle at all of the show's imperfections. In my father's time, this genre and its works were considered to be staples amongst the youth and the elderly. I have to say that the best part of these old shows is how easy it is to make fun of them. The props are clearly fake, the actors are out of shape, and the overall script of the show is just poorly written. We deconstruct the show bit by bit for our own sarcastic amusement. During our intermissions of humor and relatability, I think to myself about things that relate to my father, family, and myself. My dad used to watch these silly westerns as a kid, but eventually had to grow up. At my age, he already had my mom and I to look after. Do not know how to process it, at least not in a way that lets me see myself following in his footsteps. I'm 35, debatably single, and work a dangerous job. Every relationship I've had up to this point has obviously never survived. The reasoning itself eludes me, but I guess I try to chalk it down to just never meeting the one. Can you believe that people actually like this? I remember when my mom was in the hospital, and this is all she would watch. I guess Andrea knows the same pains as well. This stuff is hard to digest alone, but I guess it's moderately tasteful when you have someone to make fun of it with. Yeah, my dad loved watching these old shows. When I was a kid, he used to make me watch a few. I was bored out of my mind. I turned to Andrea and eyed her over. But when I looked back at him, you could tell he was having a good time. We look at each other for a bit. I really respect her in this moment, knowing that the only reason I'm having fun right now is because Andrea is making it fun. She presses her shoulder into mine, and we just sit in silence for a bit. I don't know what I would call this feeling, but it feels great. There's a sharp rap on the door, and it swings open before either of us can call out a welcome. Thank goodness Melissa wasn't this forward when we were having our little tryst. "Mommy, I'm back!" the little girl blares out, further declaring her presence. "Hey, Melissa, how are your friends?" Andrea asks, bolting away from my arm and hiding any bit of intimacy we created. Melissa pours out to us her day's experience of youthful entertainment and adventure. She spent all day playing video games and playing outside in the cold snow, regardless of the strong winds. While Andrea and I were stuck inside the room, practically tormenting ourselves with the media of an era long past, Melissa had the day of her life. "Mommy, can we go to the movie in the lobby tonight?" Melissa begs as she puts on the puppy dog act. "My friends are going to be there." "Not tonight, Melissa. Mommy has to get dinner ready and you need to get ready for bed." Even after having spent the entire day bored out of her wits in this room, Andrea is resigned to stay in it for the rest of the night. "Come on, Andrea, I can take her to the movie if you want to stay in." I nudge her arm, telling her that she should most definitely take the opportunity to leave. "All right, we can all go, but it's getting late, Melissa. It'll be bedtime when we get back." Andrea caves to my influence, but clings to the vestiges of sensible parenthood. It's a strangely appealing mode for her. Melissa, with no words, shows that she is absolutely ecstatic. She sheds her puffy coat and several other layers of multicolored snow protection. I get up out of the bed and shift my way over to the coat rack while Andrea follows, grabbing our jackets just in case one of us decides to step out for air. After a flight of stairs and a small walk down a few hallways, we reach the lobby. It has been refurnished with more tables to accommodate the influx of guests who show up to watch the movie. "Hey, Andrea, can you please go grab us a table while I take Melissa to go get hot chocolate?" She smiles at me for the gesture. "Yeah, just bring me back one too." While she moves towards the group of tables, I grab Melissa's little palm and we journey to the concession area. The little girl is practically vibrating in anticipation of the sugar awaiting her. Amongst the pot of hot chocolate sits a small buffet of food, alongside a few desserts. Melissa eyes the ham, clearly ready to devour. I grab a plate and load it with a few assorted goodies, knowing that Andrea and I aren't going to be in the mood to cook anything once we get back. After getting the 3 hot chocolates and a plate of various meats and vegetables, we reunite with Andrea. We sit and wait for the movie to start. I peer at the showing list to see that our movie tonight, ironically, was going to be Singing Guns. Andrea gives me the biggest mischievous grin I had ever seen on a woman, knowing that I just pulled us into a Western movie. "Yay, they're playing cowboys, Mommy," Melissa says, immediately being hushed by her mother. As the lights dim and the movie begins, I slowly but confidently slip my hand over Andrea's. Without any outward physical reaction, she simply grabs my hand back. It feels odd having this kind of relationship, especially with a woman that I don't really know that well. I personally thought that I'd always just stay single, never truly ready to settle down. But tonight is making me feel things that I can't clearly explain. My dad had been fairly quick to start his family while taking my damn sweet time about settling down. Maybe I'm intimidated at the passing of time, slowly taking my ability to start a family. Maybe I'm just downright afraid of commitment. Regardless.
Chapter 11. Andrea. Depending on how the situation unfolds, the weather in the area could lighten up over the coming days. This would allow road crews to finally make their way in to clear the area of the heavy snowfall. I let out a deep exhale through my nostrils as I listened to the radio, my eyes gradually drifting towards the window to gaze at the world outside. To be fair, the weather easing up is pleasant news. In other circumstances, I'm sure I would have felt a wave of relief wash over me, and yet, I couldn't help but feel a pang in my heart at the thought of leaving Jonathan behind. After all that has happened between us, it's a deep-seated feeling that lingers with me even if I don't outwardly show it. As my eyes flicker upwards to observe the pale sky outside, I silently hope for another storm to materialize soon. I understand that it's wrong to wish for such a thing. Most would even call this selfish, and I agree. Even still, my feelings for Jonathan are causing me to grasp at any opportunity to stay a bit longer in the hopes of spending more time with him. Every moment with him is gold. For that reason, I want to cherish the time I have left with him. I know that when Melissa and I leave, which will happen eventually, I may never see him again. The realization is sobering, enough to make me clench my jaw at the thought. Damn, I mumble to myself, rubbing at my eyes to stop them from watering. Reaching for my phone, the screen lights up to show me the time. 7:56 p.m. I take a few moments to recollect myself, accepting the reality of my situation. My time with Jonathan is running out, sure. Still, there are things I can enjoy while I am still by his side. "Hey, Mom," Melissa says, the sound of her approaching footsteps snapping me out of my daze. "Jonathan is bringing us up some food. He told me to come tell you." "Really, sweetheart?" I reply, nonchalantly patting the pad of my index finger along the inner corners of my eyes. "That's nice of him." "It is." She smiles, flopping herself on the bed. "He let me choose what I wanted." I raise my brow at her. "And what did you choose?" "A quesadilla." I let out a sigh at that option. "Not the most nutritious choice, Melissa." The giddy smile lighting up her face is enough to have one forming on my own. But it'll do. Suddenly, there are 2 knocks on the door. Jonathan enters the room gracefully, carting in a selection of food that includes a glass jug of water, Melissa's quesadilla, and 2 plates of filet mignon. Taking a few whiffs of the air, my mouth waters at the scent. "I hope you like steak," he quips, taking the plates of food and settling them onto the small dinner table near the kitchen. The sight makes me laugh under my breath. He's bustling around like any would-be waiter, pouring our drinks into glass cups and positioning silverware beside my plate and his. I notice immediately how excited Melissa becomes at the sight of him. Jonathan even goes as far as pulling out her chair for her before she sits down. As I make my way over to sit down, I can't help but hear my heart thumping against my chest. Despite my feelings inside, I force a small smile and nod. "I do like steak, thank you." "That's a good thing then. The kitchen staff wasn't trying to serve me anything else tonight. Ingredients must be running low." Jonathan shrugs, taking a sip of water. My own throat starts to close up from the nerves, so I do the same. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Melissa already digging into her simple meal. I feel grateful towards Jonathan. He knows how to bring a smile onto her face. The myriad of thoughts still lingering within my mind are threatening to snatch away what is left of my meager appetite. To keep up appearances, I start cutting away at my steak and bring the bites into my mouth. I focus more on the food than anything else. I don't have the heart to meet Jonathan's gaze. Not now. "So how was your day, Melissa?" Jonathan asks, striking up a conversation with her. Thank God for that. Aside from the clatter of utensils, the silence of the room is enough to suffocate me. "Pretty good," she says. "I saw my friends again. I really like them. I feel like I can talk to them about anything." "Really?" He smiles as he focuses on cutting his steak. I watch him absent-mindedly. "What kind of things do you talk about?" At that, she stops and ponders his words for a moment. That familiar contemplative look wafts over her features. "Well, we talk about our favorite foods, our favorite shows, even our favorite animals. I've always wanted a pet rabbit, but Mom says that they're too much work." "Maybe when you're older, Melissa," I say, which shifts her attention onto me. "They may be cute, but they're still living animals. You have to take care of them well." "My friend had a bunny while we were growing up." Jonathan pipes in. "He wasn't very careful with it, though. He would always let it do whatever it wanted. It pooped on his bed once." "Ew," Melissa grimaces, pushing away her plate. "That's gross." "See?" I send her a knowing look, motioning towards Jonathan. A look of amusement shines across his face. Those are the consequences of not being careful with a bunny. I mean, hey, Jonathan puts his hands up in defeat. I'll admit I probably wouldn't take care of a bunny that well, but that's a small animal. How hard could it really be? Don't give her ideas. I narrow my eyes at him playfully, to which he grins. Melissa gasps, before clasping her hands together and smiling so wide that it shows off all of her teeth. Mommy, can I please have a bunny one day then? I promise I won't let it poop on my bed. My eyes oscillate back and forth between the two of them. They look like partners in crime. To really drive the point home, Jonathan straightens out his back and clasps his hands together on top of the table to match Melissa. I can vouch for Melissa, he says, earning an approving nod from her as a result. She will not allow the bunny to do such a thing. Huffing out a short breath, I take the bait. I don't have any other option, not with the way those two are looking at me. Fine, one day, Melissa, I promise. On cue, the two of them share a victorious high five. I shake my head at them, but I can't help the grin tugging the ends of my lips upwards. They complement each other well. Again, I feel that same tug at my heartstrings that almost crippled me earlier. I force my eyes down to my near-empty plate, as Jonathan almost catches me staring for too long. Cleaning up after dinner is a breeze, with Jonathan insisting that he helps out in taking the dishes back down to the kitchen. For the rest of the night, Jonathan, Melissa, and I surf channels on the television and bicker over which show to watch. Despite my compelling argument to why Kitchen Nightmares is a worthy contender, Melissa always tends to win these bouts. SpongeBob SquarePants wins yet again. Melissa's eyes fluttering shut for extended periods of time is a sign that it is time for bed. Jonathan helps carry and settle her into the bed, half awake at this point. His actions make me send him an appreciative smile as I occupy the empty space next to Melissa upon the bed, one that he reciprocates. I keep my eyes off him as he retreats to his cot. Instead, I make sure Melissa is comfortable as the girl draws nearer to succumbing to sleep. Before she does so, she leans over and pecks me on the cheek. "Love you, Mommy." "I love you too," I reply, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. "I love you, Jonathan," Melissa says, snuggling into her pillow and drawing the blanket closer into her body. I suck in my breath, freezing into my spot on the bed. Staring at the ceiling as the silence encapsulates the room, I wonder if I should say something. Words are heavy on my tongue, yet I refuse to let any escape. Before long, I remind myself that I need to breathe. That's when he says it. "I love you too, Melissa." My body goes numb as I contemplate the events that transpired. Melissa loves Jonathan. Jonathan loves Melissa. For a minute, I muse about the possibility that maybe I'm already dreaming. The sound of two distinct sets of snores eradicates that thought immediately. While those two have no trouble drifting off to sleep, the whirlwind in my mind refuses to let me rest, at least not for a while. Albeit my tossing and turning, my aimless thoughts overwhelm me regardless.
Chapter 12. Jonathan. "I love you, Jonathan," Melissa says, her soft voice carrying over the dark room. She did say that, right? It's not just in my head. Melissa told me she loves me. I know I have to answer fast, but I'm scared any response is going to get caught up in my throat. Take a breath. "I love you too, Melissa." Even when it's done, my head swims. Glancing to the right, I can imagine her outline in the darkness from my cot. Maybe this wouldn't seem so scary if it weren't so true. I do love this little girl. I love her a lot. I'm not sure in what capacity. It's a bit too early to love her as a father would. But I love her. I wonder if I should have said it at all, but the release I feel in my chest lets me know the words are wholly the truth. The words make my mind wander to her mother. Andrea is pretty amazing. More than amazing. Sure, she had been a little suspicious in the beginning, but when she opens up and doesn't hold back, so much more of her is shown for me to see. Before now, the thought of a family has never crossed my mind. I work a lot, and a job in search and rescue isn't as safe as an office job or tech. I love my job, and it's what I've always wanted to do. But now there's another desire coming in front of me. Andrea and Melissa. In the short time I've known them, I think they've become more to me than most anything else. I don't know what I want anymore, and that's the thought I have as I drift off to sleep. In fact, the thought permeates my mind so much that when I wake up, it's almost as if I haven't slept at all. And that thought is still there. I don't feel tired, but I still keep my eyes closed in the beginning of my waking minutes. I allow myself to feel the air go in and out my lungs. When I do open them, I see a few blurry curls in my frame of vision. I can't help but grin. Good morning. Hi, Jonathan. How long have you been up? I fold my arms behind my head. For hours. I woke up at like 2 o'clock, and then I went back to sleep. And when I woke up, you and Mommy were still asleep. Sorry about that, I answer, holding back a chuckle. Her corkscrew curls are a mess all over her head, showering down over her long lashes and eyes as she peers at me. You must have been really tired. I slept that long, huh? So long. You have to take some pity on me, Melissa. I'm old. Old people need more sleep. I guess. But you could have slept faster, she says. I'll try that out next time, I answer. Sitting up, I stretch my arms and pop a few of my knuckles. So, I guess your night was fine. You slept well? I didn't get to finish my show. That's because you fell asleep, silly. I won't fall asleep next time. Her eyes are downcast as her feet trace the carpet under her bare toes. So, what are you thinking for breakfast? I think they have the Continental downstairs. What's that mean? Oh, a continental breakfast just means a light breakfast. It has things like coffee and muffins and cereal. I want cereal, she declares. Okay, what kinds are your favorites? I think Kelpo. Did you know SpongeBob eats Kelpo cereal? It's sold at the Bikini Bottom, and SpongeBob likes to have it for breakfast. Can't say I've heard of it before, no, but it sounds good. What's your second choice if they don't have Kelpo? Cocoa Puffs, those are my favorites. She stresses the last word of her sentence with wide eyes. As I pull some socks on over my feet, I nod. This place may be conservative, but I don't think they'll consider it a crime if I go down in my jammies. And what is your mom like? Pressing a finger to her chin, Melissa thinks for a moment. Then she comes closer to me and bends toward my ear. I have to tell you something, but you can't tell anyone. It's a secret. Well, it's not a secret, but everyone doesn't know, okay? Okay. I lean further to hear her, feeling her hands cup around my ear. My mommy usually gets the boring cereals like cornflakes and Cheerios, but her favorite is actually Fruit Loops. They have a lot of sugar in them, and she likes to be healthy, so whenever anyone asks her, she says one of those. But Fruit Loops, those are her favorite. Absolute favorite. She loves them. I should get her some of those then, huh? Yes, get her those. Okay, I'll make sure to get them. Pleased with herself, Melissa steps back. After I finish getting my shoes on, I swoop downstairs and collect mini boxes of cereal for each of us. Cocoa Puffs for me and Melissa, and a box of Fruit Loops I'm hoping Andrea will like. By the time I get back, she's awake and sitting on her bed hunched over her cell phone. By the creases in her forehead, I figure the Wi-Fi still isn't working. A part of me is happy about that, though. She looks up at me and smiles. Good morning, I say. Hey, she returns. Melissa told me you went off to get some breakfast. Yep, I got us some cereal. I set the 3 ceramic white bowls I got with the cereal on a desk and put each of the boxes of Cocoa Puffs behind them. I then keep the red box of Fruit Loops in my hand and hold it out to Andrea over on the bed. What? Are these for me? She asks. Of course. How'd you know? Hesitantly, she takes the box from me. An eyebrow raises. A little birdie named Melissa told me they're your favorite. Hey, they are. Thank you, and thank you for getting breakfast. My pleasure. So, how'd you sleep? Her shoulders relax some. I slept well. And you? Took me a while to go, I think. You and Melissa were off pretty quickly, though. I let out a breathy chuckle. Not that I watched you guys. Of course not. For a moment, I just look into her eyes, those precious emerald green eyes sparkling. Her tongue rests on the roof of her mouth. She looks as if she's about to say something when we're jolted from our moment by Melissa. "Mommy! Jonathan, come see this!" she yells. The room is so small it seems a bit excessive, but I also know nothing like that crosses the mind of an 8-year-old. "Coming, sweetie," Andrea says, breaking away her gaze as she slides off of the bed and comes to sit at the end of it beside Melissa. I dole out the bowls, spoons, and milk before settling down next to them on the other side of Melissa. I sort of watch the cartoons as I begin shoveling cereal into my mouth, but my eyes wander to the girls more than once during the meal. When we're all done, I set the bowls on the desk so that everyone can get more comfortable. After scooting back into my lap, Melissa pulls a blanket from the bed and drapes it over all of us. She's warm against me. Something serene comes over me with it all. Under the blanket, Melissa curls her fingers around one of my hands. I return the gesture with a squeeze. Sweet girl. Wonderful woman. Pale cartoons. It's surreal. Is this what I want? Do you like the show, Jonathan? Melissa's eyes are on me. Yeah, I love it. It's funny. I can't say I'm following the plot too well with all the distractions surrounding me, but I think I have a clear enough grounding in the present to know it's nice. And you like it, Mommy? Melissa turns to Andrea. I love it. Andrea nods. We make eye contact again. That mouse is funny. Hilarious. He's not that funny, Melissa says. It's only kind of funny. The cat's just too silly to figure out how to get through, isn't he, Mommy? Right, Melissa. If I were the cat, I would have figured it out by now. I'd get a cage and trap the mouse in there. Problem solved. Smart girl, I say. Yes, very smart, Andrea agrees. She comes closer to us, her arm brushing against my shoulder as she takes Melissa's hand under the blanket. With this little girl in my lap, and I can't remember the last time things felt this still. Everything is fitting so nicely. The clouds have all parted, and the sky is undeniably clear and blue. The question is drumming in the back of my head again. Is this what I want?
Chapter 13. Andrea. We finish watching the cartoons and Jonathan decides to head back downstairs. He walks out, leaving me and Mel alone in the room. I get the feeling he's going a little stir-crazy being cooped up all the time. To be fair, I think we all are, especially Melissa. She is used to running around like a crazy person. To be stuck inside all the time isn't easy for her. I'm glad that she's made some friends, though. I know that helps her pass the time. Otherwise, I am not sure how I would be able to deal with her hyperactive attitude. I laugh to myself and look over at Mel to see that she is deep in thought. It's a rare sight for the 8-year-old to be still and quiet, and I almost worry that something is wrong. What's going on, kid? I ask her. I like this game, she says thoughtfully. Playing pretend family with Jonathan. I wish we could do it forever. You want to play pretend forever? I ask her with a chuckle. No. She shakes her head seriously. I wish it were real. I'm taken aback by this. It's clear that she likes Jonathan, but I didn't realize she had thought so much about this. You barely know him, I tell her. We've only been here for a few days. What's the limit? She asks, confused. How long do you have to know him? I stutter, realizing I don't have an answer. I guess there isn't a time requirement. Melissa jumps down from the bed, apparently satisfied with my explanation, and asks to go play with her new friends. It's an odd relief after our little chat. Sure, I tell her. Just be back before long? As she leaves, though, I am left to think about her question. How long does it take to know you love someone? I have only known Jonathan a matter of days, but I already feel a connection with him. That love? The possibility rattles around inside me as I change into a more professional outfit. In the little time I have known him, Jonathan has made his way into my life and my heart. He is so good with Melissa. And it's clear that she loves him. I worry what will happen if we don't see him again once we leave. I know Melissa would be heartbroken. I wonder, would I be too? Trying to shake these thoughts out of my head, I sit down in front of my computer. We're supposed to be home by now, and I don't want to take unnecessary time off work. I only have a few meetings with clients today, but it's all I can do to concentrate on getting through my emails. This is going to be a long couple of hours. Settling into the rhythm of work, I managed to put Jonathan out of my mind for a while. By the time I finish up my last meeting, I feel better. It's invigorating to get back to work and feel a little normalcy again. I make sure to check my emails one more time and get the last few get out of the way before I call it a day. Once I'm able to turn off the computer, I lean back and close my eyes, and all the thoughts of Jonathan come rushing back. I sigh and scrub my hands over my face. This is not a problem I am used to having. I've been a single mother since Melissa was just a few months old, and dating has never been something I had time for. It's had been a long time now, but I still miss Mel's father sometimes. I realize how much I miss having a partner to share life with, and find myself wondering if Jonathan is my answer. After the tragic car accident that took my husband, I didn't think I would ever love again. For a long time, I shut myself off from any thought or possibility of finding love. I had a baby and a job, and I couldn't imagine dating anyone else. When I wasn't taking care of Melissa, I was working my way up the ladder at my job. When he died, I threw myself into work and refused to acknowledge anything but that and my new baby. Now, however, I think I am starting to realize what I have been missing. Could Jonathan fill this hole in my life? It's a scary thought, but I find myself wishing for it to be true. I'm flooded with the desire for our winter wonderland to last forever. That way, I could just stay in this bubble, away from reality. Unfortunately, I know that we will have to get back to reality soon. Maybe Jonathan will continue to be a part of it. I hope he is. I want him to stay a part of our lives. Maybe we could start to date like normal people. Go out to a coffee shop, or even get dinner. Do things in the real world and get to know each other. That would certainly be a different dynamic from what we're doing now. Jumping into things with a pretend family isn't how your average relationship starts. I have to laugh at the absurdity of it. What would people say if they knew? Relationship? I called it that without thinking. Is this a relationship? I'm certainly attracted to him. Damn, we even had sex once. But what does that really mean? And does he even want it to be a relationship? Maybe he can't wait to get out of here. I remember at first, he didn't strike me as the type of guy to settle down, but he's changed since we met on that mountain. He is gentler somehow, more attentive, or maybe I'm the one that's changed. He makes me feel more confident, more like myself, and I'm sure that it shows. Maybe it's just the magic of the snowstorm, but I realize that I am happy. I am happy in a way that I haven't felt in a long time. I realize that I have just been sitting here thinking. Slightly embarrassed, I stand up and walk over to where Melissa has strewn her clothing. I know I need to put Jonathan out of my mind as I clean up this mess, but I just can't quite do it. Every time I let my guard down, he pops back into my thoughts. You know what I need to do? Find him. I could tell him how I feel. Actually, no, that's not a good idea. I don't even have a firm grasp on how I feel. So how could I explain it to him? I smile and shake my head at the lunacy of the idea. There's no way I'll be able to come clean, so I just have to wait and hope he feels the same way. Taking a deep breath, I square myself and look around. Melissa had managed to trash this corner of the room. Her clothes were strewn all over, and there's even something sticky on the wall. Wetting a cloth in the sink, I set out to clean it and see if I can save the paint underneath. The task is repetitive and strangely comforting. Cleaning has always been a peaceful task for me, taking something dirty and returning it to a pristine state. Eventually, I get so lost in scrubbing that I don't hear the door open behind me. "Hi, Mom." I turn quickly, snapping out of my thoughts. "Hey, kid." I smile at her. "Did you have fun?" "Yes," she bounces over. "We all played with dolls for a while. Then we played hide and seek all over the B&B. It was so fun. Then we watched Frozen again." Lord, how long had she been gone? "Again?" I laugh. "You've seen it enough times by now to have it memorized." "There is no such thing as too many times." She insists, and I have to laugh again. I am thankful she's been distracted today so I can get my work done. "Where's Jonathan?" Melissa asks, looking around and just noticing he wasn't in the room. "He went out for a walk this morning," I remind her. "I'm sure he'll be back before long. It's almost time for dinner." "He would never miss that," Melissa agrees. "Can I go back to my friend's room? It's boring here." I don't miss the implication that Jonathan is the fun one, but I agree anyway. I need to finish cleaning up this mess, and I have a feeling she is not going to be a great help. "Sure," I answer. "Just be back before dinner." "Okay," she chirps. "We have to finish the official coronation of Princess Lucy into the kingdom." "Well, that does sound very important," I say. "You better get right on that. Otherwise, the kingdom will be without a princess, and that's just unthinkable." I laugh to myself and get back to work as she runs back out of the room.
You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. When I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance.
Chapter 14. Jonathan. Melissa is off playing with some of the friends she made, and Andrea is starting to work in their room. I'm out of luck. Bored without the two ladies, I head outside and explore the property. In this weather, it's like a winter wonderland. The building is a beautiful old stone, surrounded by pine trees, branches drooping under the weight of the snow on them. Earlier, I'd bundled myself up, but now I'm still chilly as I walk along a nearly buried path. There must be some beautiful gardens in the summer, I think to myself. Maybe we'll have to come back someday. The thought is a surprise for two reasons. First, I haven't thought about what will happen when we have to leave this place yet. And second, I just included Andrea and Melissa in my future plans. Just yesterday, I'd said I loved Melissa back, and clearly it wasn't a sleepy mistake, because even now I'm making homey plans to keep her in my life for at least 6 more months. I keep walking along the stone path, nearly covered by snow, wondering about just how thoroughly these two ladies are going to turn my life upside down. 2 mugs of hot cocoa in the same number of hours later, Andrea walks down with Melissa in tow for dinner. "But can't we eat later?" Melissa complains. "We were just about to beat the dragon." "Well, the dragon isn't real, but my hunger certainly is." Melissa crosses her arms with a humph. And you, little girl, had a big day today. You have to eat something. Melissa makes another humph. Andrea rolls her eyes, but says, maybe, just maybe if you're good, I'll think about letting you go see your friends after dinner. Melissa immediately lights up, nodding enthusiastically and heading again towards the dining room. She spots me and, smiling, runs over for a hug. Jonathan! I scoop her up in my arms, beaming back down at her as she giggles. Spin me around, Jonathan, I oblige, but stop at a slightly disapproving look from the bed and breakfast owner. You're making quite a lot of noise. She's had a very big day, Andrea says, making her way over to us. Why don't you tell Jonathan about what you and your friends did, Melissa? Melissa obliges, talking as fast as she can manage for the whole time as we make our way to the table, then even longer as we sit down and wait to get our food. Rambling, she talks about dragons and a battle and a knight, and I honestly can't tell for the life of me if she's talking about playing an imaginary game or if this is a video game. Dinner passes quickly as we sit, listening to Melissa talk. There's no conscious effort on my part to play the role of a father. It is completely natural to me to listen to Melissa talk and to smile up at Andrea at something ridiculous she said, like we were sharing an inside joke. In no time, Melissa is bouncing in her seat, dessert finished and a sugar rush imminent. So, Mom, do you think I can go and spend the night with my friends? We haven't had a sleepover even once and we're in the same house, so I won't be far if you need me. And also I'll have so much fun and you can have adult time. I look at Andrea and see her flush slightly at the mention of adult time. Yes, of course, sweetie. We'll go upstairs and get your PJs ready. We go up and do just that, Melissa bouncing out the door with a backpack and a teddy under her arm. You've got quite a saleswoman as a daughter, you know, I say, and Andrea laughs. She really just rambled through every reason why it would benefit you to let her go see her friends. Yes, Andrea says, smiling. She's sneaky 'cause she's so smart. I'll have my work cut out for me when she gets to her teen years. Very true, I say, laughing. So, how was work today? Get a lot done? Yeah, I did, but nothing worth talking about, especially since I've been doing it all day. I'd rather not talk about it now. What about you? You're in search and rescue. That definitely has to be an interesting origin story. Origin story is probably too dramatic a way to put it, I say, laughing. I sit down on the edge of the bed, while Andrea walks to the small fridge in our room and pulls out a bottle of whiskey. She holds it up and raises an eyebrow at me. Game on, I say. She sits on the bed beside me and pours out a rather large amount of whiskey into 2 plastic mugs. Classy, right? She asks, smiling at me. God, she has a beautiful smile. Who cares about classy when the whiskey is good? I hold my glass up and she clinks hers against mine and takes a large swig. The woman can handle her alcohol, I'm impressed. I take a sip too and it's good. Smooth, burning on the way down. So, she says, looking expectantly at me. Let's hear the apparently not dramatic origin story. All right, you asked for it. She smiles, having won, and settles herself in comfortably. I was 23 when my cousin and I went on a deep woods hike. We were young and a little dumb, and we decided to find our own campsite, instead of heading to the one that was actually marked on the trails ahead of us. We didn't get lost, but she fell. Andrea's face is wrapped with attention. There was this ravine and some black ice. It happened out of nowhere. One minute she was standing beside me. The next she was screaming as she fell between the 2 walls of rock. She got wedged in pretty bad, had bloodied up her head and her leg. Andrea stares at me with worry in her eyes, hanging to my words. It was probably desperation that came over me and spurred me into movement. But somehow, I'd quickly rigged up this sort of pushing system with a few thick branches, and I managed to wedge it under her to help prop her up and pull her out. Her leg was so bad that she couldn't walk on it, and she was losing a lot of blood from her head. I carried her all the way down that mountain. It was adrenaline and desperation coursing through me, but I wasn't afraid, because I knew I'd make it on time and I knew I could save her. Then, after getting her into an ambulance and into a hospital, I knew I'd found my calling as well. Andrea smiles, enjoying the story more than I thought she would. I talked to the men that had showed up to respond to our distress call. They'd been too late, but they would have been able to help if I hadn't. I wanted to be like them, and they offered me a position. I trained, got all of my certifications, worked on deep woods training. Wow, sounds like some hard work. I wouldn't get through something like that. Andrea interrupts, respect in her tone. Yes, but I don't know, none of it felt like work in the traditional sense. It was just learning more so that I could help more people. There's nothing wrong with the people who go out on adventures, but bad luck shouldn't ruin that forever for them. Bad luck shouldn't take a life. And if this is the way that I can save lives and help people, then I will. I love my job so much. Wow, Andrea says, speechless. I keep looking at the ground, feeling modest and like I'm maybe boasting my bravery. Do I sound like I'm trying to impress her? I wasn't trying to, though. Maybe she thinks I made it up, or that I embellished it to make himself sound better. That's an incredibly dramatic origin story, in my opinion. I finally look up, meeting her eyes. You're a modern-day hero, Jonathan. No, everyone in my field of work is. It's just what we do. Yes, but you're a hero because you love it, because you're passionate about it. That makes you better than anyone else could be at this job. That love is what makes you a hero. It means you'd do anything to save someone. It's incredible. I thank you. It means a lot to hear that. Andrea smiles at me, compassion and pride on her face. She is so beautiful in the baggy t-shirt and jeans that she works in, plastic whiskey-filled mug in hand. Her eyes are so very green, her skin golden in the low light of a lamp in the corner. Gorgeous, I think, but then I decide she deserves to hear it. Gorgeous. The look on her face changes, her eyes staring into mine, into my very soul. The smell of whiskey fills the air as the glasses spill, forgotten. And she's on me, straddling my lap, kissing me passionately. The taste of whiskey fills my mouth from her lips as she pushes me backwards onto the bed.
Chapter 15. Andrea. I didn't know what else to do when he called me gorgeous. Maybe that's why all I can do is drop my whiskey glass and hoist myself onto Jonathan, pushing myself as far forward and into him as I can. Those ocean blue eyes flash bright and swing a rope around me. Tethered tight, I find myself with no choice but to be pulled deeper in. My legs wrap around him easily, as if our bodies are clicking into place, manufactured only for each other. Jonathan kisses me. It sounds simple, but he does it so deeply I can feel his force like tremors throughout my body. Gorgeous rings in my head as I pull away from him after another kiss, meeting his eyes. Instantly I can tell he knows what my gaze means. He removes my t-shirt slowly, tenderly twisting the cotton material up with his thumb and middle finger, dragging it against my skin. At certain points, he presses his fingers into me before retracting them. As I watch him, my mouth rests agape. When he's done, Jonathan runs his index finger along my breastbone. The trail of the pad of his finger is cold at first, but it quickly warms against my skin, and one thing becomes abundantly clear to me. I want him. Leaning forward, he kisses me again, and I kiss him back with even more fervor than I had before. And for a moment, we stay vertical and kiss with not even the barrier of air between our bodies. This is all so slow, but I can hear our panting under the honey gold light of our room. His broad, well-defined chest moves in and out, concave and convex. I imagine mine is doing the same. It feels like the nicest thing in the world when I bring my hands up, combing them through his soft hair and down over his thick shoulders and along his strong arms and around to his brawny back, holding his gorgeous body against mine. Delicately, and with the sort of touch an artist gives his painting, Jonathan reaches over and touches his finger against one of the straps of my bra. He traces his finger slowly along the upper edge and front, and then sketches it all the way down around the bottom. I watch his face as he does this. It all seems more intimate than kissing him even. By the time he finishes outlining, I'm so wet I can hardly stand, my knees knocking together and my body falling into him. Gorgeous, Jonathan says for the second time that night. As he brings his arms around me, dragging one of his hands down my curves until he finds my butt. Once he's around the plush arc, he squeezes it. His other hand caresses my hair, the tips of his fingers electrifying my coconut-oiled scalp. Letting out a light breath, I lean further into the touch. He tugs my panties off of me and down to my ankles. I kick them off. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylerwalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler. You're glowing, he tells me, kissing my forehead. His lips linger on me. Then his fingers begin massaging my shoulder, soft and sweet circles. Glowing, stretching my arms, I bring one of them over him and another under, to lodge myself even deeper. His chest carries me as I brush my lips against him, listening to his inhales and exhales. Glowing, resolute. In another quick motion, Jonathan bends down over the side of the bed. He collects the sheets and comforter. They come back over us like a parachute. It reminds me of how I'd been free-falling before, how safe and still I feel in his grip. I don't fall asleep the way I usually do. Tonight I slip into sleep. I go softly and with Jonathan. When I wake up, it's dawn and the sky is smudged with a radiating sun, half up and narrow, fluffy clouds. When I wake up, I feel the remnants of his touch on my body, his fingerprints still there, along with the dried crust of last night's wet love. When I wake up, the first thing on my mind is Jonathan. I'm not in his arms anymore, so I figure he's just drifted off to another side of the bed during the night. I want to hold him again and go back to sleep for another couple hours together. Melissa still won't be back for a while, right? Seeing I'm on the edge of the left side of the bed, I reach to my right. My palm swings and hits empty bed, meets cool sheet. I realize he's not next to me. Wait. My stomach drops and churns and shifts into an uncomfortable sensation. I feel the way a broken machine sounds. Maybe I'm just buffering. I sit up. It only makes my eyes burn to see the barren spot. My vision blurs, and I blink and rub my eyes and reach over again, but he's still not there, even when I whisper for him to come back, to be seen. Where is he to hold me, to love me? Where's he gone? I don't go back to sleep. Chapter 16. Andrea. Another long sigh permeates the air of our B&B room. I look over to see Melissa hanging upside down off the bed, with her hair as fanned out behind her. The force of her feet kicking up and down against the mattress, causing the springs to squeak. The whole bed moves beneath us, like a moon bounce. I'm bored, she groans. We could play a board game, I suggest. We've played every game, watched every show, read every book. There's nothing to do. We could play hide and seek, I offered desperately. Then we both inspect the room. Melissa sits up with a confused look. The hiding spots are lacking and unimpressive. There is probably something fun to do. We just haven't discovered it yet. I put on my best optimistic face. Well, maybe we should discover it faster. She plops back down, jolting the bed. I drape my arm across her ankles, to stop the incessant kicking. This earns me a scowl. A unique scowl combining annoyance and frustration into one. Every parenting handbook will teach that this look is a form of defiance, and therefore must be reprimanded. Yet it's hard to scold a kid for having a fair point. If I was an 8-year-old, I would be antsy in this room too. While formulating my next response, a couple small knocks sound at the door. Melissa shoots up and makes her way towards the knocking before I can even begin to get up. She opens the door, and the sound of breathless giggling enters our room. I look over Melissa's shoulder to see the source of this melodic sound. 2 girls, one blonde and one brunette, stand at the doorway, dressed in winter gear. Even though their faces are masked by puffy jackets and scarves, I recognize them as the friends Melissa has made since we've been here. After asking the parenting gods to help me out of sticky situations with Melissa, they have finally listened and sent 2 little cures of boredom to my door. Eavesdropping on their lighthearted conversation, I smile to myself knowing a relaxing moment may be in my future. However, when I try to get closer to the group, a creaking floorboard shifts beneath me. The sound disrupts their laughter, and the girls all turn towards me. "Can I please go play in the snow with my friends?" Melissa asks with pleading eyes. "Okay, but make sure to bundle up. I don't want you getting cold." Melissa shuffles around the room, grabbing all of the clothes she needs. I block the scene of her getting dressed by leaning against the doorframe. "So what are your mothers up to?" I ask the girls. Melissa's tiny grunts fill the room as she struggles with the laces of her snow boots. "My mom is eating pizza over there," the blonde girl responds, pointing in the general direction of her room. "My mom is watching some gross romance movie over there," the brunette girl responds, pointing in the opposite direction of her friend. "That sounds fun. I am going to have to get your parents' numbers. That way you girls can have more playdates," I say politely. The girls start to ramble to one another about random topics. Their disjointed banter quickly makes me lose track of what they are talking about. "I'm ready," Melissa proclaims, spinning around to show all of us her winter attire. She has all of her cozy accessories on except her mittens. "Where are your mittens?" "I don't like them. They get soaked, and it's harder to make snowballs." She scrunches up her nose in distaste. "This isn't debatable. Please stay close to the B&B, I remind her. "We will be okay," Melissa reassures me. She snatches her mittens from the top drawer of the dresser and slips them onto her hands. I give her lingering a hug. She squirms away from me, eager to leave with her friends. They scamper down the hall, towards the exit chatting amiably. Due to the many layers they have on, they almost look like waddling penguins. The cutest, happiest penguins I have ever laid eyes on. The door falls closed slowly, and I am left with blissful quiet. There is no more pounding, squeaking, or debating. I'm going to need a distraction from this silence. Time to partake in my time-honored relaxation regimen. Step 1, take a bath. Once my feet hit the tile, I change into my robe and begin to run the water. The patter of the water echoes throughout the bathroom. My upper body begins to loosen up, preparing for the stresses to melt away. The body wash mixes with the flowing water, creating a layer of luscious bubbles. Steam erupts from the tub as the water heats up. It spreads a mild aroma of freshness throughout the bathroom. While the bathtub is continuing to fill up, I lean against the counter. Staring myself down, my heart begins to race. My mouth begins to dry out, and there is throbbing in my head. What if Melissa's friends don't keep in touch with her after the blizzard? What if I try to set up play dates and get ignored? I don't even know if I remember where exactly those girls' mothers are staying. I don't want Melissa to be sad or disappointed. Wait, is that dripping? I shake my head frantically, trying to get out of my thought whirlpool. When I turn around, I see the water lapping at the rim of the bathtub. Many puddles are forming around the bottom edge of the tub. I rush to turn the faucet off and drain some of the water. As the water ebbs away, I rub my temples and take a couple of mindful breaths. Well, at least that disaster was avoided. After all, what's worse than a blizzard? Flooding and a blizzard. With the water down to a reasonable level, I lower myself into the tub. The warmth of it caresses my muscles with relaxation. The bubbles come up to my chin and tickle my skin. My eyes flutter shut. I put my feet up and sink into these sensations. My cluttered mind is now drifting off. In this bliss, his face enters my mind. Jonathan. Is it cold in here? I open my eyes and am surrounded by a thin residual foam. It sits on top of the water like a blanket. Steamy water has now cooled to the point of barely being warm. My fingers are totally waterlogged and my foot is tingling. I sit up trying to stretch out my body and wiggle my toes to get the blood flowing. Scrunching my eyebrows, I fight off a grimace at all these watery wrinkles. I'm only 30, I repeat to myself. Once I get out of the bathtub, I find the safety of a fluffy towel. Only the tips of my hair are wet, so use the same towel to squeeze out the ends. Afterwards, I snuggle into my robe once more. Now that my body is rejuvenated, I'm ready to move on to step 2 of my relaxation plan. I pick up the book on my nightstand and am reminded of how long I've been reading this one. Most of the pages are bent or torn from the many times I bookmark my spot. The spine is worn from being opened and slammed shut frequently. I fluff a pillow before meticulously placing it against the headboard. It has to be in the perfect position to prop up my back. Once I'm comfortable, I flip to the most recently marked page and begin to delve into the story. Since I'm rereading this one, it is easy to zone out for most of the scenes. Then I get to my favorite one. The characters begin passionately making out, and my focus is restored. They lock eyes on one another, drawn together magnetically. She's running her hands across his body. He is peppering kisses down her neck. She is taking his shirt off. He is unclasping her bra. It all escalates so fast. Of course, the outcome is sex. By the time the scene ends, I'm out of breath. I know the main male character has brown eyes and pale skin. It is written explicitly. Not to mention the fact that the rest of this series lines my bookshelf at home. Yet, the eyes I see are like the ocean waves crashing upon me. Tan hands embrace my every curve. The body in my vision is a chiseled masterpiece. Brown hair is brushing against me. Jonathan is in front of me. He makes me feel emotions that are so intense, they linger on the lines of indescribable. I know no book can ever truly capture them. This is a waste of my time. My story is better, I softly claim to myself. Lowering the pillow to a flat position, I spread myself out across the bed. I toss the book aside and forget about it. Time to return to my unfinished business with Jonathan.
Chapter 17. Jonathan. With a huff, I toss the last pieces of wood into the fireplace. Smoke starts to billow upwards, warming up the reception area. Letting out a sigh of relief at the newfound heat, I wipe my hands on my clothes to get rid of the residue. When I turn around, I catch the owner of the B&B bustling in with a cardboard box underneath his arm. A light trail of snow follows him in, thanks to his boots. He looks at me and sends a quick grin. "Snow's picking up again, isn't it?" he says, setting his box onto the receptionist's counter. Tools to fix water heaters poke out the top. "You know, I'm getting a little sick of seeing so much damn snow everywhere." "Aren't we all?" I mumble to myself, catching a glimpse of the gloomy skies through the window. "I doubt it'll stop anytime soon." "And that's what I'm afraid of." He shakes his head, unloading the items from his box. "It's gonna get colder again and we're running out of supplies. And it's not like we can just order things and expect for them to arrive on time with all the roads closing up again, you know?" "Will we be okay in the meantime?" I ask with a raise of the brow. "I mean, things like food and water will be enough to last, I hope." Yeah, we'll be fine in that regard. My wife would have finished me off if I didn't stock up on that, and I wouldn't have blamed her. I mean, look at all the kids we have to look after, he points out. My mind drifts back to Melissa, and I nod in agreement. So what do you need? Probably just some more wood. I think you might have used the last of it over there, he says, motioning towards the fireplace with a bob of the head. Do you think you can get us some more? Only if you're not busy, of course. I can get you as much wood as you need. I'll round up some more guys and we'll get right on that, I say. The thought of having something productive to do lights up my face. He gives me an appreciative nod as he disappears to go fix the B&B's water heater. Soon afterwards, I ask around to get more people to help out with my woodcutting venture. It turns out that a lot of people worry at the thought of running out of supplies during the middle of a snowstorm. Lucky me. Lugging around a bunch of wood by myself just doesn't seem right. A group of us head outside the B&B to choose a suitable place to gather wood from. We choose a patch of land a little way down the road, close enough to still see the inn on the horizon. Can I say something? One of my invitees asks. His name often slips my mind. I think it's Dave. I've never cut wood before. I've also never cut down a tree. It can't be that hard, right? Another asks. I recognize him as the father of some of Melissa's friends. Gary, I believe. I realize at this moment that I'm not very good at names. I mean, you're just cutting into some trees. Yes. I finally pipe up as I hand out safety goggles and gloves. You cut into some trees with very heavy tools like chainsaws and hatchets. No offense to you all, but I think I'm the best suited to handle the chainsaw. None taken, Dave says. I wouldn't trust myself with that thing either. Ditto, Gary agrees. I smile, grateful that my team is cooperative. It's a good thing we're all on the same page then. Before starting, I make sure to give the guys a quick rundown on the basics of cutting down trees. To start us off, I cut down a smaller tree with the chainsaw and show them how to do it in a way that will get the tree falling in the direction they want. My goal is to finish this job as effectively as possible. I don't want to think about any possible accidents like a tree toppling down on someone or an unfortunate mishap with one of the hatchets. They're pretty fast learners, thankfully. It doesn't take long for our team to clear out the area, with some working on cutting down the trees and others focusing their efforts on trimming down the fallen trunks into more manageable pieces. At our rate, I hope that we finish before sundown. Just as I finish heaving some wood into our cart, I hear my name being called from across the clearing. Looking up, I see a familiar little girl waving at me from afar with her friends in tow, her baby blue mittens apparent even with the distance. When I see her try to get closer, I wave her off momentarily and decide to come to her. I didn't want the girls to come close to the fallen trees and heavy machinery after all. Hi, Jonathan, Melissa says as I approach within earshot. What are you doing out here? I haven't seen you all day. I'm working to get us some more wood, Melissa. You know, so we don't freeze to death in the nighttime. Melissa leans over to take a peek at the scene behind me. She gives a little hum of approval. That sounds fun. Can we help? Absolutely not, I say, furrowing my brows. There's no way I'm letting you near axes and chainsaws. Do you want your mom to have my head? Oh, come on, she wouldn't do that. She likes you too much to do that to you. I think she's been missing you today anyways. I like how honest kids are. Her words make it difficult to hide the smile quickly forming on my face. We're almost done out here. Then we'll be inside in our warm and cozy rooms. Matter of fact, that's where you should be right now. You and your friends. Melissa crosses her arms over her chest. There's nothing to do in there. We already tried watching some movies, but they're just reruns that we've already seen like a billion times before. When I open my mouth to suggest how she and her friends can go get some snacks, she interjects. We already ate macaroni and cheese for lunch, so we're not hungry either. My mom said that we could go outside, but we aren't allowed to go too far away, Melissa's friend says, picking away at some lint on her mittens. Melissa gives a firm nod. See, we're allowed to be out here. Okay, but I'm not going to let you get close to the guys working over there. It's too dangerous. If you want to sit and watch, that's fine, but you have to keep your distance. I say, ignoring the frown forming on her face. She can pout all she wants, it's for her own good. That sounds boring too, Melissa says. It'll be like watching paint dry. Ouch, I respond. That one kinda stung. Personally, I feel like I am much more entertaining than paint drying, but that's just me. After Melissa takes a quick look around at our surroundings, which mostly consists of snow piles and barren trees, she lets out a small gasp in excitement. A snowman! We can make a snowman! That sounds fun, one of her friends says as she links arms with Melissa. Let's make 2. Jonathan, do you have any carrots? We'll need it for our snowmen. They need to have noses, Melissa says, already wanting to run off with her friends. I pretend to search my pockets for some carrots. No, I don't have any on me right now, but I pick up some moderately sized stones off the ground and hand them to her. By the look on her face, she's unimpressed. These rocks can also do the trick, I promise. They better. She palms the stones regardless. I don't want my snowmen to look ugly. I can assure you that they won't. And Melissa, I say, which captures her fleeting attention. Make sure that you and your friends don't wander off, all right? Stay close to the inn. I don't want anything to happen to you girls. We'll be fine, Melissa responds as her friends pull her away at the arm. We're gonna go over there. I look over to where she's pointing. It's an open area near the back of the B&B, spacious and clear of anything that could put the girls in harm's way. As I watch Melissa speed off with her friends, I hope that she listens to my advice and stays safe. Even with all the banter, I care about that little girl too much. I care about her mother, too. At this point, I can't imagine something happening to either one of them. It would hurt me badly. The thought of Melissa and Andrea lingers with me as I make my way back to my group. For the rest of the day, I work with them in mind, knowing that my efforts will be worthwhile if it means that they'll be safe and warm inside when nightfall comes.
Chapter 18. Andrea. After spending so much time looking over my work, I decide to finish for the night. I feel my hands beginning to cramp up anyway. The tension in my knuckles is relieved once I take some time to crack each joint individually, allowing for fluid movement again. I put away my notes and turn off my laptop with a sense of relief washing over me. Taking a moment to look at my phone, I sigh inwardly. It's almost nighttime and I've barely eaten anything all day. My stomach growls suddenly, reminding me of that fact. I make a mental note for the future to get more snacks for Melissa and I. After working myself to the bone, I don't like getting that weak feeling in my legs due to hunger. As I get up from my chair, I escape from my room and take my time walking towards the lobby. I'm appreciative of the slight chill of the corridors, feeling it rejuvenate my body after spending so much time surrounded by the intense warmth of my room. As I get closer, I hear an intermingling of familiar voices. This worries me. Judging by their tone, they sound distressed. When I turn the corner, I catch sight of the mothers of the girls Melissa is friends with, huddling together near the receptionist's counter. They notice me immediately, stumbling their way over with fearful expressions across their faces. Andrea, one of them says. Her blonde hair is disheveled and her eyes look bloodshot. Our daughters. Have you seen our daughters? They went out to play together earlier. Melissa was with them. Hold on. I knit my eyebrows together. What do you mean? They haven't come back yet? I told my girl to get back to the B&B by dinner time. The brunette woman adds on. Her hands are trembling, and I doubt it's because of the cold. They all should have come back by now. But they haven't. They aren't here. My heart sinks in my chest. I find it increasingly hard to breathe, but I take a few deep inhales through my nose before speaking again. So you haven't seen them? Any of them? I ask, my gaze flickering between the two mothers. In unison, they both shake their heads. I haven't seen them for hours. The blonde rasps out, her bottom lip quivering. Despite this overwhelming sense of panic threatening to debilitate me, I do everything I can to keep myself calm. I think back to some instances in the past where Melissa would disappear for hours before coming back home, drenched in water and mud. I try my best to convince myself that she isn't in harm's way. And yet, I remember that we're not in our familiar neighborhood anymore. Our safe, secure town, where the neighbors know one another and our community is tight-knit. We're out in the middle of nowhere, with a snowstorm coming in to sweep the area soon. How are 3 little girls supposed to fend for themselves in a place like this? You don't think anything bad happened to them, do you? The brunette asks, biting at her fingernails. I mean, there's just no way, right? No way, the blonde replies. She clenches her fist before speaking again. Don't you see how it is outside? It's freezing out there. And that isn't the only thing that could hurt them. What about wild animals? What about... She swallows thickly, shaking her head. I can see clearly how she's teeming with frustration. So am I, but I'm fighting to keep a level head. Have you checked the rest of the B&B? I suggest. This is a pretty big place after all. What if they came in a while ago, but we just didn't realize it? Maybe they're hanging out in one of our rooms. Do you think so? The brunette sniffles, unable to hold back some of her tears. It doesn't hurt to try, I say, already making my way towards one of the B&B's hallways. You two should go check your rooms to see if they're in there. I'll make my way around and check the other places they can be. Both women nod frantically and speed off towards their respective rooms. Meanwhile, I find myself running in the opposite direction, rushing across the entire first floor of the B&B. I check even the most obscure spots possible, such as the kitchen and the supply room. I know that there's a small chance of finding them there, but I poke my head in and look anyway. Each time, however, I come up with nothing. There's no sign of them anywhere. A knot begins to form in the pit of my stomach. Growing desperate, I start to ask other guests in the B&B if they had seen the 3 little girls. I only receive half-hearted shrugs in return. When I return to the lobby, the other 2 mothers are there already. The looks on their faces speak louder to me than any word they can say. They're not there, I mutter out weakly. I hang onto the mantle of the fireplace, feeling my knees about to buckle. They're not. The blonde shakes her head. I checked everywhere in my room. She did the same. I don't know where they are. We should check outside, the brunette interjects, tugging the blonde along by the arm. We can't give up on them. They have to be nearby. God, it's getting late, I mumble to myself, taking a quick glance at my wristwatch. We have to find Melissa and those girls. We can't afford to waste any more time. I'm the one who makes the first move to head outside. Come on then, let's check. We hurry out the threshold, and I find myself almost tripping over my own shoes thanks to the nerves. My breath is visible in the cold air, but the chill doesn't get to me. The adrenaline in my veins is enough to have me trudging around in the freezing cold without hesitation. Do you have any idea where they could be? The blonde yells out as we make our way around the B&B. The wind picks up, nipping at my skin. I told my daughter that they needed to stay close. I told mine the same, the brunette responds, hurrying after us. They were only out here to make a snowman, right? I ask, squinting my eyes. I do my best to look for any signs of them in the near vicinity. Suddenly, the brunette beside me gives my arm a tight squeeze. Look, over there, she shouts, pointing towards a few piles of snow ahead of us. We speed across the clearing and carefully approach the scene. A lone snowman, with stones for its eyes and nose. Odd enough, the snowman didn't have any arms yet. Without any lighting, the figure looks eerie. They were here, the blonde says, gently touching the snow piles that were left behind by our daughters. I can't help but feel my eyes water. But where are they now? Where did they go? There's no footprints, I whisper. We try to look around for any trails that would lead us to our daughters, but there's nothing. Only an unfinished snowman. I don't want to think about the possibility of those little girls spending the night outside in this cold. Already I can feel my skin beginning to go numb from the bitter temperature. We need to tell our husbands, the brunette decides, looking straight at the blonde who nods back. They need to know, too. They need to help us find our girls. My mind wanders back to Jonathan, and I feel a sharp sting in my heart. He cares about Melissa just as much as I do. What am I going to say to him? How am I going to tell him that my daughter is missing, along with her friends? I pride myself in being a responsible mother for my child. Life is throwing me a curveball that I could have never anticipated. Andrea, the blonde says, tapping my shoulder to get my attention. I blink a few times, returning me back to reality from my daze. Are you coming along with us? Yeah, I am, I reply eventually. I need to find Jonathan. He works with a search and rescue team after all. He knows better than anybody what to do in a situation like this. You two go on ahead, I'll follow. The blonde presses her lips into a thin line before nodding. I watch silently as the two of them make their way back to the B&B, hanging on to each other every step of the way. My eyes drift back towards the snowman and Melissa floods every corner of my mind. Her smile, and all the joy she brings into my life. She means the world to me. If something happens to her, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I'm going to do everything I can to find her. Jonathan will too. If the connection between us is as strong as I think it is, there's no doubt that he will help me find my daughter. Even if it means staying out in this cold, looking for her all night. Chapter 19. Andrea. Sure, they are with them. Where else would they be? Nothing else makes sense. They are just out, playing, I think to myself as I stumble through the snow. I need to make my way to the clearing, where the men are working to get wood for the fire. I try not to worry and tell myself that everything will be fine. The trees around me have become a blur, and I feel tears running down my cheeks. I wipe them off and blink my eyes a couple of times, in an attempt to clear them. Taking a few deep breaths as I continue to moving forward, I remind myself to stay calm. The crisp air feels soothing on the hot skin of my face and cools the back of my throat when I breathe it in. My feet are wet because my shoes can't withstand the thick blanket of snow that I keep dragging them through. That doesn't matter to me right now. Nothing really matters except finding my baby. But I will. They are with the men and just lost track of time. I shake my head to clear my thoughts. It doesn't work. How childish, I think to myself. Like I was one of those parents who constantly hover over their children, monitoring their every move. No, that's not me. Melissa knows that. She is responsible enough to look after herself and not just wander off without supervision. When I reach the clearing, I see dark figures working on the opposite side. They are wrapped in winter clothes, with their faces covered to protect them from the cold. I have trouble making out the one I am looking for. Jonathan! I scream to get their attention. My voice sounds shaky. One of them turns around. I hear a muffled sound, as if he's tried to yell something back at me. When he realizes that I can't hear him, he makes his way towards me. Once he is close enough to see the desperate look on my face, he starts to run. What is it? He yells, even before he reaches me. Are they with you? I sound frantic. Who? What's going on? Jonathan sounds confused. I turn my head to see if I can spot my daughter. I can't. Are the girls with you? I ask again, trying to be firm. His eyes widen at my question. No, I thought they were back with you. I start to sob. I can't hold on any longer. I try to form words through my tears. No, I haven't seen them since they left earlier today. Jonathan's posture stiffens, and he has a serious look on his face, staring right into my eyes. Are you sure that you don't know where they are? Have you checked every room and outside? His voice is clear and determined. I shake my head. I didn't look for long, but I asked the others and they hadn't seen them either. Jonathan nods. He turns around and yells to the other men. They drop their tools and come running to where we are standing. When they reach us, Jonathan briefly explains the situation, and we all make our way back to the B&B in a hurry. He walks by my side the whole time, telling me that everything will be all right, that they are probably just playing, and I just didn't see them. I don't really pay attention to him. All I can think of is my little Melissa. My head goes crazy, making up scenarios that could have happened to them. An image creeps up on me of all of them alone in the forest, in the cold, dark forest, unable to find their way home. My heart aches and I send a prayer for the girls to return safely to us. When we reach the house, the door flings open and one of the mothers of Melissa's friends pokes her head out. I can see the worried look on her face. "Did you find them?" she asks, full of hope, but aware that if she can't see them with us, the answer is obvious. Everyone gathered in the living room. We informed them about the situation, and I'm looking into serious and concerned faces. One of the other moms is sobbing. Her husband has his arms wrapped around her. He looks like he would break into tears any time now, too, but he keeps it together. There is a heavy silence hanging over us until Jonathan breaks it. Before we spread out, are we really sure that no one knows where the girls are? His loud voice startles the sobbing woman. I thought they were with one of you. She nods her head in my direction. I shake my head. I had thought they were with her. I feel responsible, as if I had failed to protect our children. I ignore the guilt and turn my attention back to Jonathan. All right then. They came by the clearing this afternoon and were planning on building a snowman. Has anyone seen them after that? I look around. I see a bunch of heads shaking and my heart drops. It must have been hours since they visited the men. They could be everywhere by now. I push these thoughts away to keep myself from spiraling. I need to stay clear and focused for her. I try to grasp a happy memory to calm down. I think of last summer when we spent a week with my parents at their lake house. Melissa would always be the first to awake in the morning. My mom taught her how to turn on the coffee maker. She thought with the child up so early, she could at least do something useful. Later, my dad would take her out on the lake to go fishing. It was their thing, and I could tell they both really enjoyed each other's company. I remember one particular evening. They just got home from their trip, and Melissa was telling me about how she caught this especially large fish. With a seriousness that made her sound like a person triple her age, she explained how she prepped the fishing rod and how she held her arms to reel in the beast. I smile at the thought of that and want to hold on to that memory a little longer, but I sink back to reality when I hear the owner of the B&B raising his voice. It was already cold this afternoon, but the temperatures just keep dropping, and the snowstorm will probably pick up soon. What I'm saying is, he does not finish his sentence. Everyone understands what he is saying. For a brief moment, the room is quiet. I think we all understand the urgency of this situation. We should start searching before nightfall, Jonathan says, loud enough for everyone to hear, then mumbles, "I don't want her out there in the dark," only for me to hear. I nod slightly. That is about the last thing I want for my sweet little girl. Jonathan splits us up into search parties and assigned places to look for everyone. We are staying in the house while the men go to look outside. I'm grateful for how he's handling this situation. I plan on telling him once this is all over and my baby is safely back in my arms. Together with the sobbing woman, I start to look around the house. I don't remember if she told me her name, and asking now is simply not a priority. Besides, what would it help? We go from room to room, looking under beds, opening closets. We even open suitcases, as if it was a possibility that our daughters shrunk to the size of a carry-on, only to hide there from us, hoping for an especially elaborate game of hide and seek. We pull shower curtains aside, look behind doors and under couches. I even tear the cushions off, hoping I might find a child hidden behind one of them. Nothing. Every now and then we yell their names. With every room we check, with every room we find empty, we lose a tiny bit of hope. When we are done with the first level, we run into the others who had looked upstairs. They had just as much success as we did. I'm really trying my best to hold it together, considering that my search partner is a nervous wreck by now. Her face is red and she is bawling her eyes out. I want to do the same. I want to hug her and let go, but I feel like at least one of us has to stay focused. I also know that it doesn't help my baby if I break down now. I have to find her. I can simply not afford to give in to these emotions, trying to overwhelm me. I need to be strong for her, until I have her back in my arms, until I can comfort her and tell her that everything is all right.
Chapter 20. Jonathan. I turn around and see Andrea coming toward me. She yells my name. I answer her, but I don't think she can hear me, so I start to make my way towards her. As I get closer, I can make out the terrified look on her face. She is crying. I immediately pick up the pace and run until I reach her. She looks devastated. When she tells me what's going on, I feel my heart drop. I haven't known Melissa or her for long, but I've grown to like the both of them a lot. I can't imagine how she is feeling right now, but I know I need to help. I spin around and call for the other men. We start to make our way back to the house. I try to comfort her, but I'm aware that there is not a lot I can say to make her feel better. Maybe they are inside, playing hide and seek. I have my arm wrapped around her shoulders. She doesn't seem to pay attention, but I talk anyway, partially to make myself feel better. Or they're still working on their snowman and just lost track of time. That can happen so easily. Andrea doesn't respond. Once we reach the bed and breakfast, I tell the owner to get everyone to meet in the common room. I look into concerned faces. Most of them probably already know what this is about. I don't think the mothers of the other two girls have been sitting around helplessly waiting. I explain the situation briefly and watch a nervous tension settle on the other guests. The owner of the B&B starts talking, and I give him the floor. I need a second to put together a plan that makes sense and, most importantly, covers ground. My eyes wander down to Andrea, right beside me. When came in, I headed straight for the fireplace, knowing that she would follow me. I want her there because she's shivering. I give her hand a gentle press, but I don't know if she notices. Her eyes are focused on the ground in front of her. It hurts me to see her like this. I need to find Melissa. I think we should split up into search parties. This way we can cover more ground. I raise my voice, and Andrea's head shoots up to look at me. My eyes meet hers briefly before I continue. I think the mothers should stay in the house. Look around here. Check everything you haven't already. Also, in case the girls come back, they better have some familiar faces around. I need her to be warm and safe, but I know she'd argue with me if I would tell her that directly. The crowd mumbles in agreement. I tell the men to get ready and meet again outside. I start to make my way towards the closet where I hung my coat, but Andrea keeps my hand and holds me back. I lean down to her, brush my free hand over her cheek. Everything will be fine. I will find her and bring her back to you, I whisper, before I turn around and make my way to the door. I grab my coat and step into my boots. They are still wet, but I don't care. I quit smoking almost 13 years ago, but now feels like a damn good time to have a cigarette. I shake my head. The only thing that matters is finding the girls, and I can't focus on some decade-old flaw. Giving Andrea one last wave, I step onto the porch to meet the other guys. All right, pal, how do you want to do this? Gary is looking up at me. I just watched him comfort his wife when we were all talking in the common room. He seems like a solid guy, and I'm glad he's got a level head. I think we should do a grid search. I brought this. I pull out a map and put it on one of the outside picnic tables. One of the other guys pulls out a pen and hands it to me. I thank him and start drawing lines to mark the squares we need to search. So, this is where we are. Right here, I'll mark it with an X. We should start with the surrounding area before spreading out and... Here. I thought we could use these. The owner of the B&B walks towards our small group, holding up whistles. I didn't even notice that he wasn't with us. Good thinking on his part. I divide us into groups of 2 and assign a square to everyone. Once a square is completed, we would meet back here to reassign and reevaluate. I feel like this is the best way to guarantee a thorough and well-organized search. It is vital that everyone knows exactly where they are supposed to be, and that no square would go unchecked. This could be a life-and-death situation. I team up with Gary. I know his daughter is out there with Melissa, and I guess a part of me thinks we can look after each other. Our square borders on the clearing where we worked earlier today and where we saw the girls last. Gary's eyes are narrowed and he scans the woods. Every noise, every crack, causes him to spin his head around. He looks so worried. "Have the flashlight ready," he mumbles without looking at me. It's getting dark already, and the thick branches of the trees keep the light from reaching the ground. I fumble in my huge coat pockets for the light and hand it to him. He turns it on and uses it to point toward bushes and large tree trunks, hoping the girls might hide there. We yell their names, thinking if they don't see the lights, they can at least hear us. Aside from that, we don't talk much. When we reached the clearing, we had hoped to find their footprints, but the heavy snowfall has covered the ground with a smooth white blanket. "It's getting darker by the second," Gary says. I nod and instinctively pick up the pace. He does the same. "You should have sent them home when they came to the clearing." My head shoots up. What is he trying to say? I tried. They didn't want to. I defend myself. This isn't my fault, or is it? Well, sometimes kids don't agree with what you tell them, but that's why we are the adults. You have to make the right decisions, not the easiest. That hurts. He's making it sound like my reckless behavior endangered the children. How was I supposed to know what would happen? But then again, Gary continues, you don't have any kids yourself, so how can I expect you to know this? He walks in front of me now, and I can tell by the tone of his voice that this conversation is over. He's right. I don't have any children myself. I always wanted to be a father, but there was always something in the way. My entire life, I felt like my paternal qualities were pretty solid. On the other hand, if I can't even keep a bunch of 8-year-olds safe for one afternoon, maybe it is a good thing that I'm not a parent. We finish our square in silence. I don't want to talk anymore, and I am fairly sure Gary has said everything he wanted to. I'm worried about finding the girls, but the feeling of guilt spreading in my stomach is much stronger. How selfish of me. I don't want to go there, but can't help but wonder what happens if I am unable to bring the girls back. Will Andrea ever talk to me again? Does she think that this is my fault too? The sound of a whistle being blown pulls me out of my head and back to reality. Before I can say anything, Gary spins around and starts running in the direction the sound came from. I follow. We make our way through the woods and find Dave and one of the other guys standing around a pile of snow. It looks like Dave was the one who blew his whistle. "Did you find them?" Gary yells, before even reaching the others. The other guy shakes his head. "Sorry. We thought they were here, but this is just snow," he says while kicking the pile. Gary sighs and slumps down in front of me. He buries his head in his hands and I hear him breathing heavily. I don't know what to do. I place one hand on his shoulder, hoping it will comfort him. The other guys join us, every other one asking if we had found them, because they heard the whistle. A look of discouragement washes across each of their faces after being told no. I reassign squares and every group goes off again. It is dark by now. Nightfall had crept up on us like a predator on its prey. Whatever happens, I will not stop until I find these girls. Chapter 21. Jonathan. After hours of searching, the guys and I are still unable to find the girls, the things we have found. Coldness, dampness, and impending hopelessness. Yet we continue to crunch through the snow relentlessly, even with the whipping winds battling our strides. We search with the utmost vigilance. There are no breaks. There is no giving up. There is no failure. I don't know where they could be. I feel like we have looked everywhere. Now we are just wasting time going in circles, Gary rants in frustration. I could see the frigid night air beginning to mess with him. His footsteps are getting sluggish as he drags his feet. We have to be thorough, I rationalize. We don't know whether the girls are on the move. That's why we have to make sure we cover all of the ground so no inch goes unsearched. To do that, we gotta stay moving. I attempt to keep my voice from wavering, but by the look Gary gives me, he seems to see right through my calm facade. I pat him on the back firmly in reassurance. We take some heavy steps through the snow in silence. Besides the wind, there is a faint whooshing from Gary swinging his whistle around like a pendulum. The foggy light of the flashlight illuminates its blurry redness. The swinging of the pendulum put me in a mesmerizing trance. Its back and forth motion makes my eyes fixate upon it. Yet for a split second, I swear I don't see only red. Through the night, there seems to be a mass of pink, blue, and purple. I stop in my tracks, and Gary follows suit. "Do you see that over there, past those trees?" I ask, pointing to my right. "You mean that pile over there?" "I think those are just sticks that fell off during the storm." Gary gestures towards a stack of branches in the distance. "No, it's not just that. I think I see something under the branches. They look like odd blobs of colors." Gary's skeptical stare makes me feel kind of crazy. Even as the darkness distorts the surroundings, those colors seem so focused. Many false alarms are being raised throughout this search. I'm not sure anyone can handle more disappointment, and it would be heartbreaking if I am the source of it. There's the possibility the colors are a symptom of my dehydration and hunger. What if it is the girls, though? I can't let my fears of inadequacy stop us from pursuing a potential lead. "I don't see what you're talking about, but we should go investigate. I trust you," Gary suggests. Making our way towards the mysterious color blob, I become surer of myself. The blob is suspicious because those aren't ones commonly lying around in the wilderness. Hope fills my veins as we trudge forward. The pile of sticks morphs from a random stack into something that begins to resemble more of a structure. The way they are positioned is purposeful, exceeding the intelligence of any wild animal or weather phenomenon. They are stacked methodically and leaning against each other precariously. The shape of the blob is changing. It isn't just one blob, but multiple blobs clumped together. Then, with a couple more steps, I see hair. Those are people, and not just any people. Those are our girls. Feelings of realization and success take over, and after a brief moment of disbelief, a new surge of energy ignites within us. We take off, trying our best to sprint across the icy landscape. The deep snow makes us stumble. I'm flailing my arms rapidly to avoid falling onto my face. Sporadic and high pitches repeatedly erupt from my whistle. I can hear footsteps approaching from afar as the other men hear my signal. In a flash, I'm in front of the stick teepee, tearing it apart. Many sets of hands join me in this effort until we reveal the huddled girls. With the chaos of destroying their protective barrier, 3 small faces pop up in surprise. I can see the fear and uncertainty etched into their expressions. However, as they begin to recognize us, that quickly changes. I lock eyes with Melissa, and her excited grin becomes even bigger. "Jonathan!" she yells, jumping into my arms. I encapsulate her into a tight embrace while we spin around. Her many layers could not protect her from these harsh elements for such a long time. The soaked clothing and her frosty cheek on my shoulder are brutal reminders of that fact. Though her skin is blush pink, I am thankful to see no signs of frostbite. Any discomfort I was feeling melts away. As Melissa sags in my arms, I'm having moments where I don't feel any pain or stress. The feelings only improve when I see the other girls reuniting with their fathers. Gary and I share an accomplished and relieved smile. Being in search and rescue, reuniting the missing with their loved ones safely is always the goal. But this time has a different feeling. Maybe it's because I am growing a bond with the people at the B&B. Whatever the reason, this one lands in my top 10 rescues. "Did you see the shelter we made?" Melissa asks enthusiastically. "Yes, you guys are quite the survivalists," I respond. I can't help the chuckle that escapes afterwards. I can't believe that's what she cares about most in this moment. Makes me feel a tad bad for tearing it completely apart. When we realized we were lost, we really started to freak out. We were really scared, but I knew deep down that we would be found. My friends wanted to try and find a way back. I told them to stay here so it'd be easier to find us. I knew you would be able to find us. We did. We found you guys and everyone is safe. I'm so proud of you for being so brave. I adjust her hat, covering the tips of her ears to conserve her body heat. Then, I put her down gently. "All right, everyone, let's go back to the warmth," I announce. This is met with grateful and approving sighs. "Jonathan, I don't think I can make it," Melissa whines. "Why? What's wrong?" I respond. I can feel my face crease with concern. "I'm so tired." She begins to sway unsteadily. "I can carry you. Would you like that?" She gives a slight nod and I scoop her up into my arms once more. We ended up quite far from the B&B in one of the last grids on our search list. None of us can believe the girls made it out this far, but I guess kids have a lot of energy. The people who know more so where they are going end up in the front, while others lag behind. I stay somewhere in the middle to watch over everyone. The harsh wind is dying down into a light, crisp breeze. I keep my pace with the thought that a toasty, crackling fire awaits us. "Your mom will be so happy to see you," I tell Melissa. She has her face buried in my chest, but moves her head slightly to speak. "Yeah, I know. She's always happy to see me." "Well, I guess she's going to be extra happy this time. What is the first thing you want to do when we get back?" It appears that she can maintain her goofiness in any situation. "I want hot chocolate." "Will that be with marshmallows or extra marshmallows?" I ask with amusement. "Extra marshmallows," she responds. Her voice is groggy. Despite the fact Melissa is in my arms, I still can't help but worry. I'm focusing on feeling her steady breaths in my arms. I repeat positive thoughts in my head to remain optimistic. However, for an 8-year-old, she is handling this ordeal unrealistically well. I wonder what is going to happen when we get back to the B&B and the adrenaline wears off. A muffled noise comes from my arms and I feel tension flood back into me, but I feel better once I look down. Melissa is curled up asleep. Soft snores escape from her chapped lips. Her arms that were wrapped around my neck now hang down limply. I suppose that adrenaline wore off faster than expected, but I'm glad she is resting. This is one of the times I wish I could read minds. I wish I can know for sure she feels safe and secure, but I can't. That's beyond my capabilities. As we reach the B&B, the idea of trust rings through my mind. Just as Gary took a leap of faith following me to the branches, it is essential I put trust at the forefront as well. Trust in Melissa, that she is resilient enough to recover from tonight. Trust in Andrea to nurture her back to her happy self. Trust in myself to maintain the confidence that I did the best I could. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 22. Andrea. I'm staring at the same spot on the floor. I have been for about 10 minutes now. I feel totally useless. I'm just standing here waiting for news. My daughter is missing, and all I can do is pace around. My nails are chewed down to their stubs at this point. The two friends Melissa made are also missing, so I am not alone in this god-awful situation. One mother is on the floor, and has been since the guys went out to look for them. We're waiting here just in case the girls come back on their own. A good plan in theory, but just standing around is driving me crazy. Not that I blame her, of course. The only thing keeping me from having a total breakdown is knowing that Jonathan is among the men looking for Melissa. I trust him to bring my daughter back safely. He's just that kind of man. Good. Where are they? The second mother frantically asks, and I feel for her, really, I do. We're all worried sick, and I can't stop thinking about Melissa out there scared and alone. I'm sure the guys will find them soon, I tell her, rubbing her shoulder. I want to believe my own words, but now I'm almost overwhelmed with frustration. Surely I should get out there and look for her myself, but I don't know what good I would be in my current state. I can't seem to stop wringing my hands. It feels like I have a nervous tic, and now my eyes are twitching too. Damn. How could this happen? It's hard trying not to blame myself because who else is there to blame? I look out the window and notice it's starting to go dark. Melissa doesn't like the dark. I'm really trying to hold it together, if not just for myself, then for the other mothers. In truth, I want to climb the walls. I feel so helpless, almost to the point of despair. Then I look up. Melissa is in Jonathan's arms, and they are coming towards me. I don't believe it. The other little girls are following close behind, in the arms of their fathers. Am I finally going nuts, or am I really seeing Jonathan carrying my daughter? Mama? Oh, thank God. I rush to Jonathan and Melissa, grabbing her, and she's freezing. I hug her close to me, and I can feel her little body shivering against me. A huge rush of relief floods every part of me. They're okay, Jonathan says, but I'm not really listening. I'm just so happy to have my daughter back, and safe. But she is still shivering, despite me rubbing her arms and hugging her. Come here, let me look at you. And I scan every inch of her. She appears unharmed, freezing, but thankfully unharmed. Let's get you out of these clothes, sweetheart, I say as I guide her towards the fireplace and peel off her jacket and shoes. I look back at Jonathan following us, his eyes soft with concern. Thank you so much, I say to him, but I'm focusing on Melissa. Jonathan smiles down at us warmly, like he isn't the hero of the hour. I could kiss him. I'm so relieved. Sounds of worried parents consoling their children fills the room. I look over and see the other little girls are shaking and crying too. They still look so frightened. Jonathan reaches down and strokes Melissa's hair gently. I was starting to fear the worst for a moment there, I tell him, and I feel tears well in my eyes. I know, Andrea, he says, and he moves his hand, Satal, from Melissa's hair to my shoulder. I let the warmth of it soothe me. Even now, I feel the sheer strength of it as he grips my arm. Melissa is still shivering, violently. I want to move her closer to the fire, but it's utter chaos right now. The other two children are also by the fire being warmed up, and their mothers are no less panicked than they were earlier. Oddly enough, Their anxiety is helping to calm my own. Jonathan gives me another reassuring smile, and I'm suddenly feeling much less stressed. Jonathan goes to help one of the other mothers. "I'll be right back," he says, and then he walks off in the direction of the other parents. We've now been standing by the fire for at least 10 minutes, yet Melissa is not warming up fast enough. When I look at her, her whole body is shaking. It's obvious she has the chills. "Let's get you in the nice warm shower, HM," I suggest to her, but she's so cold and upset that she isn't listening. I lead Melissa away from the fireplace and up to our room, and her ice-cold fingers grip onto my hand. Her body vibrates as she sobs violently. She needs to get warmed up and in bed ASAP. Every time I look at her, she looks more and more tired. My mind is still racing. What if something had happened to the girls before they were found? I push the intrusive thoughts to one side and help Melissa get undressed. It's clear how shaken up she is because she's still shivering. For some reason, even our room is cold now. All I want to do is to make her warm again. We rush into the bathroom, and I strip the rest of her clothes and throw them to the side. "Are you okay?" I ask her, and although she's nodding at me, she's still quaking all over. "You girls gave us all a scare today," I say to her in my stern voice, but not wanting to upset her because we've both been through enough for one day. The water is starting to steam already, so I reach in to test the temperature. It's perfect. "In you go," I tell her. Watching her like a hawk, I'm scared that if I take my eyes off her for even a second, she'll disappear again. Melissa hops in, and as her body relaxes under the warm water, I begin to feel a little more relaxed too. "Mom?" Melissa asks, and I can hear that she's already sounding much better than even just moments ago. "Yes," I reply. She is smiling warmly now, which is a huge relief. "When I was lost, I was really scared," she tells me. Her eyes are wide as saucers. She looks like she's reliving it in the moment. She starts to shiver again, so I wrap a towel around her and pull her to me. "You were?" I ask, and she nods tearfully. Wiping the tears from her face, her lip is trembling, so I can tell more tears are on the way. I hate to see my daughter cry, and knowing that she has been through something so scary without me hurts my heart even more. "Were the other girls scared too, do you think?" I ask her, and help her into her favorite pajamas. "Yeah, we were all crying," she says. Her little hands and feet scramble onto the bed. "Well, you're all safe and sound now. That's what matters," I tell her calmly. Talking Melissa down is a lot easier than I was thinking it would be. Before I know it, she is lying down under the covers. Kissing her forehead, I'm just so thankful she is okay. "Mom," she says sleepily. Her eyes are barely open now. "Yeah, sweetie?" I say. "Jonathan is my hero," she tells me, her eyes fluttering slowly. "Is he? That's great," I whisper, and I give her another kiss on the head. "Yeah, he made me not lost anymore," she says, and her eyes are almost closed, but she's fighting sleep. "That was really kind of him. Now go to sleep. You can thank him tomorrow," I say, and I give her a final kiss goodnight. Jonathan has saved my daughter. I'm overcome with gratitude towards him. It makes me so thankful to know such a kind and heroic man. He was there for Melissa when I couldn't be, and that's something I'll never forget. He rushed out to find the girls without even a second thought. I know I owe him everything. I keep checking Melissa's soft, ragged breaths. She's sleeping deeply, but she keeps pulling odd faces like she's having a bad dream. I'm just so glad my nightmare is over. God, I hope she doesn't wake up tonight. She needs all the rest she can get. I creep quietly to the bathroom mirror. I look a complete mess. My hair is disheveled, and my eyeliner is smudged from crying. The dark circles that were already underneath my eyes are even darker now. Should one traumatic event even age you this much? Honestly, I'm so exhausted. My limbs feel so heavy, even as I'm lifting my arm to brush my hair. My eyes are puffy and my skin is almost gray. It's maybe the most attractive I've ever been. I never want to experience what happened to today ever again. Chapter 23. Andrea. As I stare at myself in the mirror, my mind wanders to Jonathan again. I can't help myself. He saved the one thing that means the absolute most to me in this world, and without a moment's thought. How can one man be so perfect? How does he swoop in every time I'm in need and save the day? This is the second time he has rescued my daughter, but somehow, I'm even more grateful this time. I leave the bathroom without even trying to make myself look better, because I have to see Jonathan right now. It's imperative that he knows just how grateful I am. When I track him down, he's standing on the porch of the B&B, staring off into the distance. I watch him for a moment before I interrupt his thoughts. He looks so peaceful I almost hate to do it. What did I do to deserve this man in front of me? "Hey there," I say as I join him outside. I put Melissa to bed. Thankfully, she fell right to sleep. She needs a nice long rest after the day she just had. "What about you?" Jonathan says as he turns to look at me. "When are you going to get a nice long rest?" He reaches out and brushes a wisp of hair out of my face. "I couldn't go to bed without talking to you first. What you did today was incredible, and I have no idea how I can ever repay you." We stare into each other's eyes for a moment, before he pulls me towards his chest. It's nice to just let my head rest on his warm body. I can hear his heart beating. This doesn't feel real. None of this feels real. How am I supposed to go back to my regular life after all this? Am I just supposed to move on and forget about everything that's happened? Because I don't know if I can do that. It's funny to admit, but I don't want to leave this man's side. Not ever. With that said, I don't know how he is supposed to fit into our lives. Is he supposed to be her new father? I don't know if I'm ready for that. Yet at the same time, the transition would be so easy. My daughter already worships the ground he walks on. She already loves him. She would be devastated if she never saw him again. As much as I want to discuss all of this with him, the timing doesn't feel quite right. Today has been stressful enough. It's not time to jump into a topic that huge. "What's going on in that beautiful head of yours?" Jonathan asks, interrupting my overthinking. I lift my head from his chest and look up at him. "Wouldn't you like to know?" I say with a small smile on my face. "I always want to know," he replies. "Why don't we go inside and have a cup of hot cocoa? I could really use something warm," I say. "That sounds perfect, Andrea," he says. As we walk inside, he slips his hand into mine. It's slightly daring on his part, but feels so natural I have to smile. Maybe this could actually become a thing. Maybe all my worries are for nothing. We settle in on the couch next to each other, with our mugs of cocoa. As I sit next to him, I get a wave of deja vu. Melissa's father and I used to share a cup of hot cocoa together every Sunday night, I blurt out. As soon as I've said it, I look over at Jonathan, but he looks back at me calmly, so I continue. It was a little tradition of ours. He would make it from scratch, and he always got the biggest marshmallows he could find because he knew they were my favorite, I continue. Jonathan just sits quietly. No matter how busy we were or how crazy things got, he never let us miss a night of cocoa. I feel shy all of a sudden, talking about him to Jonathan. I don't talk about him to anyone, ever. Maybe it's weird, but whenever I need a little extra comfort, or even if I just miss him, I like to drink some of this. Sometimes I can pretend that he made it for me and that he's going to pop out of the kitchen at any moment with his own mug. A moment of silence follows. "Andrea," Jonathan says, "I don't think that's weird at all. In fact, it'd be weird if you didn't do that." His words immediately put me at ease. He was a big part of your life, and your daughter is a piece of him. It's totally understandable that you miss him sometimes. I'm sorry. You just saved my daughter's life today, and here I am blabbering about some other guy. I realize that this is not how I wanted the conversation to go. You can always talk to me about him. You can talk to me about anything, Jonathan says, and pulls me closer to him on the couch. How the hell does he do that? How does he make everything okay with a couple of sentences? I have no idea, but I do know that I want someone like this around me for the rest of my life. Look, I say, I didn't plan to talk to you about all of that. It just kind of burst out. What I wanted to tell you was that I am so unbelievably grateful for what you did today. Not only did you save my daughter, but you saved me. Without her, I am nothing. You saved a part of me today. A couple of tears escape my eyes, and Jonathan quickly wipes them away. Andrea, please don't cry. Nothing was ever going to happen to Melissa. I would have never allowed it. You must know that. As long as I am around, I will always protect her. And you. His words light up something inside of me, but they also spark a worry in another part of me. How long will he be around? I wish I knew the answer to that question more than anything right now. But since that's impossible, for now I will have to try to embrace the unknown. I rest my head on his shoulder and close my eyes. If only I could stay here forever, frozen in this moment. That would be perfect. This is perfect. I daydream about what life could be like with Jonathan in it. You know what I think? Jonathan interrupts my little fantasy. I sit back up and turn to him, startled by the serious tone his voice took. What's that? I think that you should start having hot cocoa with Melissa every Sunday. Bring back the tradition. She should have a piece of her father, even if it's just a small one. I stare at him for a moment, shocked. I don't even know what to say. I lean in and kiss him with such passion. I don't even know how I'm able to pull away, but I do. He would absolutely love that. Thank you for that, Jonathan, I say, as I try not to cry again, putting my head back on his shoulder. I lean in so he can't see the tear that escapes. He's already seen me cry enough. I don't want him to think that's all I know how to do. Not that I think he would believe that, but still. You're perfect, Jonathan. Maybe I shouldn't say that, but I need him to know. You're perfect, Andrea, Jonathan says. He then leans down and gently kisses the top of my head. It's a small gesture, but it means the world. When our cups are empty, I put them away so we can head back to our room. I'm so ready to get under those covers. This day has been exhausting. Melissa is sound asleep just where I left her. Before I get into bed with her, I turn to Jonathan. He embraces me, and for a long moment, we stand there holding each other, as if it's the last time we ever will. If you live every moment like it's your last, you'll never have any regrets, right? I think about this as I hold him tighter. I don't want to let go. Before we do let go, we share a kiss. It's not like any that we've shared before. This one has a different energy about it. It feels like we are on the same page in this very moment, as if our minds are in sync. Finally, we pull away and go to our separate beds. I find myself wishing we were sharing one. I would love to wake up next to him. As I lay in bed, I realize that although that conversation didn't go exactly how I'd planned, I am okay with that. I opened up a lot today, which I normally regret doing. This time, I know I won't regret it. I start drifting shortly after laying down, but as my mind slips away into dreamland, I think about how right it feels to have Jonathan in our lives. It's a weird thing, but somehow it feels as if this was all supposed to happen.
Chapter 24. Jonathan. I sit in the lobby of the B&B with Gary and Bill. They are the fathers of Melissa's friends, and after the rescue mission, we've started to bond. Suddenly, the front door swings open, and I turn around in my seat to see Melissa. She is standing in the doorway with an exuberant grin. "Guess what, Jonathan? We're going to have a snowball fight. Okay, have fun." I'm not quite sure why she is making this announcement to us. "Get ready to lose." She runs back outside to her friends, and now I understand. We are supposed to participate in the snowball fight. I turn back towards the guys. "So, how much convincing do I have to do to get you guys to join my team?" I haven't been in one for quite some time, but I think I've got some tricks up my sleeve. Gary responds. "Also, my kid just beat me in checkers yesterday, so I got to redeem myself. It is nice to have a teammate with motivation to win. You don't have to convince me. I used to be the snowball fight champion," Bill declares, flexing his muscles. I roll my eyes with a grin, and we go back to our rooms to bundle up. We walk outside with determination in our eyes and spot the girls in an open clearing. They are chatting in front of a constructed shield made to protect them in the fight. It looks like some real effort was put into it since it is thick and solid. We quickly get to work, making our own shield. The guys pack on snow while I mold it into the optimal shape. "Hurry up, we want to start," Melissa interrupts with a whine. "Just one more second," I plead. There usually isn't much reasoning with her, but it's worth a shot. We're trying to stabilize the shield when I hear a gasp from Gary. I whip my head toward the sound to see icy remains dripping off his coat. "I've been hit," he announces dramatically. I see the girls giggling on their side of the field. They're totally guilty of the foul play. "That's not fair, we haven't started yet," I yell across the field. When I am ignored, I toss a snowball that hits Melissa's shoulder. The impact causes her to gasp. With the returning fire, the fight unofficially begins. Snowballs fly through the air. Some hit people and others hit the barriers we created. The fight is evenly matched. I'm hiding behind our barrier when I hear the devastating blow. 3 large snowballs hit the same spot of the barrier, and it crumbles in front of me. Guess that's what we get for not taking the extra moments to stabilize it. The guys swarm around the shield, frantically attempting to reconstruct it. In the distraction, I feel something hit my back. From the pressure, I can tell it is from a relatively close range. "Gotcha!" I hear Melissa exclaim. The group of girls has managed to get right behind us. With this sneak attack, there is little we can do to combat them. The guys and I share an unsure look. We know that trouble is looming over us. Snowballs rain down as we are pelted from all sides. They hit us rapidly, allowing minimal time to counterattack. Even though we are being defeated, it doesn't feel like a brutal lose. I enjoy seeing the girls' faces light up and being certain they are having fun. After a couple more lethal hits, one resulting in an earful of snow, I'm considering the most likely outcome of the situation. "We surrender!" Gary proclaims with breathless laughter. His hat has fallen off in battle, resulting in snow sprinkling his hair. "We can't give up," Bill counters. I understand his desire to maintain the Snowball Champion title, but he could be taking this a tad too seriously. "Bill, we fought hard, but the girls are the clear winners here," I assure him. We all look despondently at our collapsed structure. The girls are panting and celebrating with high fives. "Good game, girls," I say as gracefully as possible. After we officially lose, the disappointment of it sinks in, but I suppose I can cope with losing to Melissa. Seeing her happy is a prize in itself. "Good game. Sorry you guys lost so bad," she replies confidently. "Enjoy it for now, because we won't go easy on you next time." "Whatever makes you feel better. Now that I've beat you, I'm going to go play video games." With that, she runs back into the B&B with her friends. On our way back to the B&B, Bill lectures us on our poor battle strategy. Gary and I nod along politely. Once we get inside, we begin attempting to shake off the snow. We brush off our coats and stomp our boots firmly. By the time we finish, tiny piles of snow surround us. I hope it doesn't soak the floor, or the owner will not be pleased with us. Bill and Gary say they are going to their rooms to warm up. I'm about to do the same when a mischievous plan enters my mind. I grab a hefty handful of snow from outside and briskly walk up to the room. When I enter the room, Andrea is sitting on the bed. The screen is illuminating her face in a pale blue light while she works on the computer. Her typing creates an efficient clicking that radiates through the room. She doesn't glance up as I enter, which creates the perfect opportunity to surprise her. I tiptoe across the room in disbelief. How has she not noticed me? In a swift motion, I dump the snow down the back of her shirt. She jolts upright from the coldness. Jumping off the bed, she wiggles and shimmies trying to get the snow out. By the time she calms down, I'm doubled over laughing. I feel like an evil genius. I'm going to get you for that. Her words are broken up by her own laughter. Light-hearted revenge overtakes her features. She chases me around the room, weaving between the beds and other various furniture. I dodge her barely each time she tries to grab me. Every time she misses, a frustrated grunt escapes, which is super cute. Eventually, I remember the update about the roads I'm supposed to share with her. I recognize I have to tell her, but I'm not sure how she is going to react. Wait, Andrea, I have to tell you something. Her mood instantly changes. She stops chasing me and sways side to side. You can tell me anything, she says nervously. I got news that the roads will be open tomorrow, I inform her regretfully. Oh, she whispers, I'm going to miss you. Her lips turn down into a slight frown. It's unfortunate that my words are the cause of her sadness. I envelop her hands in my own. My thumbs skim over the tops of hers gently. I am going to miss you and Melissa so much, I tell her. I gaze into her green eyes, hoping she can sense my sincerity. We stay with eyes locked, reflecting on our time together. I can feel our faces drawing closer to one another until our lips are only an inch away. The temptation of her lips on mine pulls me forward. I can't resist any longer. We connect in a kiss that I am immensely grateful she returns. It is a sign of forgiveness for the bad news I delivered. Our kiss starts delicately. I try to memorize the way she feels, the way her tongue swirls around mine in a graceful dance, the way she nips, tugging my lip down tantalizingly. My hands glide across her supple skin effortlessly. Down her body, they relish in every curve. Her hips move in a smooth, sultry rhythm that drives me wild. I lead her backwards until we fall onto the bed. Our movements speed up as her fingernails graze down the muscles in my back. They subtly sneak under my shirt, and a satisfied shiver overcomes me. I can take a hint. After my shirt is removed, her eyes instantly rake over my body. She is hungry for me just like I am for her. In the heat of the moment, her shirt is off her body. My hands are now occupied massaging her bosom. She squirms in pleasure beneath me, and it is one of the best feelings I have discovered. Jonathan, I want you. All of you, she moans. There's every possibility that our time together is coming to a close. As our lives before the storm creep up on us, so does the uncertainty of where we stand. I cannot dictate what Andrea does once she can leave the B&B, but I can influence how she feels tonight. It will be absolutely magical.
Chapter 25. Andrea. For once, I feel the need to simply let go. Let go of all my worries and the what-ifs. I want to lose myself in the moment, stop overthinking, and allow my mind and body to flow in unison with the Jonathans. His touch is so gentle and soft, considering the strength and size of his hands. His lips tantalizing and teasing, pushing and probing every delicate and sensitive part of my body. I push away the thoughts of what I look like in this moment. I push away the feelings of guilt, being with another man. I can feel my heart racing, knowing what is to come and wanting it so badly. That knowing ache and desire is flowing through me like an electric current. His eyes rise to meet mine, so handsome and mischievous. How is this man not attached and deeply involved with someone? I lift my hips and grind against him, indicating I need more right now. He expertly reaches down and releases me from the constraints of my jeans. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, We've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build attention only to be interrupted, Miss Tyler always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylerwalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyler's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylerwalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyler. He wraps me up in his arms so tightly, I feel wanted, protected, and loved. Am I in love with this man? Do I really want to take this path? What if he doesn't really feel the same, and this is all some kind of joke or silly fling to him? This isn't just about me. I have Melissa to consider and our futures. He hasn't offered more. He hasn't confessed his undying love to me. What am I thinking? Why can't I just see this for what it is? A wonderful time with a wonderful man. The end, there's nothing more to it. I think I've fallen head over heels. I'm embarrassed that I've allowed my feelings to totally run away with me. It's all a fantasy, and I'm taking things way too seriously for a man I've just met. I sneak a glance over at him. He's sleeping soundly. He looks so peaceful and kind. Easing my body from beneath his grasp, doing my best to slip from his arms. I inch myself off the bed and tiptoe into the bathroom, gently closing the door behind me. I press myself against the door and take a deep breath. I catch my reflection in the mirror. I step closer and give myself a good talking to. None of this is real. Melissa and I will head home tomorrow, and he'll head home too. He'll have forgotten all about us within a week. Should I allow myself the comfort of dreaming a little? What just happened between us wasn't simply a bit of fun. No one can be that good at faking feelings and chemistry, right? I could taste his desire for me, and it was real and true. If Jonathan is a heartbreaker and has a woman in every town, I'll know for sure when he doesn't make contact. Right? That's the key. I don't need to worry or fret. I just need a little patience. In a couple of days, a week or so, I'll have confirmation. I need to get a grip and focus. Feeling the onset of tears, I reel off some tissue paper and prepare to wipe away any traces of emotion. My heart swells inside me. I know the man of my dreams is in the room right next door, and I'm overwhelmed and confused. The thought that this magical crazy time is nearly over frightens me. I don't want it to end. Chapter 26. Andrea. Looks like the roads have finally cleared, Jonathan tells me. It's the news I have been wanting to hear for a while, but now that I have it, I feel oddly disappointed. This quality time with my daughter and with Jonathan has been amazing. I don't want it to end. Melissa will be sad to go home, I reply, and Jonathan gives me a melancholy smile. Yeah, this place has been good to us, he says. He gives me a wink, and I can feel my cheeks flush. It has. I agree. It's been amazing to us. I want to say more, but my tongue feels too big for my mouth. I'm nervous. Actually, nervous barely covers it. What am I feeling right now? Sadness. Maybe I'm definitely sad to be leaving without Jonathan. Regret? Have I said everything I need to say to him? Going home means changes. It means a new job and a major move. There is an awkward silence between us. No, maybe not awkward, but tense in a good way. My heart is pounding so loud in my chest, I wonder if Jonathan can hear it. I can't help starting right back at him, willing him to say the thing I want to hear, trying to send him exactly the words. So, how are you getting back into town? He says, and my heart falls. I'll just call a tow truck for the car and ask the driver for a ride. I break eye contact with him. Maybe he didn't notice that stupid look in my eyes. The hope that he'll say how much he will miss me and Melissa, and maybe say something else too. Good, good. Now it really is awkward. We're just standing here with nothing to say. I hope our goodbye won't feel like this. It's strangely like we're rehearsing for it. I should go and tell Melissa and get ready to go, I tell him, and I'm already braced for the stairs. I just want to get a little bit of distance between us so I can think properly. He has this ability to cloud my head with his eyes. His smell. For a second, Jonathan looks like he's going to say something, but his face falters, and he's just smiling again. It's maddening that we're just standing here grinning at each other. All right, I'll let you guys get ready. Don't you forget to say goodbye before you go, he warns me, his eyes burning. I shiver. We won't, I say, but he's already out of earshot. Now I'm looking for Melissa, and it's been at least 10 minutes. Where is this kid? That familiar feeling of panic from the other day's events rises up for just a second. I push it down. I know where she is. I walk into the lobby to find her happily playing with her 2 little friends. My heart drops a bit. She's really going to miss these girls. They've been through quite the adventure together, getting lost and rescued. I wonder what her memory of it will be like. Melissa? Despite all the excitement, she comes running over with a big grin on her beautiful face. I crouch down so that we are eye to eye with each other. The snow isn't blocking the roads anymore. We can go home today. I'm trying to make packing and tidying up sound more fun and exciting than playing with friends, and by the look on her face, I'm failing. We have to go home now? She asks me as she puts on her best sad face. I've seen it more times than I can count, and I still can't resist. I push the curls of her hair behind her ear. I feel awful for her. Yes. As soon as the man with the truck comes. I haven't actually called him yet, but it's going to be hard enough just getting Melissa to find all of her toys, without also convincing her to be ready in time. Can I say goodbye to all my friends? She's already run back to the little girls, who are both staring at me like I'm bad news bear. Today, I guess I am. Of course you can, sweetie. Not too long, though. We have to get ready. I try to sound stern, but I know my words will fall on deaf ears. Chances are I'll be standing here for a bit, looking at them all together, so innocent and happy. I'm actually kind of jealous. That's the kind of happiness I want. Thinking about it, it's what I feel when I'm with Jonathan. How often does that come along? It turns out I have it, and I'm leaving it today. There are knots in my stomach, so heavy it's hard to move. When I finally manage to get Melissa up to our room, she's not happy about it, which is a bit of an understatement, really, and I can't say I blame her. But we haven't said goodbye to everyone yet, she whines, and I know exactly who she's talking about. We will have time to say goodbye to Jonathan. Don't worry. I pull out our cases, and we get packing. The room is kind of a mess. A lot of things have happened in here. But now is the time to get sentimental. I need to pull myself together. Between the 2 of us, we managed to tidy up in less than 30 minutes. It's a miracle. In truth, I ought to bottle this for when I get my little helper back home. I give myself a moment to admit that I'm going to miss this room. But the tow truck is on the way, so we head downstairs. Jonathan is waiting in the main room for us. Seeing his smile beaming up the steps at me, I trip and nearly fall. A strong arm steadies me. Thank you, I say breathlessly. No problem. With a generous sweep, he takes Melissa's bag and my bag effortlessly. The tow truck is on its way, I tell him, stating the obvious. He's smiling at Melissa, and she's looking up at him with tears in her eyes. Why is this so hard? If I could find the right words, so much of it could be so easy. He's not here yet. Why don't we all sit down? Jonathan suggests. Before I can say anything, he's lifting Melissa into his arms and striding towards the seating area. I follow, watching them snuggle as he carries her. Melissa sits between the two of us by the fire. She rambles away to Jonathan about how much she's going to miss her friends and how much she'll miss him. My heart is in my throat. I can't look at him, but I feel his eyes on me. "Will you come and visit us?" she asks him as she looks at me. I stare back, hungry for his answer. "Just try and stop me," he growls at her, sweetly. She practically explodes with happiness and continues to ramble on about all the things we can do when he comes to visit. This is a bittersweet moment, and all I can do is watch the two of them, smiling and laughing with each other. I'm honestly just trying my best not to cry. There's a countdown hanging over us, and I can't ignore it. For now, the best thing I can do is to take in the lovely scene happening next to me. The rumble of the truck rolling into the driveway cuts our little scene short. "I think he's here," Jonathan says, and it's like something out of a horror movie, the dreaded moment, the one we all knew was coming. "Okay," I say, taking Melissa by the palm. She doesn't want to go. I can feel her little hand tugging away from mine. Jonathan has our bags, and he loads them into the tow truck. I wave awkwardly at our driver and shoot him a quick smile. My car sits at an angle on the ramp behind him, ready for home. Melissa has freed herself from my grip and is talking to Jonathan. I know, he tells her, stroking her hair softly. She cries to him, then throws her little arms around his broad shoulders. As I watch them hug tenderly, I feel the driver's impatience. "Come on, sweet girl. We gotta go," I say. Melissa reluctantly lets go of Jonathan's arm, letting him lift her into the truck in one swift motion. He kisses her head like a father does. My chest tightens. He turns to face me, and neither of us can seem to find any of the right words. I move closer to him, pushing up on the balls of my feet, and hug him. His arms instinctively wrap warmly around my waist, pulling me against his chest. He buries his face in my hair. I put my fingers as his, and we just stand there holding each other. His grip on me starts to loosen, and I tighten mine, begging him not to let me go. But his hands leave my waist, and he uses his thumb to wipe away the single tear that is rolling down my face. Even in this moment, I feel the heat of the driver's glare on my back. Taking Jonathan's hands away from my face, I reach up on last time and kiss him softly on the cheek. "Here." I push the piece of paper I've written my number on into his rough hand. Jonathan looks at me confused. "Make sure you call me," I tell him, and he nods solemnly. "Try and stop me," he smiles, and I climb into the truck. God, I hope he will.
Chapter 27. Jonathan. Seeing the tow truck disappear into the distance leaves me with a great sense of loss. Andrea sure has rocked my world. They've only just left, and I'm already thinking about when and if I'll see them again. Exhaling deeply, my heart feels heavy, and I find that I cannot move from this spot. You can't let that one get away. Gary joins me on the pathway, but my eyes are still transfixed on the road. The tow truck carrying the woman of my dreams is now a tiny dot in the distance. I nod in total agreement. I don't intend to. I'm not usually so accepting of advice, but Gary's words cement my feelings exactly. I can't let a woman like Andrea simply walk away without a second thought. The time we've spent together has been like a balm to my soul. It's as if we were meant to meet. Her tenderness, caring, and devotion towards Melissa appeals to me in a way that I can't really make sense of. Those moments when Melissa and her friends went missing, and the fear that I felt sends shivers down my spine. The responsibility and reality of what being a parent entails has hit me like a rock. Wanting Andrea in my life equates to becoming a parent literally, overnight. Am I ready for that? My whole body and heart is shouting a resounding, "Yes! Yes, I want Andrea in my life! Yes, I want to take care of her. I want to take care of them both. You look like you could do with some lunch." I realize that I'm rooted to the spot, and Gary seems concerned. I force a laid-back grin when I actually feel everything, but I'm tense and more than a little unsure of myself, but follow Gary back towards the B&B anyway. Gary and I order a full breakfast, the works. 2 eggs, sunny side up, bacon, pancakes, blueberry muffins, and coffee. But as I sit here, I find that I have totally lost my appetite. My stomach is churning and my throat feels dry. Gary gets straight down to business, rambling on about looking forward to getting home and getting back to work. I simply sip on my coffee, letting the past day's events flip over and over in my mind like a movie, and I'm hitting rewind 3, 4, 5 times. "Ain't you going to eat that?" Gary points at my bacon and eggs with his knife. His fork hovers over my bacon. I let out an easy laugh and push my plate towards him. Must be the real deal. He pulls my plate in close and starts to scrape the contents onto his half-empty plate. What? I can't keep up with the conversation. Andrea is on my mind and taking up every inch of my brain power. I cannot get her out of my mind. It's insanity. You ain't eating. You've forgotten the art of conversation and you seem to be someplace else. I have no idea where, but it's not here. Gary shovels 2 slices of bacon into his mouth and looks to me for a reaction. If I were you, I wouldn't be sitting here contemplating. I'd be calling her. He's absolutely right. I push myself out of my chair, reach over, and pat Gary on the shoulder. Before he has chance to speak further, I'm making my way back to the room, cell phone in hand. A thought flashes across my mind. I didn't give her my number. What was I thinking? But that was the problem. I hadn't been. Of all the dumb mistakes I could have made. She'll think I'm not bothered or that meeting her was no big deal. But it was. It is. I have to let her know. I come to a standstill in the hallway. Andreas probably has the idea that I'm some kind of Casanova. Why didn't I give her my number? Looking down at my phone screen, I hesitate. If I call her now, I'll appear too eager, but if I don't, she'll think I'm a player. I carve my way to my room. My heart is beating hard in my chest, and my palms are perspiring. What is going on with me? I'm usually a decisive, kinder guy. I know what I want and how and when I want it. So why am I hesitating? Why am I so nervous? It's not as if I've never called a woman before. But this isn't just any woman. This is a very special woman. This is Andrea, the most beautiful, amazing, intelligent woman I've ever had the good fortune of spending time with, making love with. She opened up to me. She allowed me to step into her world, and boy, what a world. I can't figure out why I'm so hesitant and nervous. Is there any chance that I'm making a mistake? Or is she the one? Entering my room, I realize that my nervousness, pondering, and being unsure is actually because I've never been so sure of anything in my life. I can hear their laughter, see their smiles. The joy and light they brought into my life in such a short period of time could last me forever. Sitting on the bed, I take a deep breath to steady myself. It's now or never. I dial her number, no more avoiding and overthinking. I know I need to be spontaneous and follow my heart. The phone rings 3 times before she answers, not giving me enough time to change my mind. Andrea? The line isn't great. Jonathan, is that you? At least she recognizes my voice. Yep, you okay? I'm totally at a loss for words. I'm good. We're both good. We were just talking about you. The timing of my call seems perfect. Oh, all good, I hope? I press the phone firmly against my ear. Of course. I can hear her smiling as she speaks, and it warms my heart. I just wanted to say thank you. As the words leave my mouth, I cringe. She doesn't skip a beat. We should be thanking you. I mean, we can't thank you enough. Truly. Her voice breaks a little. I imagine her standing in front of me and folding her into my arms. Well, How would the two of you like to thank me properly by joining me for dinner? That's it. I've done it. It's out there. I followed through, and I can only pray that she'll accept. Oh, we'd love to. The thrill in her voice settles my heart. She repeats my invitation to Melissa, and I can hear the kid squealing with excitement. You've made her day. She was just saying how much she's going to miss you. Her words drift off. I was thinking the exact same thing. You know, how much I'm going to miss the both of you. The words are tumbling out of my mouth before I even have a chance to filter or arrange them. I have to admit, it feels good to be totally open and straight up about my feelings. Another first for me. There's a comfortable silence between us. It's like I can feel her energy through the phone connection. There's just something about her that makes me feel good. You give me a call when you get home, and you can let me know a good time for me to come and pick you up, okay? Yes, I'd love that. We'd love that. She's blushing. I can tell. Okay, now. You take care, and I'm waiting on your call. I hope she doesn't leave it too long. Okay, Jonathan. Bye. Her voice is almost a whisper. Bye, Jonathan! Melissa hollers in the background, determined not to be left out of the conversation. Bye, little princess. She is the sweetest little thing. I end the call with a ridiculous smile plastered across my face, but I don't care. This day cannot be beat. Sitting here grinning from ear to ear, I realize that all my fretting and worrying was unnecessary. Andrea and I have a real connection, and I now know she feels it too. I replay the conversation over and over in my mind. Is this really happening? I don't want to build up my hopes. My gut is telling me that I have hit the jackpot. I head back downstairs and outside. My step is light, and I feel like I could run a mile even in the snow. I bump into Gary. You called her? What is it with this guy? He's like some kind of oracle. He gives me a knowing smile. Yep, I called her. I can actually feel my cheeks burning. Gary slaps me hard on the back. Now isn't that better? I told you, didn't I? Life's too short to be waiting around. You have to seize the moment. Follow your gut. And she sure is a winner. Gary heads out. I follow closely behind. Stepping back outside, it feels like a whole new day.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me, and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyler Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyler does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylerWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyler. Chapter 28. Andrea. We'd love to have you on board, Andrea. You really are a very impressive candidate. We just know you'll make an excellent fit for our team, if you accept, of course. The director of Denver Children's Psychiatric Hospital is on the phone to offer me the job. Me? I hold the phone away from my ear in disbelief. Yes, I applied for the job, but now I have it. All I can do is smile like an idiot. Holy crap, I'm going to Denver. I beam with excitement. Yes, I would be honored to accept the role. Thank you so much. I put on my best professional voice so that she'd know I'm the woman for the job. This is a dream come true. I don't even need to think it over. I can't wait to tell Melissa about our new adventure. That's just fantastic news, Andrea. We're all so thrilled you'll be joining our family here at the hospital, and when you meet the team you'll be leading, I'm sure you'll fit right in." The director's tone is warm and welcoming. "Thank you so much," I reply. This is what I have been working towards, and now it's within reach. "We're moving to Denver." I practice saying the words aloud to myself in the bathroom mirror in preparation to tell Melissa. I have a feeling she will be pleased. She is just that kind kid, sweet and adventurous. Yet I'm still nervous to break the news to her. We're moving to a whole other state, and that's a big deal. And then, of course, there's Jonathan. Jonathan. Now, the joy I felt before in my stomach is twisting into something else. Guilt, maybe. How can I move all the way to Denver without Jonathan? I can't, can I? Now I'm pacing the length of my kitchen like a madwoman. Head of psychiatry at a children's hospital is my dream job, but Jonathan is my dream man, and I'm struggling to picture my life without him. I want a better life for myself, and especially for my daughter. That's why I'm going to Denver. I'm definitely going. How can I not? I got the job. However, I also know that I want to be with Jonathan, and that I will miss him with all my heart. The thought does cross my mind that maybe he can come with us, but I don't know I can ask that of him. Jonathan has a life here, a good life, and I'm sure that I was enough to make him give it up. Do I even have the courage to ask him? I haven't even had the chance to speak to Melissa about it yet, so that is my first priority. Then I'll worry about Jonathan. By now my hands are shaking. This is so stressful. On top of moving my whole life and my daughter's life to Denver, I also have a man who I care for to think about. We're moving to Denver. On my way to pick up Melissa from school, I am continuing to practice delivering the news to her in the car. I must look insane to passers-by, mouthing and gesturing wildly while driving alone. I know I'm doing the right thing, but why am I still so worried about going through with it? "Hey, Mom," Melissa greets me cheerfully, mindlessly rambling about her day to me as we're walking back to the car. I'm so grateful for the distraction. My mind is turning back to thoughts of Jonathan, and my heart is aching from the conflict my decision will cause. As we arrive home, I help Melissa with her homework and make her an after-school snack. As I slice up carrots, my hands continue to ache with anxiety. I'm too much in my own head about this. Communication is key here. I have to communicate my plans to the two people who matter most, and things will work themselves out. "Melissa, can you come sit down here? I have some news I need to tell you about." I'm patting the seat of the sofa, with a fake smile of confidence and reassurance on my face. "Okay," Melissa says happily, bounding over to me, all smiles. "So," I say, taking a deep breath while trying to keep my tone light and positive. "You know how I told you I was going to get another job? A better job than the one I have right now," I say, watching as Melissa nods along, her little eyes fixed on me. "And you remember when I told you that we would have to move if I did get this job?" I ask her, and she's nodding again and fidgeting in her seat. I know that keeping her attention right before snack time is going to be a struggle. "Okay, good. So I got the job. The person I'm going to be working with called and told me today. You're the first person I've told because you're one of the special people in my life who needs to know," I say, and she's bouncing with excitement, which is making me giddy too. "We're moving?" she practically yells, and I can't even reply because she's dancing around the living room. I laugh. Relief is flooding my body, and while I'm certain the reality of the news hasn't hit her yet, her initial response is encouraging enough. It makes me feel instantly less guilty. "Oh," Melissa says sadly, stopping dead in front of me, and her eyes are wide in realization. "What?" I ask, concerned. "What about Jonathan?" she says, tears brimming the green eyes she had gotten from me. I pull her little body into mine and hug her tightly. I'm so taken aback that she is even thinking about Jonathan right now. I wasn't thinking about him until after I put the phone down, I stroke her hair, and she nuzzles into me, and I wonder what I can possibly say to console her. The answer to her question is one I haven't managed to clarify for myself yet. "Have you told Jonathan yet?" she asks, wiping tears and snot on her sleeve. I pull a handkerchief from my bag and dab at her tiny face. "No, sweetie, not yet. I needed to tell you first," I say, sitting her on my lap. Watching her reaction is really surprising me. "So when we move, what do you think you'll miss about our life here?" I ask her, because I want her to express her feelings. "I'll miss my school and my friends," she tells me sadly, but the tears have stopped now. "But I can always phone them when I want, right?" she asks me, and I'm giving her my biggest smile and nod. "What else do you think you'll miss?" I ask, and Melissa looks thoughtful for a moment. "I'll miss Jonathan a lot," she says, and her eyes start filling with tears again. My heart is breaks watching my daughter get so upset about leaving Jonathan behind. It's breaking for myself, too. "I know, Melissa. I'm going to miss him, too," I tell her, but the words are catching in my throat. Now we're both tearing up at the thought of leaving Idaho without Jonathan. It moves me how important he has become to my daughter, and it will hurt to break that bond. "Can't he come with us, Mom?" Melissa asks me earnestly. I don't have a good answer to that question. "I don't know, baby. Jonathan has friends and family here that he would miss so much if he came with us," I tell her. "That's true," Melissa says as rubbing her eyes. It seems like she's beginning to understand the situation a little better now. "But," she splutters out suddenly, like she's just thought of something brilliant. "If he comes with us, he can call his friends and family like I'm going to do." She's clearly so proud of her idea. "He could, yes," I admit. I'm clearly struggling to find a way to explain the complexities of the situation to an 8-year-old. Of course, this seems so simple to her. She's 8. I wish the world was as simple as Melissa thinks it is. "But we love Jonathan, don't we?" I ask her gently. "Yeah," she says, staring at the ground. I'm stroking her hair again. "So we want him to happy, right?" Melissa nods but keeps her eyes on the floor. "Doesn't he love us though, Mom?" she asks, looking right at me. I stare into her big green eyes, and my heart shatters. "Yes, Melissa, he does love us too," I tell her. "Then aren't we his friends?" she asks me, and I know instantly what she means. I put Melissa to bed, so now I'm left alone with my own thoughts. She's still pretty upset about Jonathan. What the hell am I going to do about Jonathan?
Chapter 29. Jonathan, tonight is the night. I've made up my mind. I'm not rushing into anything, and I've weighed it all up. There's no way I'm going to allow the woman of my dreams to simply slip out of my life. I have to tell her how I feel. That means being open and honest and showing her that I mean business. I'm going to propose. This isn't a decision that I'm taking lightly, but God, I hope she feels the same way I do. If not, I'll have to take it on the chin like a man. Even so, I'm hoping with all my heart she wants me as much as I want her and says yes. It's clear that proposing with a ring seems like the right and proper thing to do, but I have no clue where to start in selecting the perfect one. So I figure I'll let her choose. I definitely do not want to disappoint her with my choice. I've pictured this whole scenario in my mind. Me proposing, her acceptance, planning a trip into the city to shop for just the right engagement ring. Whether we'll have a party or not. There's so much I want to say and do, but all of that hinges on her answer. I've taken the liberty of ordering a bottle of Chardonnay for us, and apple juice for Melissa. I have no clue about wine, but the waitress recommended it and said it's a good choice. I'll take her word for it. I have a bottle of champagne in the truck, just in case. Every time I see Andrea and Melissa, my heart actually skips a beat. I haven't asked for any signs that this woman and her child should be a part of my life, but I'm getting them left, right, and center. She looks stunning. That easy smile. The way the corner of her eyes crinkle when she's happy. She's on time and I'm early. It was useless just staring at the clock in my apartment. I felt restless, sitting around and waiting for the time to pass so that I could get here to see her. She excites me in more ways than one. Thankfully, Andrea meets me with a hug, and I hold her as tightly as I can. She returns the favor, and we both allow Melissa into our embrace to make it a little group hug. How are you, Jonathan? We've really missed you. Haven't we, sweetie? Melissa beams up at me shyly and nods. And I've missed both of you. I bend down to shake Melissa's hand playfully. She reaches up and wraps both her little arms around my neck and squeezes tight. Now that's one hell of a welcome. I squeeze her back and I can feel that she doesn't want to let go. I look up at Andrea, who's smiling, but there's a sadness to it. I can sense there's something up. They both seem genuinely happy and excited to see me. Perhaps Andrea is concerned about Melissa getting too attached. That was some hug. I need to reassure her. Show her that this is for real. I'm not going to just up and leave them. They have become my world. Andrea pulls out a chair as if to move things along. Melissa releases her grip and clambers up onto her chair. The table is small but tucked up in the corner by a window. It's cozy. I take my seat and look over at Andrea as she busies herself with the menu. They feel like family. My little family. And at this moment I could not feel happier. We should be celebrating. I open the bottle of wine and pour us both a glass. Decided on anything? Andrea seems to be taking a long time in ordering and not saying much. Melissa shuffles around in her chair and gives me a sorrowful look. She's so cute. Despite the fact that they seem glad to see me, it's clear that Andrea has something she wants to say. I want to tell her that everything is going to be okay. I want to take care of both of them. This isn't just some fly-by-night casual affair. For me, this isn't it. They've both captured my heart, and I want to settle down. Make us a real official family. Fancy sharing a pizza? Andrea peeps over the menu without making eye contact. Yes, Hawaiian with lots of bacon and extra pineapple, please. Melissa chimes in, barely able to contain herself. Okay, Melissa, we have your vote, Jonathan. She meets my gaze for the first time. I can see the love, but I can also see a sadness. Hawaiian sounds good to me. I'm hoping that I'm not being too presumptuous, but if I can just reassure her and let her know that everything is going to be okay. As she lays down her menu, she holds my gaze. I reach across the small table and take her hand in mine. She pulls it away. Any sides? She seems anxious. I shake my head, wanting to get my proposal speech started. The waitress approaches the table with her pad and pen at the ready. Good evening. Can I take your order, please? She takes us in with a wide smile and winks at Melissa. A large Hawaiian with 2 sides of fries, please. Andrea's words seem hurried, and the waitress takes the hint. She jots down the order and swiftly moves on. Now's my chance. I clear my throat. I've been doing a lot of thinking over the last couple of days since we met. I've done nothing else. I retrieve her hand and squeeze it tightly. I have her full and undivided attention. Melissa sits quite still. I know in my heart that you're the woman for me, and I want you in my life. Permanently. Full time. I look to Melissa. Both of you. Jonathan, Andrea looks nervous, but I'm on a roll now. I just need to get the words out and let her decide. You and Melissa have changed everything for me. I love you, Andrea, and I would be the happiest man on earth if you would be my wife. There. I've said it. It feels good. Andrea wells up, and I'm not sure if it's a good or bad thing. I love you too, Jonathan. The tears break free and start streaming down her face, and I spring up out of my chair to take her in my arms. Melissa is squealing with delight. This has to be the best moment of my life. If we're a family now, you have to come to Denver too. Melissa is oblivious of the impact that her words have. I pull away from Andrea gently so that I can look into her tear-filled eyes. Melissa's words echoing in my ears. "I got a new job," she whispers, but holds my gaze. She's searching for my reaction, and I feel like I've just been socked in the gut. I'm actually speechless. There are no words. Denver? I've never even been to Denver. My work, my family, my friends. Everything I know is right here in Idaho. It's my dream job. I've worked so hard for so long, Jonathan. Head of psychiatry at a large children's hospital. I really want to do this. Her voice is almost pleading. And I realize I haven't said one word. Congratulations, that's just amazing. Well done, Andrea. I feel like a fool. I want to retract my proposal. I feel terrible, blustering out my half-assed proposal when clearly her news takes precedence. I pull her into my arms as quickly as I can so that she can't see the disappointment in my eyes. When do you start? I compose myself and return to my seat, fixing a smile on my face. I can't believe that I just assumed that she would want to marry me, that she would even consider spending the rest of her life with me. Well, they've kind of left it down to me, because they want me as soon as I'm able to move. Andrea is searching my eyes, which have glazed over. I cannot show my utter disappointment and shock. I want to ask her not to leave, but I don't have the heart. How can I? I have to arrange a school for Melissa, find somewhere to live. There's so much to organize. Her eyes are pleading. I understand. I get it. I just don't want her to go. Can I be a bridesmaid? Melissa's interruption brings our attention back to the elephant in the room. Andrea hasn't accepted or declined, though her news kind of says it all. Neither of us are able to answer. We're saved by the waitress. Large Hawaiian with extra bacon and plenty of pineapple, 2 sides of fries, 2 homemade sauces, barbecue and tomato. The waitress places the order on the table. Realizing she has come to the table at another awkward moment, she volleys a quick, "Enjoy your meal," and vanishes in a puff of smoke. We tuck in. The pizza is delicious and the wine is surprisingly good, but my heart is heavy. Before I know it, the meal is over and we're waving our goodbyes. She's a wonderful woman, and she deserves all the happiness in the world. I only wish it was with me.
Chapter 30. Andrea. I open my eyes and instantly I feel good. I lie there smiling, imagining that Jonathan is asleep next to me. Jonathan? It hits me all at once. Suddenly I remember everything that was said at dinner and how much my life is about to change. I don't even know how to process any of this. My first thought is Melissa. She had so much fun yesterday, as she always does when Jonathan is around. I guess what surprises me most is how quickly my daughter warmed up to him and welcomed him into our lives. It's like she knew before I did that he belonged. Kids are just magical like that. Maybe I should take that as a sign that all of this was meant to be. I mean, I already know that I love him. What else is there to think about? The promotion? Regardless of whether he belongs with us or not, I still have a lot of thinking to do. I've just been offered the position of a lifetime. How often does something like this come around? I can't let the fact that Jonathan told me he loves me diminish how important this promotion is to me. This is exactly what I've worked so hard to get for all of these years. All those long nights spent studying and working were for this exact moment. I know what my heart wants me to do, but my brain is saying an entirely different thing. Do I follow my heart or stick to the logical side of things? I can't think about this right now. I get up and brush my teeth before heading down the hall to Melissa's room. Her door is slightly cracked open, and I can see her still sound asleep in her bed. I walk in as slowly and softly as I can, as to not wake her up. She looks so peaceful and angelic. I feel an instant calm wash over me looking at her face. All that matters is that she is happy. Whatever I decide to do, I need to make sure it's what's best for my daughter. I reach out and brush a piece of her curly hair out of her face. As I do so, her eyes slowly flutter open. She instantly smiles up at me. "Good morning, Mommy." "Good morning, sweetheart. What do you say we make your favorite blueberry pancakes, huh?" "With whipped cream." "Of course, baby. You can't have pancakes without whipped cream." Before heading to the kitchen, I pick out some clothes for her and give her a quick kiss on the forehead. "Meet me in the kitchen after you get dressed," I say. Melissa bounds into the kitchen as I'm finishing up the mix. "Did you do it yet?" "No, silly. I waited for you." Every time we make pancakes, she always has to pour the mix into the pan. As she does that, I can't help but imagine Jonathan in here with us, helping her pour the mix and making the pancakes into different shapes. I'm imaging them making silly faces with the blueberries together and eating way too much whipped cream. It's a nice picture, and it gets me thinking about what it would be like if Jonathan were to decide he wanted to come with us when we move. It's crazy to even think about that. What would he even do in Denver? How could I possibly ask him to uproot his life here for me? While Melissa and I scarf down our delicious blueberry pancakes, I think about all of this. I know she would be absolutely ecstatic if he came with us. So that isn't even the problem. The problem is whether or not he would be willing to do that for us in order to further our relationship. Maybe not. Maybe he is okay with giving it all up. I contemplate calling him so we can discuss this, but I decide against it. Before I talk to him, I need to decide if this is what I want. When the three of us had dinner together yesterday, it felt like he was going to propose to me. I can see that he wants to, but when I told him about my promotion, everything in his demeanor changed. He looked shocked and confused. Maybe he doesn't even want to marry me anymore. The thought of this makes me sick to my stomach. If something like a job promotion could stop him from wanting to marry me, then maybe it just wasn't meant to be after all. If you genuinely love someone, nothing should be able to get in the way of you being with that person. The thought of Jonathan not wanting to be with us anymore scares me so much that I start wondering if I'm doing the right thing by taking this promotion. What if I never find a love like this again? What if I never find a man who loves Melissa so unconditionally, as if she were his own? If I didn't take it, then we could stay here, and Jonathan could be with us. Melissa would be happy, and I think I would be happy too. If I don't take it, all these worries would disappear. We could get married and have a life here together. I can't believe I'm actually thinking about this. I never thought I would be the type of girl to drop everything for some guy. But Jonathan isn't just any guy. He's the guy. After what happened with Melissa's father, I can't let something like this slip out of my grasp without really thinking about the consequences first. I can't just let him go that easily. I need to make a decision soon before I have to start packing up our things. This isn't just me deciding on what to have for dinner. I don't want to rush something this big, something this important, but I don't have much time left. After we eat lunch, I decide I need some fresh air. "Hey, Mel, why don't we go for a nice walk? We can visit your favorite park and maybe get some ice cream." Cookies and cream in a cone? Absolutely. A walk will help me clear my mind a bit and maybe help me figure out what I truly want. We grab our jackets and head out. On the way to the park, we decide to take the scenic walk by the river. There are tons of beautiful flowers planted everywhere along the riverbank. Every now and then, Melissa reaches down and picks one. After she does this a few times, she turns and hands them to me. "These are for you. A present for being such a great mom." Oh my goodness. That is so kind of you. When did you become such a sweetheart? Jonathan told me that if you want someone to know that you love and appreciate them, you have to show them. So I'm showing you by giving you the most beautiful flowers I could find. I start tearing up when she says this because I finally know what I have to do. Jonathan was right, sweetie. You should always show people when you love them. Now it's time for your mom to take that advice, I think to myself. I know what I have to do when we get home. I'm going to ask Jonathan to come over and tell him that I want him to come with us to Denver, but that if he can't, then we will stay here with him. Jonathan is a part of our lives now, not just mine. He has affected my daughter's life and become such a positive influence on her. In this moment, that is all that matters to me. Despite being excited to finally give myself to Jonathan, I am in no hurry to get home because for the first time in days, I feel relaxed. I feel like I know what my future is going to look like. I can get a job anywhere. Opportunities will always come around. What doesn't always come around is love. We start walking back home, and on the way, we stop for ice cream like I promised. Melissa gets her cookies and cream while I decide on Rocky Road. It seems fitting considering how Jonathan and I met. Before we continue on our way home, we take a seat on a little bench alongside the river to enjoy our treats. I wonder what flavor Jonathan would have if he was here with us. Most likely the same as Mel. She would probably insist he try it, and of course, he would never say no to her. I can't believe that just a few short hours ago, I was stressing over whether I should take this promotion or not. What I should have been thinking about is how I couldn't possibly be happy anywhere if he weren't there, dream job or no dream job. Suddenly, I can't wait any longer. Come on, let's finish our cones on the way. The rest of the walk home is a blur to me. All the cars driving by, people walking, everything. I am only focused on seeing Jonathan as soon as humanly possible.
Chapter 31. Jonathan. I wander around the city. My mind is still circling around the things that were said at last night's dinner. I had been wanting to tell her that I love her for what feels like an eternity. Now it almost feels like a mistake. What chance is our love going to have if we are hundreds of miles apart? I don't pay attention to where I'm going and find myself in front of my favorite coffee shop. I'm not hungry or anything, but figure it couldn't hurt to treat myself to a cup of Joe. When I walk in, the guy at the counter greets me by name. I don't have to wait long before his attention comes to me. Haven't been here in a hot minute, have you? I shake my head. His name tag says Liam. I always felt like he had a thing for me, but then again, that could just be his general politeness. Well, how are you, big fella? What can I get you? I'm not really in the mood for chit-chat. I'll do an oat milk cappuccino and a cinnamon bun to go, please. This place has the best cinnamon buns. Passing up on one feels like a lost opportunity. That thought brings a grin to my face. If you get the chance for the best cinnamon bun in the world, you take it, right? But what if the cinnamon bun is moving far away? Do you still take it? Baked goods pose more of a dilemma than I anticipated coming in here. While Liam gets my order ready, I pick a complimentary piece of chocolate out of the bowl by the register. I unwrap it and put it in my mouth. It's dark chocolate, only lightly sweetened, just how I like it. I wonder how Andrea likes her candy. Is finding that out worth moving hundreds of miles away? Lost in my thought, I put the silver wrapper in the pocket of my jeans. My head shoots up when I realize Liam is talking to me. Not really here with me, are you? He says with a grin. I'm so sorry, just major life decisions. What did you say? That'll be $7.48. I nod and hand him a $10 bill. When I get the change, I put it in the tip jar. I thank Liam and walk out. Everything'll work out just fine, big fella. Just do what your heart tells you, Liam yells before I'm out the door. I turn around to give him a quick smile before leaving. What does my heart tell me? It tells me I need to be with Andrea. But I don't know if I am ready. I haven't known her for a long time, and relocating to an entirely different place seems so rushed. I could never ask of her to give up her promotion to stay here with me. I won't get in the way of this major opportunity for her, just because I'm not ready to leave my comfort zone. Then wouldn't it be the best for the both of us if we just moved on? There are other women here, and I'm sure she will find someone in Denver. This thought makes my heart ache, and I try to push it away. Thinking of Andrea with someone else makes me sick. If I can't ask her to stay here for me, but I also can't let her leave without me, what else is there? What is it exactly that's holding me here? All these questions spin around in my head, and I don't know what to with myself anymore. I plop down on a bench in a park that I didn't realize I walked into. I sip my coffee and look around. There is a family having a picnic while their dog tries to get the children to play fetch. I love dogs. I wonder if Andrea does too. Is Denver a dog-friendly city? What kind of dog would we get? I will buy him one of those bandana-style collars, or maybe a tie. These kinds of things always look really goofy on dogs, and I bet Melissa would love it. I'd let her pick the name. If it was up to me, it would be a human name that always cracks me up. Something like Christopher or Brian. What am I even doing here? Thinking of names for our family dog when, as of now, we don't have a future together. No, that can't happen. I know the direction I need to go. I know I need to go see Andrea. On my way over to her apartment, I pass all the buildings that have been the familiar canvas of my life for years. Suddenly, I hate every single one of them. How could it be that I was considering to choose this over Andrea, my love? I need to be with her. I walk faster, realizing that it doesn't matter where I am as long as I am with her. I can't remember exactly when they were planning to leave. The thought that I could be too late rattles me. It was ridiculous of me to think that I could ever find happiness staying here while they went to lead a life without me. When I reach her building, I press the bell next to her name. No one answers. The door opens. It's some old person leaving the building. I use this moment to slip into the hallway before the door falls shut. I run up the stairs until I reach the door that belongs to her. I hit the bell again and simultaneously hammer against the wood. Nothing. "Andrea, it's Jonathan if you're home. Please open up. I need to talk to you." I call, but nothing happens. If she were home, she would have opened the door by now. Discouraged, I give up. I start making my way back down the stairs. When I step outside, I see two figures that I just know just a little too well, walking towards me. It feels like a weight lifts off my shoulders. They're talking and eating ice cream. I can't help but smile at the sight. When they see me, both of their faces light up, and I start to make my way over to them. Melissa waves at me, and we meet right next to the traffic light. "Jonathan," Andrea starts. "No, please let me talk first," I interrupt her. "I need to get this off my chest. I'm sorry about how I acted last night. I was confused and needed time to think. I took this time today and realized what an idiot I am for even considering to let you go." Her expression changes, and I realize what that must have sounded like. "I mean, for letting you go without me. I don't need to be here. There's nothing really holding me here. I don't know why I took so long to realize that. All that I know is that I need to be with you." I see tears coming up in her eyes, and I hope that I said the right thing. "I wanted to ask you to come with me if I saw you again today," Andrea says, those tears breaking free. I can't help but smile, and she does too. "Well, good, we are clear on that. There is one more thing I want to ask you," I say, with a grin. Looking into her eyes, I get down on one knee. She inhales sharply, and Melissa starts jumping up and down. I fumble in my pocket, but can only find the silver chocolate wrapper from earlier. "Again, I love you. I want to be with you. I want to get a dog with you. I want to do picnics and buy a house and settle down wherever you want to be. As long as I am with you, you make me the happiest man alive. Andrea, will you marry me?" She is crying now, but still manages to nod and bring out the answer I want to hear. I take her left hand and fold the wrapper around her ring finger. She laughs. She pulls me up and, with her arms wrapped around me, presses her lips onto mine. Never in my life has anything felt so right. I never want to let her go again. I have to eventually when I notice Melissa has dropped her ice cream cone from jumping around the whole time. I reach into my pocket and pull out the paper bag with the cinnamon bun I didn't eat. "Here, I brought you something," I say, handing it over to her. She looks up to her mother and takes the treat with a smile that could melt a glacier. Good choice, Mom. I'm glad we are keeping him. I can't help but laugh, the stress of the past couple of hours sailing off just like that. Andrea joins in and we start to make our way towards their building. Together.
Chapter 32. Andrea. Sunday morning arrives at 9 a.m. I yawn, wrapping myself up in the soft, puffy comforter. Too early to get up yet. I think to myself. I bask in the wonderful warmth of the plush blanket. Once more, I drift into dreamland. Mommy, wake up! Melissa's high-pitched screeching startles me. I open my eyes to see her jumping up and down. The entire bed rattles and shakes. Honey, stop bouncing, please. The last thing we need is to be kicked out. I groan. I love my daughter, but this is not the way I raised her. She knows better than to be jumping on beds, let alone to be doing it at an apartment complex where families are sleeping in. Sorry, Mom. She huffs and hops off the bed. I'm hungry, she whines, stomping her foot on the wooden floor to prove her point. I roll my eyes at her, paying her no attention to her tantrum. As I swing my legs around the bed, my feet land gently on the cool wooden surface beneath me. I wrap my white robe around myself. Melissa grabs my hand as she skips beside me. Deciding to add her own music to the quiet morning, she merrily hums a made-up little tune. When we reach the kitchen, I pull out a chair and hand her an apple. Her little nose scrunches as she takes a crunchy bite. What's wrong, honey? I ask Melissa, reaching out a hand to touch her soft cheek. Her beady emerald eyes look at me with disappointment. My heart drops instantly. I know that a piece of fruit is nobody's idea of a satisfying breakfast. A lock of thick, soft brown hair tangles around my finger. I clear my throat before speaking. I know, sweetie. It's just that I don't want us to get into the habit of eating junk food every night. I kiss her cheek before I wipe her hands and dismiss her from the table. I understand, she sighs as she heads to the bathroom to wash up. 15 minutes later, she comes back in a yellow sweater and blue jeans and kneels at the coffee table. I hand her the black remote, and she flops down on the blue plaid couch. Enjoy some television. When I get back, we need to get going on packing. We have to leave tomorrow. Okay, little one? I ask, kissing her cheek. She nods and smiles, but keeps her eyes from meeting mine. I can tell something is eating at her. I know enough even at 8 years old not to pry her about it. Instead, I ruffle her hair playfully. She smiles again, but I can tell it's fake. She turns away from me. Keeping her eyes are glued on SpongeBob SquarePants. I give her a quick smile and head to the bathroom. Fastening the latch behind me, I hang the robe on the bronze coat rack and step into the shower. The massaging jets feel good on my aching limbs. Despite the water cleansing away fatigue, aches, and groggy mornings, I can't help but miss him. When the water stops, so does my daydream of Jonathan. At some point, I'm going to have to put him away for good, even though I can't fathom how. Changing into a pair of black yoga pants and a white cowl neck sweater, I toss the towel in the laundry and head back out to the living room. Time to strive for some kind of normalcy. Welcome back, Mom. Melissa smiles at me. She makes her way to sit close to me from the other end of the couch. Before she gets too comfortable, I tap the red button on the remote. Okay, baby, we have to get packing now. I motion her to the empty cardboard boxes near the door. Aw, man. The movie was just getting good. My daughter whines. She sounds like she's 4 years old. I know, but I was fair and gave you an hour. I need you to put in your part now. After all, we are a team, I say, reaching over to poke her side. She grabs 2 boxes, and we start at the white glass bookshelf that is beside the TV. At first, we're both quiet. You can almost hear a pin drop. I find myself handing Melissa the new books that I picked up at the bed and breakfast little bookshop. My chest feels tight and my eyes well up with tears. The emptiness that bites my heart is almost more than I can bear. Doing my best to ignore the gaping hole in my chest, I focus on packing the rest of the books. Does he think about me? Does he feel as if a million shards of glass are stabbing him in the heart? A few drops of yearning fall down my cheek as I wipe away the wetness under my puffy eyes. It's for the best, Andrea. This new job will give you the security you need. Jonathan has a life here. He doesn't have time for raising a little girl. He doesn't have the time for a wife either, I expect. Deep down, I know that's a lie, but I reprogram my brain to believe it's the truth. "Mom!" Melissa shouts. Her annoyed green eyes cut straight into me. "What?" I snap. Her words startle me out of my racing thoughts. "Are you done staring off into space?" "I finished packing our stuff," she huffs, pushing a strand of loose hair behind her ear. "Sorry, honey." I blush, feeling bashful of my lack of attention. What we need is a break. I look around the room and notice all of the boxes packed with our belongings. A sharp pain bites at my stomach. How long have we been doing this? I look over at my daughter who is tired, annoyed, and scavenging for food. I frown, watching her eat a bag of crackers. "Come on, honey. Let's go get some dinner." "Okay, can we get Chinese?" she pleads. "Okay, Chinese it is." That actually sounds kinda great to me too, so we head down to the car. 10 minutes later, we walk into our favorite spot. As we talk down the aisles of chattering families and dancing forks, my heart slips below my stomach. Seeing all the couples out here reminds me just how alone I feel. After we've gorged ourselves on crab rangoon and all the Chinese noodles we can possibly devour, I pay the bill and hurry in the cold to the car. "Mommy, why were you crying when you were packing?" Melissa asks me, staring at the snow-capped evergreens. The question catches me off guard, but I feel like I owe her an honest answer. "I miss Jonathan." "Me too," she sighs. We drive in silence and eventually arrive back at the apartment. With everything packed up, I'm desperate for something cozy, so we immediately turn on the fireplace and curl up together. I am just about to surrender to sleep when a loud knock barks at my door. Melissa wakes up, watching me. I feel her little beady eyes peering at me from behind me. Who the hell could it be stopping by at this hour? "Hi, Andrea." Jonathan stands in the doorway, and my breath catches behind the knot in my throat. His face is pale white, and he looks like he's about to faint. "Jonathan, are you okay?" I ask, helping him inside. Once he's situated, he turns to look at me. Terror, and something else that I can't quite put my finger on, sparkle in his eyes. He is sweaty and seems to be fondling with something in his pocket. The cold is probably getting to him, so I give him a blanket. "Look, I don't know what I'm going to do if this goes wrong. Please don't let me down," he says. He fumbles for something in his pocket and places his left knee on the hardwood floor. Anticipation lurches up into my chest. Time slows down. He slowly pulls out a red velvet box. "Andrea, the day I met you, I knew I wanted to make you mine forever. When you told me you were moving to take that job, I knew I had to act. I couldn't live with myself if I just let you waltz out of my life. I guess what I really want to know is, will you spend the rest of your life with me?" He opens the box, revealing a large diamond on top of a thin silver band. I can't speak or think or breathe. I want to say yes, but I am swept away in emotion. A waterfall of tears run down my face. The best I can manage is a nod. He has tears in his eyes as he slides the ring over my finger. It would feel like a dream if Melissa wasn't jumping for joy beside us, letting her scream in excitement. I help Jonathan up. We get lost in each other's kiss before we run over to hug Melissa. Now I know I am right where I'm meant to be. Chapter 33. Andrea. The kiss of the dew morning brushes across my skin. The early dawn smiles at me as it breaks up the dark clouds. With an exaggerated stretch, I push the white cotton sheets off. Warm spools of contentment nuzzle at my core as I slip on a white robe and head into Melissa's room. I turn on the unicorn lamp and gently shake her until I see her hazy eyes smiling up at me. "Today's the day, beautiful," I chime at her. She nods before sliding out of bed and getting into a robe to get ready for the happiest day of my life. I am hours away from marrying my soulmate and my daughter's new paternal hero. I stare in the mirror and let a gasp of shock. Whoa. My makeup artist wasn't kidding when she said she can make me appear 7 years younger. My eyes have a glistening light gray shade of eyeshadow, with each almond eye perfectly outlined with a black eyeliner. My thick lips are a rich, glossy crimson. I cautiously slide off my robe, making sure not to paint it in Chanel makeup. Inch by inch, I lift the bottom of my wedding dress. Finally, I raise the corset over my head with a ginger tug. I pull the silky ribbon in the back. My dress is tight enough that I won't pull a Janet Jackson at my wedding, yet it is loose enough that I can still breathe. My lungs slam into my back as I take in the white dress. The soft lace material flows out and around my hips and legs like a massive waterfall of endless silk. The corseted top hugs my waist and pushes ever so gently, making my stomach tight. I trace the solid pearl white material that caresses and holds my full chest. When the time comes, Melissa takes the spot in front of me in her peach, frilly dress. As she skips, the fabric dances with her curly brown hair. She waits eagerly in front of me, ready to spread the bottomless basket of peach petals all over the chapel aisle. The sound of the organ sings around me as my daughter takes baby steps down the aisle. She decorates the marble floor, sprinkling rose petals as she goes. This single moment seems to stretch into eternity. I count to 10 as Melissa gets to the front, where she stands tall and proud. I take a deep breath as I smile. The bouquet in my hands suddenly feels 10 pounds heavier. Just step with your left foot. Now you're right. Don't forget to smile. The tension presses into my jaw, slithering down my neck and shoulders as I grin widely. The room feels heavy, and my nerves tangle into a giant knot. But as I walk down the aisle and see Jonathan, the room disappears. The only 3 people who matter in this room have evaporated the steam of my anxiety. Blood rushes to my head as I wait for my time to say, "I do." My nerves ambush me once more as I wait for Jonathan to say his part. The sincerity in his eyes curls and sizzles at my soul as he vows to spend forever with me. This is the second most beautiful moment in my life. The first is giving birth to Melissa. Our family and friends gleam with cheer as we walk back down the aisle. Climbing into the long black limo, Jonathan and I wave to the crowd of smiling faces. We take a moment to breathe and laugh together as we head to the airport, straight off to the honeymoon. My nerves shoot off like sharp pricks of terror as I wait for the large titanium aircraft to take us to Cabo. God, I hate flying. Always have. "You're okay, babe. Take a deep breath. I'm right here," Jonathan's husky voice whispers as he lightly nips the nape of my neck. I giggle and tug away slightly from the tickle. Then, as I look at his eyes, a tidal wave of calm rushes in and washes away the heat between my legs. A sudden sharp pinch in my neck jerks me awake. Have I been sleeping? I must have drifted into a cozy slumber, which would be a first for me when flying. I sit up for a second and feel a soft yet firm hand rub the ache away. "That feels amazing, handsome," I whisper, careful not to wake the sleeping people on the plane. "I know something else that would feel amazing," Jonathan darkly chuckles as I feel his hand roam under my blouse, tracing tiny circles around my navel with the pad of his fingertip. My belly tightens and clenches, wanting more. It's as if he can hear my heart slamming into my chest. His hand roams under my skirt, finding the lace thong beneath it. You tease, I hiss, tilting my pelvis upwards as I try to get his wicked touch out of my skirt. We're on a plane, damn it. His sapphire blue eyes are bright with mischief. He places a blindfold over my eyes. He carefully stands me up. Come, I have a surprise for you. Taking my hand, he directs me down the dark aisle. I hear a beep. The whoosh of some kind of card being swiped clicks in my ear. I hear laughter and Jonathan thanking someone. A rush of cool air feathers my bare arms. You can look now, my love. Jonathan nuzzles into my neck. When I remove the blindfold, I am facing a king-sized bed adorned with white sheets. Spirals of lust sting at my nerves when Jonathan kisses me aggressively. I let out a whimper, tasting the honey whiskey staining his dominating mouth. My nails graze lightly, tracing up his taut sides. A grin of amusement washes over my mouth as I feel his muscular body quiver underneath my nails. The scent of citrus and lust hit my nose with an unruly hunger as I trace the tip of my tongue down his ear, down his neck, and finally lacing zigzags along his collarbone. My turn, he whispers in my ear as he pushes me onto the bed. The whole of his muscle climbs over me as his molten hot kisses send me into a whirlwind of desire. Reaching up, I cup his strong jaw as another wave of need crashes into me. His tongue swirls against my earlobe, making my toes curl. I tilt my head, giving him more space to explore with his sinister tongue. 6 hours following our intense love-making session, I wake up. Who knew you could rent something like that on a plane? Everyone could join the Mile High Club for the right price. After a lazy stretch, we grab our clothes and carefully pick our way back to the blue seats in the main room of the plane. I wonder if anybody heard us. How could they not? We've only been seated for a few minutes when we feel the wheels scrub against the runway. Attention passengers, we have arrived at the beautiful Cabo San Lucas. Have a safe and wonderful stay. The flight attendant booms over us. As we stroll off the plane, my breath catches at the sight spilling out ahead of us. The sand is so white it's nearly blinding. The ocean water is so blue it puts my husband's eyes to shame. Before I forget, Jonathan scoops me up, tosses me over his shoulder, and begins to charge across the sand. My butt is face to the water as the world blurs behind me. Next thing I know, I am soaked with the sea. I let myself float under the ocean for a bit, taking in the tropical fish, the urchins and crabs clinging to the ocean floor. I come up for air to find Jonathan staring at me as if he has just discovered the 8th wonder of the world. What? I smile at him as he just grins like a kid in the candy store. I got you all wet again, and we didn't even have to get naked this time. He teases as he throws a soft towel over my head. Let's make a note of that for later then. If that's what you want, my dazzling husband smiles at me, then I think we're going to have one hell of a time. Me too, Jonathan. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.